In Lucius Cominius Tullus bit back a curse. Life had been different, more unforgiving, since the slaughter in the forest 3 years prior. The smallest thing flung him back into the searing chaos of those muddy, bloody days when thousands of German tribesmen had struck from ambush, wiping 3 legions, his among them, from the face of the earth. In this case it was a heavy rain shower over the city of Rome, and the resulting muck on the unpaved street that spat at his lower legs and caught at his sandals. Tullus closed his eyes, hearing again the German warrior's sonorous, gut-churning baratus. Hum! Hum! The battle cry, rising from men hidden deep among the trees, had soured his soldiers' courage the way milk curdles in the midday sun. If it had just been the chanting that Tullus relived, it might have been bearable, but his ears also rang with the sounds of men screaming in pain, calling for their mothers and coughing out their last breaths. Showers of spears whistled overhead, punching into shields and flesh alike, disabling, maiming, killing. Slings cracked, their bullets clanged off helmets, mules brayed their fear. His own voice, hoarse with effort, roared orders. Tullus blinked, not seeing the busy street before him, but a muddy track. On and on it led for miles, through lines of never-ending trees and areas of limb-sucking bog. It was littered throughout with discarded equipment and the bodies of men. Legionaries. His legionaries. Before the surprise attack, Tullus would have argued with anyone who'd suggested that it was possible for his entire command, a cohort of over 400 men, to be annihilated by an enemy armed mainly with spears. If they had proposed that 3 legions could be overwhelmed in the same fashion, he would have branded them insane. He was a wiser, humbler man now. The brutal experience, and its aftermath, had embittered Tullus too. Because his legion's eagle had been lost, the 18th had been disbanded. So too had the 17th and 19th legions. He and the other survivors had been divided up among the other legions serving on the river Rhenus. The final humiliation had been his demotion, from senior centurion to ordinary centurion. With retirement beckoning, it had been a career-killing blow. The intervention of Lucius Saius Tubero, an enemy of his and a senatorial tribune at the time, had been the final blow that ensured an ignominious twilight to his army service. If it hadn't been for Tubero, Tullus brooded, he might still have commanded a cohort. "Tullus!" He started, wondering who could have recognized him here, hundreds of miles from where he was supposed to be. "Tullus!" Even though the street was crowded, and the air was filled with everyday sounds, shopkeepers' competing voices, 2 mongrels fighting over a scrap of meat, banter between passers-by, the woman's shrill tone carried. "Tullus!" It took all of his self-control not to react. Not a soul in Rome knows me, Tullus told himself for the 100th time that day. At least only a handful do, and the chances of meeting any of them are close to non-existent. I'm nothing more than a citizen in a sea of others going about my business. Imperial officials are ignorant of my identity and don't care what I am doing in the city. Even if they stop me, I can lie my way out of trouble. I'm a veteran-turned-trader, here in Rome with an old comrade to see Tiberius's triumph. Nothing more. A solid man in late middle age, with a long, scarred jaw and army-cut short hair, Tullus was still handsome, in a weathered kind of way. He was dressed in an off-white tunic that had seen better days. His metalled belt marked him out as a soldier, or, as he wanted to portray it, an ex-soldier. Marcus Crassus Fenestella, his red-haired companion, was uglier, thinner, and wirier than he was, and his belt also marked him out as a man with military training. "There you are, Tullus," said the voice, a woman's. "Where in Hades' name have you been?" Casual as you like, Tullus turned his head, scanned the faces of those nearby. The Tullus who had been summoned, by his wife it seemed, was a squat slab of a thing, half his age, but shorter and with twice his girth. The wife was little better, a red-cheeked, bosom-heavy slattern standing by the counter of an open-fronted restaurant. Tullus relaxed, and, as he did, Fenestella whispered in his ear, "A shame that she wasn't calling you. You would have been fed.
And got your leg over too, if you're lucky.
Piss off, you dog. Tullus shoved his Optio away, but he was smiling. Their differences in rank had been abraded by countless years of life together, and surviving horrors that few could imagine. Fenestella only called him Sir when there were other soldiers present, or when he was irritated with Tullus. The two men continued tracing their way towards the centre of the city. Despite the early hour, the narrow streets were packed. Rome was busy day and night, they had found, but the prospect of a triumph today, in honour of the emperor's heir, had brought out everyone who could walk, limp and hobble. Young and old, rich and poor, hale and sick, lame and diseased, all were eager to witness the martial display, and to avail themselves of the free food and wine that would be on offer. Past the street of the bakers they went, savouring the rich aroma of baking bread, and then Carpenter's Alley, which echoed to the sound of saws and hammers. Tullus paused at an armourer's on Forge Street to gaze with greedy eyes at the fine swords on display. Neither paid any attention to the offers of business from the tablet and stylus-wielding men in Scribes' Court. Their gaze lingered on the fine-figured women in the better establishments along Whore's Lane, but they kept walking.
"It was mad to come here,"
said Fenestella, shaking his head in wonderment at the imposing entrance to a massive public baths and the huge painted statue of Augustus that stood outside it.
"I'm glad we did, though. The place is a bloody marvel."
"To Hades with the official ban, I say," replied Tullus with a wink.
"A man has to see the City of Marble once in his life, and a triumph, if he can. After what you and I have been through, we've earned the right to see both."
He spoke in an undertone, the way they had talked since deviating from their official duty, which was to find recruits for their new legion, the 5th Alaudae, in the province of Gallia Narbonensis, hundreds of miles to the north. After a fruitless few days of shouting themselves hoarse in various towns, it had been Tullus who had suggested travelling to Rome for Tiberius's triumph, the reward for his victories in Illyricum some years before. To act as they had was not only a temporary abandonment of their mission, but a flouting of the imperial decree laid upon all survivors of the terrible defeat, a lifetime ban on entering Italy. As Tullus had said, however, who would ever know what they'd done? They could be back in Gallia Narbonensis within a month, and working night and day to find the recruits they needed. As long as they returned to their legion's base in Vetera, on the river Rhenus, with the required number of men, there would be no questions asked. It had been easy to sway Fenestella. Like Tullus, he had never visited the Empire's capital, or seen a triumph.
"Taste the best price wines in Rome," cried a voice to their left. "Come and raise a toast to Tiberius, the conquering hero."
Tullus looked. The proprietor of an inn, or more likely one of his minions, was standing on a barrel to one side of the entrance, inviting passers-by inside with expansive waves.
"Fancy a quick drink?"
asked Fenestella, stroking his red and grey-flecked beard.
"No."
Tullus's voice was firm.
"It'll be no better than vinegar, and you know it. We'd still end up having a skinful, and that would mean losing out on a good place to stand."
Fenestella made a rueful face.
"Plus, we'd need to piss all the time."
The directions given to them by the landlord of their inn, a low-class, anonymous establishment at the base of the Aventine Hill, were good enough to get them to the Circus Maximus. From there, the man had said, it was a case of deciding where they wanted to watch the parade. On the plain of Mars, outside the city, they would get a good view of the triumphal procession as it assembled, but there was little of the atmosphere that prevailed inside the walls. The main livestock markets had good numbers of temporary stands, but they'd have to get there at the crack of dawn to have any chance of a seat. Far more seating was available at the Circus Maximus, but it was a long way from where the crowning moment of the parade would be, and was prone to rioting. The Forum Romanum, or the Capitoline Hill itself, were the preeminent locations, but the density of the crowds at the former bordered on dangerous, and only invited guests were allowed up to the latter.
"Not to say that you're not fine fellows, or that you'd be put off by the risk of crushing or cut purses," the innkeeper had been swift to add.
Both Tullus and Fenestella wanted to see the procession from the best possible spot, so they had agreed to make for the Forum Romanum, which they had been impressed by during their sightseeing the previous day. Before long, however, it was clear that the crowds, and then the officials blocking off the streets along the parade's route, would prevent them getting anywhere near their destination before Tiberius had passed by. They needed a guide. Tullus clicked his fingers at a sharp-eyed urchin who was idling on a street corner. "You, want to earn a coin?" When he was younger, Tullus had been an optimist, someone who liked to see the best in others. No longer. The shocking revelation that Arminius was a traitor, his savage ambush on Varus's legions, and the shameful treatment heaped on Tullus and his comrades since, by their own kind, had given him a jaundiced view of the world. No one could be trusted, until they had proved themselves worthy. Tullus had dogged the urchin's footsteps, therefore, prepared to be attacked by lowlifes at any point during their journey. In the event, their guide did not play them false, but led them, swift and true, through a maze of alleys and back lanes, to emerge into a street that fed, he said, straight on to the eastern side of the Forum. The stupendous level of noise, cheering, fanfares of trumpets, and, from some distance away, the creak of wagon wheels and the tramp of thousands of feet, was proof that the urchin had delivered them to the right place, and in time. He gave them a triumphant look, and stretched out his hand. "My money!" Tullus handed over the agreed price and muttered gruff thanks, but the urchin was already gone, vanished whence he'd come. "He knows his way around," said Fenestella. "The denarius was well spent." Tullus led the way. "Let's see where the parade is before we decide where to stand." The press grew thick as they emerged onto the Forum. Used to close combat, Tullus and Fenestella eased their way through here, and used their shoulders to good effect there. Neither was above treading heavily on a foot, if needs be. Few dared to object to their passage. Those who did soon backed down when faced by Tullus's unforgiving stare. Before long, the pair had moved far enough forward to have a decent view to the left, and the entrance to the Forum, through which the front of the parade was just coming, and also to the right, along the Forum to the base of the Capitoline Hill. At the top towered the magnificent gold-roofed Temple of Jupiter, Tiberius's final destination. There were imperial officials everywhere. Ranks of them stood on both sides of the Forum, as they had elsewhere, holding back the crowd with their staffs of office. Now and again, urchins, similar to Tullus's and Fenestella's guides, slipped between them and capered about in the street, chanting, "Tiberius! Tiberius!" Laughter broke out among the spectators as the officials tried to catch the raggedly dressed interlopers. The urchins were rounded up in the end, and the sharp cracks they received from staffs ensured their good behaviour thereafter. The procession drew nearer, drawing the crowd's attention, and that of Tullus and Fenestella. Amid the cheering and shouts, comments and screams of excitement filled the air. "All my life I've wanted to see a triumph. You're blocking my view." "Shift then, you mouthy bastard. I was standing here well before you. What's that in the first cart?" "Weapons and armour." "Where's the gold and silver? That's what I want to see. And the captives, where are they?" "Tiberius! Show us Tiberius!" Tullus was surprised and yet unsurprised by his own rising excitement. After a lifetime in the army, it would have been the crowning glory of his career to march in such a celebration. It wasn't inconceivable that he and Fenestella could have participated. For a brief period they had been commanded by Germanicus, Augustus's step-grandson, during the war in Illyricum. Tullus's old bitterness at his situation soon welled up. Demoted, serving in another legion, his chances of parading in a triumph were non-existent. How far he had fallen since the battle in Germania 3 years before. He quelled his self-pity with ruthless determination. Forget what happened, he ordered himself. Enjoy the spectacle. For hundreds of years, triumphs had been the staple display to the Roman people by generals returning from war, but they had fallen out of favour during Augustus's rule. A full triumph had not been held for more than 3 decades, so even if Tullus had visited Rome before, he wouldn't have seen one. The reason, as everyone knew, was that the only star allowed to shine in the capital was the emperor's. It was no coincidence that when Augustus had at last allowed a triumph to take place, that it should be in honour of his heir, Tiberius. Not that Tullus had any quarrel with Augustus's choice of successor. He had served under Tiberius in Germania almost a decade before, and the man had been a solid leader who looked after his soldiers. You can't ask for more than that, reflected Tullus, thinking darkly of Augustus and the merciless order that banned him and Fenestella from ever entering Italy. Loud metallic clattering announced the arrival of dozens of ox-drawn wagons. containing the weapons and armour of the Illyrian tribesmen vanquished by Tiberius. There were spears, axes, swords, and knives by the thousand, and more hexagonal shields and helmets than could be counted. There was huge cheering at first, but it soon died down. One wagon-load of arms looked much the same as the next. The applause revived with the next set of displays, carts with freestanding maps of the areas conquered by Tiberius, and three-dimensional reconstructions of the tribal hill forts he had taken, and paintings of the most dramatic scenes of the campaign. Unsurprisingly, the vehicles full of silver coins and jewellery proved to be the most popular. The lines of sacrificial animals, cattle, sheep, and pigs, being led by priests, were also well received. Benedictions rained down in them, asking the gods to bless Tiberius. Tullus was amused by the quieter comments from the wittier spectators about which cuts of meat they would like after the animals had been killed. The crowd's excitement reached fever pitch as the first prisoners came into sight. Rotten vegetables, broken pieces of roof tile and pottery, even lumps of half-dried dog shit were produced from the folds of tunics. A barrage of the hoarded missiles began as soon as the captives came close. Tullus was disgusted. "They're men, not animals," he said to Fenestella. "Brave, too." "How could I forget?" Fenestella pulled down the neck of his tunic, exposing a red welt that ran across the base of his neck. "Gods, I remember that day. A spear, wasn't it?" "Aye." Fenestella threw a sour look at the warriors in the nearest wagons. Despite the bombardment of objects, they remained proud-faced, straight-backed, even contemptuous. "It's good enough for the Horsens, I say." The crowd's enthusiasm for abusing the tribesmen came to an end as carts loaded with women and crying children trundled by. People averted their eyes, asked for lenient treatment, and muttered prayers. Tullus felt an overweening contempt for the citizens around him. "These people are prisoners, thanks to a war that was waged in your name," he thought. "Face up to it." He forgot his concerns as the highest-ranking captives came past, among them Bato of the Decidiates, one of the leaders of the 3-year rebellion. Broad-shouldered, tall, clad in full battle array, Bato received the crowd's acclaim by shaking his raised fists so that the chains linking them rang. "Is he to be executed?" Tullus asked of the man beside him, a well-to-do-looking merchant. "Tiberius has decreed that he should live, because he allowed our troops to escape at Andretium, and he surrendered with honour." Tullus hid his surprise. "He's a generous man, Tiberius." "The gods bless him and keep him safe. He has ruled that Bato is to live at Ravenna, with every comfort under the sun." "Do you hear that?" Tullus muttered to Fenestella when the merchant had looked away. "A fucking barbarian gets better treatment than us." "Nothing surprises me any more," said Fenestella with a grimace. Despite the revelation, Tullus cheered with plenty of vigour as Tiberius appeared in a chariot drawn by 4 magnificent white stallions. His reaction was mirrored by everyone around him. The air resounded to the noise of cheers, screams, and trumpets. Resplendent in the purple tunic and toga of a triumphant general, and with a crimson-painted face, Tiberius was holding a sceptre in one hand and a laurel branch in the other. Fleshy-chinned and long-nosed, he was no beauty, but he looked regal enough on this, his day of days. Behind him stood a slave, his job to hold a laurel wreath over Tiberius's head for the length of the procession. "Tiberius! Tiberius! Tiberius!" chanted the crowd. The chance of Tiberius recognizing Tullus and placing him in context was infinitesimal. They had been introduced once, but Tullus still dropped his gaze as the Emperor's heir came alongside his position. He hadn't expected Tiberius's nephew, Germanicus, whom he had also met, to be riding right behind the chariot. Tall, big-framed, and even-featured, Germanicus had a strong chin and thick brown hair. He was a striking man under normal circumstances, and in his dazzling gilded armour he seemed close to a god. As Tullus looked up, he found himself staring straight at Germanicus, who blinked and frowned. A heartbeat later he mouthed, "I know you." Tullus froze on the spot, like a new recruit shouted at by his centurion. To his horror, it was now that one of the occasional delays to the procession happened. Instead of riding on, Germanicus remained right where he was. Tullus wanted to duck down, to turn and run, but his strength failed him. Fenestella had also noticed Germanicus. Averting his face, he pulled at Tullus's arm.
"Let's get out of here."
The physical touch brought Tullus to his senses. Even as it did, Germanicus called out, "You, Centurion!" Several thoughts flashed through Tullus's mind. The summons was for him, he was sure of it. He could pretend not to hear, look elsewhere, and hope that the procession began to move before Germanicus had time to order him seized. He could flee, like a rat surprised by the opening of a sewer cover, and be pursued, or he could stand like a man and acknowledge Germanicus. Ignoring Fenestella's hiss of dismay, he squared his shoulders and met Germanicus's stern gaze. "Do you mean me, sir?" "I do. You serve on the Renus, do you not?" "You have a fine memory, sir," answered Tullus, wishing that the ground would open up and swallow him. If Germanicus recalled what they had talked about, Arminius's ambush and the annihilation of Varus's army, he was a dead man. Breaking the imperial ban was a capital offence.
"Let's go,"
urged Fenestella in a whisper. "We met there last year," said Germanicus. "Yes, sir. I am honoured that you recall it." From the corner of his eye, Tullus saw Tiberius's chariot start moving.
"Let me be," he prayed. "I'm no one."
"Attend me once the sacrifices have been made. The front of the Curia."
"Of course, sir."
Any thought that he might have a chance to escape before the appointed time vanished from Tullus's mind as Germanicus jerked his head, and 2 Praetorian guardsmen pushed their way through the crowd towards him.
"Shit," he thought. "He does know that I'm not supposed to be in Italy or Rome."
"Go," he ordered Fenestella. "He hasn't seen you."
"I'm not running from those peacocks,"
retorted Fenestella, eyeing the Praetorians' burnished armour and helmets.
"Fenestella."
Fenestella stuck out his jaw.
"I belong with you, sir."
"I'm a fool," thought Tullus. "A proud, stupid fool. So is Fenestella. We survived everything Arminius and his mongrel followers could throw at us, only to be caught out by one of our own." He could almost hear their death sentences being read aloud. The wait outside the Curia, perhaps 2 hours, felt like an eternity to Tullus. The removal of the prisoners who were to be executed at the base of the Capitoline, the ascent of Tiberius to Jupiter's temple, the shouts from the crowd watching the ceremony there, and the distribution of bread and wine to the crowd passed by him in a daze. Even the arrival of the soldiers who'd marched behind Tiberius, the part of the procession that he'd most wanted to see, could not lift his mood. Miserable, blaming himself for Fenestella's fate, he strode about the Curia, watched by the stony-faced Praetorians. At one stage he began to consider killing their guards so that they could escape. It was fortunate that he confided in Fenestella, who was swift to disabuse him of the notion.
"You're not thinking straight. Even if we managed it, which is unlikely given our lack of weapons, we'd have the city's entire garrison after us. I wouldn't give much for our chances after that. Sit tight and pray. That's our best hope."
Fenestella had never been much for praying, which said a lot about what he thought Germanicus would do to them. At a loss, Tullus did as Fenestella advised, and kept his peace. He felt like a murderer waiting for his capital sentence to be passed. Germanicus's arrival, swift and silent, caught him off guard. He had just 1 cavalryman as escort, but his magnificent armour left no doubt as to his station. Close up, the commanding presence granted by his height and charisma was even more palpable. Tullus leapt to attention, his back as stiff, his shoulders as far back as he could manage.
"Sir! Sir!"
Fenestella was like his mirror image. "Name?" demanded Germanicus. "Centurion Lucius Cominius Tullus, sir, serving in the 7th cohort of the 5th Legion." "Who's this?" Eyeing Fenestella, Germanicus slid from his horse's back with an easy grace. His escort took the mount's reins and led it to a nearby water trough. "My Optio, sir. Fenestella's his name." Germanicus gave Fenestella another casual look. "He's an ugly horseman."
"I can call him that, but not you," thought Tullus resentfully.
"He is, sir, but he's loyal and brave. I haven't met a better soldier." "High praise from an officer with, how many years' service?" 30, sir." "And all of it wasted because of today," thought Tullus. One of Germanicus's eyebrows rose. "Why haven't you taken your discharge?" "You know how it is, sir. The army's my life." Germanicus's easy tone was giving Tullus hope. It was possible that he didn't remember the details of their conversation, that he'd forgotten Tullus had been at the battle where Varus had lost his legions. Indeed. Germanicus paced up and down without speaking. Tullus's unease resurged. It was my understanding that soldiers who'd served in the 17th, 18th, or 19th legions were banned from entering Italy. This was said in a low tone, but a chasm had opened before Tullus. Even though he'd said the 5th was his legion, Germanicus knew. Yes, they are, sir. Yet here you both stand. Germanicus's voice had gone ice-cold. He towered over Tullus. Yes, sir. Hard as it was, Tullus kept his gaze fixed on Germanicus's face. Your lives are forfeit. Aye, sir, grated Tullus. Why are you in Rome? We wanted to see the capital, sir, but we wanted to witness Tiberius's triumph even more. Both of us served in Illyricum, sir. It was only for a year, but we were there. The glory of this triumph would wipe away the shame of what happened in Germania. Something like that, sir, muttered Tullus, who had not fully realized before that this had been part of his reasoning. Tell me again how the ambush went for you and your men. The memories that Tullus had relived not long before were still fresh in his mind. His grief for the soldiers he'd lost, buried as best he could since the disaster, was yet bleeding raw. As for the shame he felt over the loss of his legion's eagle, well, that cut like a knife. And now he would have to vocalize it all. There was little alternative other than to obey, though. Germanicus was one of the most powerful men in the empire. And so Tullus laid out the suspicions he'd had about Arminius, first fueled by a conversation that his servant Degmar had overheard. It was a grim litany. Varus's refusal to listen to him, twice. Arminius's lie about the Angrivarii tribe rising against Rome, Varus's decision to act against them, ordering the army off the road to Vetera and onto a narrow forest path. The initial attack, and the unrelenting horror that had unfolded over the subsequent days. Tullus described the tribesmen's frequent, stinging assaults, the growing number of Roman casualties, the enemy's terrifying renditions of the Baratus, the constant rain, the ever-present mud, the way the legionaries' morale had been chipped away bit by bit, the loss of first one eagle and then a second, that of the 18th, Tullus's old legion, the realization that there might be no escape for anyone. At this point, Tullus's throat closed with emotion. With an effort, he continued, relating how he had somehow dragged 15 soldiers out the bloody quagmire that had been the end of the battle. With Degmar's help, they had made it to the safety of Aliso, a Roman fort. Together with its garrison, they had been pursued to Vetera, their legion's base, but had reached it at last. When Tullus was done, he let out a ragged breath. Those days, the worst of his entire life, were etched into his memory like a deep-carved eulogy on a nobleman's tomb. Germanicus had not said a single word throughout. At length he asked, "How many men survived?" Tullus scratched his head. "Somewhat less than 200, I think, sir. That's not including those taken prisoner by the Germans." Germanicus glanced at Fenestella, whose expression had remained grim during the whole account. "Well, did it happen as your centurion says?" "Aye, sir, except it were worse," said Fenestella, bobbing his head. "Far worse." Another silence fell, one neither Tullus nor Fenestella dared break. Tullus threw a sidelong, grateful look at Fenestella, and wished again that his Optio had obeyed his order to vanish. Deep down, though, he was glad to have Fenestella there. His Optio was the truest of friends, who would stand by him no matter what. Facing the executioners would be their final battle. But his interrogation wasn't over yet. "If I recall, you were a senior centurion," demanded Germanicus. "Yes, sir. Second cohort of the 18th. "That's not your rank now." "No, sir. I was demoted after the ambush." Tullus didn't mention Tubero, who had orchestrated his reduction in rank. There was no point. To his relief, Germanicus made no further comment. How many Falarii have you won? Mention of his awards for valour always made Tullus a little uncomfortable. 9, 10, sir, something like that.
It's 11, sir, chipped in Fenestella, and he deserved every one of them.
Thank you, Optio, said Germanicus wryly. Fenestella coloured and turned his head. Germanicus then studied Tullus's face for so long that he began to flush, and had to look away.
Pronounce my sentence and have done, Tullus wanted to say.
It seems to me— Germanicus paused. Tullus's heart thudded. He kept his eyes fixed on the ground. It seems to me that you did what few others could have done. Confused, Tullus lifted his gaze to meet that of Germanicus.
Sir? He asked.
I like to take men as I find them, Centurion, and you seem to be a simple man, a brave one, too, and a fine officer. I believe your story. To execute you would be a waste of a life. It would deprive the Empire of a fine son.
I—
said Tullus, and words failed him. Germanicus chuckled. You will not be executed or punished for flouting the ban, Centurion, nor will your Optio here. If I had been in your place, I might also have come to Rome to see a grand spectacle such as Tiberius's triumph, the first of its kind in 30 years.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Tullus tripped over the words. My clemency is not altogether altruistic. The Emperor, may the gods bless him, is soon to appoint me as governor of the province of Tres Galliae and Germania. I will have need of good soldiers, solid officers like you. As Tullus struggled to contain his surprise and delight, Germanicus continued, The humiliations heaped upon us by Arminius have not been forgotten. No, indeed. I mean to lead my legions over the river to retake all that was lost. I refer not just to territory and riches, but to the 3 eagles. Will you aid me in this? Will you see that Rome has its vengeance?
It would be my honour, sir.
Tullus could hear Fenestella growling in agreement. Good! Germanicus clapped him on the shoulder. I will seek you out on my arrival at the frontier. Best return to your duties with the 5th before too long, eh?
Of course, sir.
Tullus watched with astonishment as Germanicus called for his horse and rode away. The 2 praetorians followed. Tullus's knees were shaking. He sat down on a shop doorstep while Fenestella all but danced before him.
Who'd have expected that, eh?
Aye, said Tullus, wondering how one moment an ignominious death could beckon, and the next he could be praised by the Emperor's step-grandson, and then handed an opportunity to retrieve his honour. Truly the gods were smiling on him this day. Tullus had a good feeling that they would continue to do so during his quest for vengeance, and his hunt for his old legion's eagle. Part 1. Late summer, AD 14, near the town of Ara Ubiorum, the German frontier. Chapter 1. It was late summer on the German frontier, and 4 of the local legions, the 1st, the 5th, the 20th, and the 21st, were gathered in a vast temporary camp near the town of Ara Ubiorum. After an afternoon spent with his men on the wind-swept parade ground outside the encampment, Tullus made his way to the Net and Trident, his favourite drinking hole in the village of tents that had sprung up nearby. Training manoeuvres and planning for the year ahead had brought half of the province's legions to the same place, not far from the border town of Ara Ubiorum. As was usual, a host of followers-on, tradesmen of every kind, innkeepers, food-sellers, whores, soothsayers, and more, had descended soon after, keen for the business offered by upwards of 16,000 legionaries. Tullus's preferred spot in the Net and Trident had been taken when he'd arrived, dry-throated and tired. Without making a fuss, the table at the back wasn't his property, he had taken a seat close by. He liked the inn because its tent was small, hard to find, and close to a good brothel. Its landlord was a retired soldier, an ex-optio. He took no nonsense from drunk customers, yet retained a wicked sense of humour. The wine was of decent quality, and the food wasn't bad either. Prices for both were higher than what was comfortable for ordinary soldiers, so most of its customers were officers. After a lifetime in the legions, that suited Tullus down to the ground.
He loved his men, even the reprobates, in the century he'd commanded for the last 5 years, but when his duties were done, he liked to be able to relax, to say things that he couldn't if ordinary legionaries were about. Without company at first, he fell to brooding. Things weren't the same as they had been before, in the 18th. How could they be? Tullus had served in it for a decade and a half, had become commander of the 2nd cohort, one of the most senior centurions of the entire legion. Cursed, he'd known every centurion and most junior officers in the 18th by name. I was a respected man, he thought, and now I'm just a rank-and-file centurion in the 7th cohort of a legion I barely know. The fucking 7th. The majority of the legion's centurions were men 10 years younger than he, or more. It was especially galling that these, almost youths, were also of superior rank. A good number of these centurions were courteous enough to Tullus, but there was a group of about a dozen who had taken against him from the start. He had come to recognize all too well their superior looks and snide comments. It went against the grain, but he tended to avoid confrontation with them where possible. There were only so many fights left in him, and Tullus wanted to keep them for those upon whom he wanted revenge, the real enemy, Arminius and the German tribes. The future appeared promising in that regard. Germanicus was governor now, as he'd promised. His need to supervise a new census throughout the vast province meant that there had been no campaign into Germania this year, but in the spring things would change. According to the camp gossip Tullus had heard, the force to cross the Rhenus would be large, up to 8 legions, and there would be little quarter offered to the Empire's foes. Tullus drained his beaker in one swallow, taking comfort from the warm glow as the wine ran down to his stomach. The jug he'd bought was empty too, so he looked about for a waitress. First to pass him was a skinny woman with awful teeth whose name he could never recall. "More wine," said Tullus. "Yes, sir." She took the vessel without even slowing. Best take it easy, Tullus decided as she vanished in the direction of the bar. It could be a long night. "Water it down! 4 parts to 1!" he called out. She turned, raised an eyebrow, but returned with a jug of dilute wine. Time passed. Several centurions and optiones from the 6th cohort came in and invited Tullus to their table. After an hour of pleasant conversation, his decision to moderate his intake of wine had been forgotten. He'd had at least another jug, and was thinking that it was time to order another. Fenistella's arrival was most opportune, therefore. "My round," he insisted. Tullus raised his hands. "Be my guest." Fenestella came back with 3 jugs. "The place is getting crowded," he explained. "It saves having to queue up." He slid one down the table towards the other officers and parked the others between him and Tullus. They toasted one another and drank. "May Germanicus lead us to victory, and to recovering the lost eagles," said Tullus, and clinked his cup off Fenestella's again. "May we also kill or take Arminius." "Aye, to the spring campaign." They drank again. "Happy with the men?" asked Tullus. He'd left Fenestella to march his soldiers back to the camp, and to oversee their last duties of the day. "I am. They were complaining about the length of training, and how they wanted hot baths, not cold river water to clean up in, the usual stuff. The conscripts were whinging the most." "Nothing changes," said Tullus with a chuckle. "Piso volunteered for sentry duty again. Thank the gods that we managed to keep him with us, and Vitellius." The two were a little like him and Fenestella, thought Tullus, complete physical opposites. Where Piso was tall and good-humoured, Vitellius was short and acerbic. That didn't stop them being the best of friends, and excellent soldiers. "They're both good men, that's certain." After the ambush, Tullus would have liked to have held on to every legionary from his original unit, but that wasn't the way the army worked. If it hadn't been for Caedicius, the former camp prefect of Aliso, now a good friend, Tullus would have retained none of his original command, not even Fenestella. Tullus pushed away the thought. He did have Fenestella, and Piso, and Vitellius. That counted more than his demotion. The rest of his soldiers weren't a bad bunch, even if some of them, in particular the conscripts, weren't well suited to military life. The conscripts had been forced into the army during the widespread panic in the months after Arminius's ambush, when the emperor's initial request for volunteers to join the army had met with a poor response.
Augustus's forcible draft had resulted in thousands of unwilling citizens joining the Rhenus legions. Every unit had a certain number of them, and some more than others. Tullus was grateful that his century had only 25 or so. His bladder twinged. "I'll be back," he said to Fenestella. "Keep my seat." Upon his return, Tullus was irritated by the sight, 2 tables over from his, of 4 centurions from the 2nd cohort and a couple from the 1st, along with an assortment of junior officers from their units. It wasn't correct to call them his enemies. Relations between them weren't that bad. Adversaries, perhaps, Tullus decided. He sat down opposite Fenestella, who had his back to them. "Have you seen—" he began. "Aye," replied Fenestella, scowling. "The cocksuckers didn't notice me, though. Nor me." That was the best way, thought Tullus, keeping his head down. He and Fenestella couldn't fight 10 men, never mind the fact that such behaviour was considered unacceptable for centurions. He had no desire to end his career in a lower-ranking cohort, or even in the ranks. "Listen to what they're saying." Tullus pricked his ears. As was natural, there was a lot of background noise, loud conversations, singing, an occasional shout, and bursts of laughter. It was fortunate that the 2 junior officers between their table and that of the group of centurions were talking in whispers. Like as not, they're gossiping about which whorehouse to visit, thought Tullus. The centurions appeared to be discussing the next year's campaign. "It'll be good to get out of camp and teach the German savages a lesson. They've been let away with it for too long," declared Flavolius Cordus, a podgy-faced man with deep-set eyes. He was the senior centurion in the 2nd cohort, which had been Tullus's position in the 18th. That rankled enough, not least because Cordus was a good officer and popular in the legion. He was also fond of reminding Tullus that, in his mind at least, it hadn't been right to allow some of Varus's disgraced soldiers into the Alaudae. "We'll make a better fist of it than Varus," said Castrictius Victor, ranking centurion of the 3rd cohort and Cordus's main henchman. Built like an ox, with the temperament of a wild bull, he was feared in equal measure by his soldiers and junior officers. He was also an arrogant, loud-mouthed boor. In Tullus's opinion, his physical size and bravery had to be the reason he'd been promoted to the centurionate. "Not that that would be hard," Victor added with a snort. There was a rumble of agreement, especially from the junior officers at the table, Optiones, Signiferi, and Tesserarii. "I'd like to see the tribes try to surprise us," said Cordus. "The 17th, 18th, and 19th must have been sleepwalking to have been ambushed the way they were." Their comments revealed how little understanding men had of the massacre in the forest. Tullus battened down his fury. Making a scene would get him nowhere. "As if the same wouldn't have happened to them," he muttered. "I know," said Fenestella, glowering. Tullus continued to eavesdrop on his adversary's conversation. Before long the topic had changed to the recent unrest among the legionaries. Some of the officers present felt that there was real cause for concern, but they were shouted down by Cordus and Victor. Tullus had heard officers talking about it before, but wasn't aware of such feelings among his own men. "You heard anything?" he asked Fenestella. Fenestella's expression grew cagey. A little alarmed, Tullus thumped a hand on the table. "Speak! Calm down!" Those words would have made Tullus punch most men in the face. He had been through too much with Fenestella, however. "Tell me," he demanded. "There have been meetings. Some of our men have attended. I haven't," Fenestella added. "What kind of meetings?" "From what I understand, they're about demanding a rise in pay, and, for the older soldiers, how to be granted their discharge. The vast majority of those present are ordinary legionaries, a lot of conscripts, as you'd imagine. The word is that men from the 21st Rapax are involved too, but it may just be gossip." "Why in Hades haven't you told me about this before?" "The meetings mean nothing. They're like the hot air rising off a pile of shit on a winter's morning, smelly, but with no substance. I'll be the judge of that." "How many of our men are we talking about?" "A few of the conscripts," admitted Fenestella. 6, maybe 10. "By all the gods, Fenestella," hissed Tullus. Fenestella made an unhappy gesture. "Maybe I should have mentioned it before." "You should have, curse you. I want to hear every snippet of information from now on. Clear?"
This from the man who didn't tell me of his suspicions about Arminius until the night before we set out for Vetra, grumbled Fenestella. He raised a hand when Tullus let out another oath. All right. I'll tell you everything I hear. Good, said Tullus, taking a drink and wondering if he was losing his touch. 5 years earlier, something like this would not have escaped his notice. Like as not, he decided, it was because he now tended to avoid the company of his soldiers. His reasoning was simple. The conscripts were a pain in the arse, and his other duties, paperwork, meetings with quartermasters and so on, took up every hour of the day. Deep down, though, Tullus knew it was for another reason. He was wary of becoming attached to the men under his command, plain and simple. The deaths in ambush of almost his entire cohort, and indeed his legion, had sliced a gaping wound in his soul, an injury that was slow to heal. Any time it showed signs of improvement, he only had to think of his butchered soldiers, or the lost eagle, for it to return to its original, agonizing state. Tullus's fists clenched around his wine-cup. I will avenge my men and my legion one day, he swore to himself. All will be well when Arminius is dead, his warriors beaten, and the 18th's eagle recovered. Germanicus will lead us to victory, I know it. Well, if it isn't Tullus, the hero of Saltus Teutoburgiensis. A red mist descended over Tullus. He looked up to find Cordus standing over him, a sneer twisting his chubby face. I'm no hero, said Tullus, wanting nothing more than to smash Cordus's teeth down the back of his throat. I was being sarcastic, Cordus called out to his companions. Tullus is here! The centurion who managed to save 10 soldiers out of an entire cohort. Fenestella reached out a hand to stop Tullus launching himself to his feet, but it was too late. It was 15, said Tullus, pushing his face so close to Cordus's that the man took an involuntary step away. 15. Cordus's complexion went puce. Move back, Tullus. You forget that I'm your superior. Forgive me, sir. Tullus obeyed, his tone as insolent as he could make it. You impertinent dog! Tullus leaned in and placed his lips against Cordus's ear. You love to taunt me, but I'd wager a year's pay that you wouldn't have made it through the forest. You'd have shit yourself and run off into the bog, like I saw so many do, or committed suicide because you couldn't face death in battle. How dare you! Hissed Cordus, furious. Tullus glanced around the room. All eyes were on them. Good, he thought. I look forward to your leadership, sir, during the campaign next year, like every officer in the Legion. He saw heads nodding and a few cups being raised. Apart from Fenestella, Victor and the rest at his table, the others present had no idea of the animosity between him and Cordus. Tullus lifted his own beaker. To our general, Germanicus, and to victory over the savages! With a great roar of approval, most of the customers were on their feet, shouting, Germanicus! Germanicus! With poor grace, Cordus added his voice to the clamour. He gave Tullus a venomous look as he headed for the latrine, but Tullus didn't care. That round went to me, I think, he muttered, retaking his seat. When Tullus revealed what he'd said, Fenestella let out a chuckle. He won't forgive you that one too quickly. Maybe he won't, replied Tullus, still angry enough not to care, but I won't take an insult like that lying down. Escaping that forest with you and the rest was the hardest thing I've done. It's also what I'm proudest of, even if I should have saved more men. Fenestella gripped his arm. No one could have done more than you did. You hear me, Tullus? No one. Every single man who was with us would say the same. Fenestella's words could not convince Tullus that he had not failed, but he nodded. As if sensing his anguish, Fenestella filled Tullus's cup to the brim and pushed it across the table. To fallen comrades, may we see them again one day. One day. Chest tight with grief. Tullus drank. A horse galloped past the front of the tent with a thunder of hooves, moving in the direction of the road north. The rider's urgency was an unusual enough occurrence for heads to turn and questions to be asked. An optio near the door flap went and poked his head outside. Looks like an official messenger, he announced. The clamour in the tent soon returned to its previous volume.
although men were now debating the messenger's reasons for travelling with such speed. Later, Tullus would decide that no one could have predicted the calamitous news that he bore. Not long after the rider had gone by, shouts and cries on the avenue outside became audible. This time, a centurion went to see what was going on. Not everyone spotted him come back 20 heartbeats later, but Tullus did. The man's face was as white as a senator's new toga. Tullus shushed Fenestella and jerked his head at the centurion, who took a deep breath and said, "Augustus is dead." Tullus felt a sudden lightheadedness. Fenestella's expression was so shocked it verged on the comical. Few others had heard, however.
"Augustus is dead!" bellowed the centurion. "The Emperor, God's rest his soul, has died!"
All conversation stopped. More than one cup of wine was dropped to the floor. The musician playing a double flute came to a stuttering, discordant halt.
"How can you know this?"
called Tullus. His protest was echoed by a dozen voices.
"The news has just come in from Rome, they say," replied the centurion. "Messengers have ridden from the capital night and day since it happened, sent to every part of the empire."
Pandemonium broke out, replicating the disturbances already happening outside the tent. Officers collapsed into their seats and placed their heads in their hands. Some wept openly. Others had begun to pray. More still were downing cups of wine, offering up extravagant toasts to the dead emperor.
"Fucking hell,"
said Tullus, feeling as weary as if he'd just finished a 20-mile march. Augustus had banned him from ever entering Italy, but he had been a good ruler overall.
"He was in power for 45 years. Part of me thought he'd go on forever."
"Most of us had the same idea," said Fenestella. Tullus glanced out of the tent. A group of legionaries stood just outside. No one had noticed, but the distress evident everywhere else was absent among them. Instead, the group had huddled together, with their heads almost touching. Tendrils of unease snaked up Tullus's back. Years as a centurion had given him an uncanny ability to sniff out trouble.
"They're up to something,"
he whispered to Fenestella. It was worrying that instead of telling him that he was imagining it, Fenestella replied,
"I think so too."
Tullus's enjoyment of what had been a pleasant evening vanished, like frost under a rising sun. There was trouble coming. He could feel it in his bones. For the Emperor was dead. Chapter 2. On the evening of the second day following the terrible news of Augustus's death, Legionary Marcus Piso was taking a rest in the tent he shared with 7 other men. He was tired. His centurion Tullus had seen to that with his endless marching, but he wasn't quite ready for sleep. That was what would take him, however, if he didn't soon stir from his bed. The warmth of his woolen blanket beneath him, the flickering of the oil lamps on the floor, and the quiet muttering of his comrades combined in a familiar, eyelid-closing mixture. The snores reaching Piso's ears told him that at least one of the other soldiers was asleep. A quick glance confirmed that this was correct. The 2 nearest him were lying head to head, talking in quiet tones and sharing a skin of wine. He sat up a fraction, so that he could peer at the men in the far end of the tent. Vitellius, his closest friend, had his eyes closed. 2 of the others were hunched over a latrinculi gaming board lying between them. The last soldier, another friend of Piso's, wasn't in his bed. He could be anywhere, thought Piso, the latrines, in another tent, or on the scrounge for wine or food. His best chance of recruiting other gamblers lay with Vitellius.
"Anyone for a game of dice?"
asked Piso, ever the optimist. There was no answer.
"Who wants to play dice?"
he said, louder. The snoring of the man opposite stopped. He grunted a couple of times and rolled over, presenting his back to Piso. With a sigh, he eyed the drinking pair.
"Interested?" "You know me. I've got no money," answered one. "Not a chance. You always win, maggot," said the other.
Piso studied the 2 playing latrinculi.
"Either of you fancy it?"
"The game's just starting to get interesting," came the reply. "Maybe later." His frustration building, Piso stared at Vitellius.
"Psst! Tellius! Tellius, wake up!"
Vitellius's thin face twisted, and he rubbed a hand over his eyes. He gave Piso an irritable look.
"This better be good. I was in the middle of getting down to it with that red-headed whore in Bacchus's Grove."
"You can't afford her," said Piso with a snort. Bacchus's Grove was one of the better brothels in the tent village outside the camp, and the redhead was one of the finest-looking whores in the place. Everyone in the Legion wanted to lie with her, but few had the coin.
"I can in a dream, you fool," retorted Vitellius. "You've woken me now. What do you want?" "A game of dice." Piso made a dismissive gesture. "Not with this lot. With one of the other contubernia, or in another century's tent lines." "I remember a certain night when you started playing dice," said Vitellius with a nasty chuckle. "It didn't end well."
"That was years ago," Piso shot back, remembering how he'd stripped another soldier of his money, fair and square, not long before Arminius's ambush. The loser had been so angry that he and a gang of his friends had jumped Piso, Vitellius, and another comrade soon after. If Tullus hadn't come along, they might all have been beaten to death instead of black and blue.
"It's never happened since, has it, you dog?" "I suppose not."
"You'll come, then," asserted Piso. "Imagine you might do so well that you can afford the redhead. If your winnings aren't quite enough, I'll chip in with the difference. Anything for a friend." He winked.
All right, all right."
With a grunt, Vitellius sat up. Piso eased his tall frame upright, stooping under the low roof and avoiding the Latrunculi players on his way out. Holding his breath, he delved into the ripe-smelling heap of sandals by the tent's entrance and found his pair. Once they were laced up, he checked his purse. His bone dice, made from the tailbones of a sheep and weighted just so, were in there, along with a handful of asses and smaller coins and a few sestertii. Tiberius's fleshy profile gazed up at him from a solitary silver denarius. That's plenty, thought Piso, knowing it would have to be. The dice didn't always give him sixes, throwing them was an inexact art, and the next payday wouldn't come around for 2 months.
"Ready?" "I have been since you woke me up,"
replied Vitellius dourly, joining him outside.
"Where are we going?"
"Along our tent lines first."
"Why not head straight to the 2nd century's tents?"
Vitellius lowered his voice.
"There was talk of a meeting there."
Piso gave Vitellius a warning look, and got back a shrug. Both knew as well as the next man that Augustus's sudden death had brought the long-term simmering unrest about pay and conditions bubbling up to the surface. An illegal gathering wouldn't be the best place to seek out fellow gamblers, but previous experience— Piso had stung men in every contubernium of their century for money— meant that there was little point looking close to home, and he wanted company.
"We're not hanging around if they're talking about what I suspect they'll be talking about. I don't want the 2nd centurion knocking my head off a wall, let alone Tullus when he hears what we were up to."
"We'll be careful," muttered Vitellius, jingling his own purse. Piso decided to try the men of their own unit anyway, but a barrage of abuse met him from every tent as he poked his head in and asked if anyone was feeling lucky. Ignoring Vitellius's "I-told-you-so" comments, he led the way to the 2nd century's tents, which lay a short distance from their own. There was plenty of light in the sky, and autumn's chill hadn't yet arrived to stay, so dozens of legionaries were still outside, gossiping, drinking, and repairing equipment. The scene was no different to any other night of the year, but Piso detected a certain tension in the air. Faces were sour, and men were talking in hushed tones. Suspicious looks were hurled if his eyes lingered on anyone. Perhaps it wasn't the best night to gamble, he thought, before telling himself that things would be fine. They almost always were. Piso had a gift for making men laugh, helping them to feel at ease. It made beating them at dice easier. And safer. Nonetheless, a cautious approach was warranted, and he'd refrained from drinking wine. Piso avoided the tents nearest those of the 2nd century's officers. They were doing nothing wrong, but it was good policy to avoid the scrutiny of those in charge. Some centurions and optiones made it their business to find fault wherever possible. 2 soldiers were loitering close to the first pair of tents, which appeared to be packed. Piso didn't think anything of it at first, but as they drew nearer, the men's demeanour changed, the way doormen at an inn assess the trouble-making potential of new customers. He recognized them as brothers. They were like 2 peas in a pod. Raven-haired, sleek-skinned, and with an athletic build, they were popular throughout the cohort. There was nothing welcoming about their manner tonight. "What do you want?" demanded one. Piso glanced at Vitellius, who raised his hands, palm outward.
"There's a meeting on, or so we heard. Wondered if we could listen in." "I thought there might be some dice to be played, too," offered Piso.
The twin who'd asked the question looked a little less aggressive. "Whose century are you in?"
"Tullus is our boss," replied Piso, adding for good measure, "and a bloody hard taskmaster he is, too." "Like 'em all, bastards," snarled the first twin. "Cocksuckers," added his brother. "In you go, if you can find space. Keep your lips stitched about what you hear, mind."
"Aye, aye." Muttering their thanks, Piso and Vitellius ducked down into the tent. The press within was so great that they had to wriggle and use their shoulders just to get inside. Piso estimated that there were more than a dozen men present, in a tent made for 8. A tiny space had been left in the middle of the tent for some oil lamps, which lent an orange glow to the interior. As Piso sat down, cheek by jowl with Vitellius, he spied 3 soldiers from their century. He returned their greeting nods. Someone was talking, a bony-faced, sunken-cheeked legionary whom Piso recognized, and pausing at regular intervals so that his words could be disseminated to those outside. Piso pricked up his ears, already worrying about what he'd hear.
"It can't be a coincidence, I say," declared Bonyface. "These things don't happen together unless there's a good reason. The last time I heard of standards turning to face the wrong way, against the wind, was before Drusus died, the gods rest his soul. That was a bad time, wasn't it?"
Rumbles of agreement and muttered prayers met his comment.
"Men in the first cohort were on patrol yesterday, and got hammered by a shower of hailstones that were blood-red in colour," said Bonyface. "These are frightening times." "So it is. I heard some lads from the Rapax went swimming in the Renus and saw shadowy figures among the trees on the far bank," said a soldier near the door. "They wasn't tribesmen either."
Piso didn't know if he believed such tall tales, but with so many others rubbing at their phallic amulets and asking for the gods' favour, it was hard not to feel rattled. Even Vitellius, the calmest of sorts, was frowning.
"I'm telling you, it's time to do something," said Bonyface. "Augustus was never going to give us what we deserve, what is owed to us. He was too busy penning his own biography and thinking about turning into a god."
The laughter that followed was a mixture of amused and nervous, but no one told Bonyface to stop.
"Tiberius needs to know that we soldiers can't be taken for granted. We have to be treated right, eh? We're entitled to proper pay, officers who aren't corrupt slave drivers, and discharge when our service is up. Is that too much to ask for, is it?"
"No," the legionaries muttered back at him. Grinning, Bonyface gestured with his hands.
"Easy now, brothers. Keep it down. We don't want the Centurion or any of those other bastard officers coming to investigate." "What can we do?" demanded a soldier with lank grey hair. "I've been reminding my Centurion for 5 years that my time is up. Because the records have been lost, I can't prove it, so he laughs in my face." "I was conscripted after the Saltus Teutoburgiensis," said another. "I shouldn't have to serve another day over the time I was signed up to, but oddly my documents can't be found either. If my Centurion has his way, I'll be in uniform until I'm 50.
A wave of outrage and similar accusations rendered it impossible to be heard for some time. Bonyface watched and listened with evident satisfaction, and waited until it had died down.
"I will tell you what we'll do,"
he said, lowering his voice to a confidential whisper. Piso studied the faces around him. They were alive with anticipation. Bonyface was a natural orator, which made him a dangerous man.
"If we're to succeed, we will need not just every soldier in the 5th, but those of the other legions too. Me and my comrades, we've been testing the water, so to speak, and the time is ripe. It's hard to find a happy man in the whole cursed camp. Each of you will know someone in another legion. Go and talk to them, as you have been already. Tell them that we all stand together on this."
Heads nodded. Men smiled. They liked the sound of this. Piso felt sick.
"Supposing the other legions do join us, what then?" asked the lank-haired legionary. "The officers will only give us one answer, and it won't be pleasant."
Fear blossomed in many eyes, but before it could spread like the disease it was, Bonyface had begun to speak.
"This for the officers," he hissed, miming a punch, and another, "and this."
Now he rose, hunchbacked, and stamped on the ground with his hobnailed sandal.
"If they still won't listen, we'll give them this."
To Piso's complete surprise, Boniface simulated the stabbing action of a gladius, driving his arm back and forth a number of times. A low animal roar met his actions, and Boniface smiled. It wasn't a pleasant expression.
"Choose who you talk to with care," he warned. "If the officers get wind of it, you'll be whipped within a cunt hair of your life, and that's if you're lucky. It's important to spread the word fast, though. Something like this can't remain secret for long. Someone will blab, and our chance will be gone."
His eyes roved from face to face.
"Are you with me?"
"Aye," answered every voice. Piso joined in as well. To avoid arousing suspicion, he noted Vitellius doing the same.
"On your way, then," ordered Boniface. "There's no time like the present. Meet me back here tomorrow night at the same hour. God's willing, we'll soon have 4 legions to call on."
Piso's appetite for playing dice was gone, and Vitellius made no objection when he suggested returning to their tent. They filed out with the rest, taking care to avoid Boniface's gaze and those of the twins, who were still lingering by the door. The moment Piso judged it safe to speak without being overheard, he muttered,
"You think they're serious?" "They sounded it to me. I know our pay isn't as good as it should be, that's the way of things, but mutiny? It's fucking crazy." "Centurions like Tullus are rare creatures," said Vitellius. "He's 1 in 10,000, Piso. Many are decent enough types, but there are plenty of rotten apples in the barrel. You know the types, like Septimius, the cohort commander, and the prick they call Bring Me Another."
The centurion, with a habit of breaking vine sticks over his men's backs and calling for replacements, was renowned throughout the camp. Piso gave thanks that the man wasn't his centurion.
"Lucilius, isn't that his name?" "Aye. It's no surprise that men want to hammer 7 shades of Hades out of Horsens like him, or to do even worse." "It's one thing to talk like that, though, and another to do it," said Piso.
Vitellius slapped him on the back.
"You're a good man, Piso. Too good in some ways. If I'd a centurion like Bring Me Another, I'd slip a blade between his ribs, given half a chance."
Realizing that Vitellius wasn't joking was almost as shocking as hearing Boniface's proposal of all-out mutiny.
"Do you want to be part of this?" Piso whispered. "That's not what I'm saying," replied Vitellius. "But if Tullus weren't my centurion, I probably would, yes." "You aren't happy with the idea, I take it?" "No chance. Tullus saved us in the forest. If it hadn't been for him—" "Easy," said Vitellius. "I was there too, remember?" "Aye."
Piso blinked away images of his friends and comrades, so many of them dying.
"I would never raise a hand to Tullus, never. Doesn't mean that a lot of officers don't need a good seeing to. But to murder them, it can't end well, I know."
Vitellius sucked in his lip, thinking, before adding,
"Either way, Tullus needs to know."
The tension pinching Piso's shoulders eased. He'd wanted to go to Tullus at once, but their last few moments of conversation had begun to make him doubt whether he could trust Vitellius. He could, which was an enormous relief, and not just because they were old friends. What faced them next, revealing Boniface's plan to Tullus, was even more terrifying. Chapter 3. After spending a day and a night in the oak-bound sacred grove close to his settlement, Arminius was walking back to his longhouse. Dawn had broken a short while before. It was cool and crisp and a little damp, one of those mornings when the smell in a man's nostrils tells him that autumn is just around the corner. In the blue sky arcing over the woods, a handful of swifts still soared and dived, their melancholic cries a harbinger of their imminent departure. Arminius was bone-weary from lack of sleep. The copious quantity of barley beer he'd drunk during the night had given him a thumping headache. Worse still, the thunder-god Donar had given no sign of approval throughout his vigil, no sign of anything, if truth be told. Arminius tried to shrug off his disappointment. Why should a divine signal be given to him? Such a thing couldn't be manufactured, and it wasn't as if he was a devout follower of the deities. Compared to those, and there were many, who believed every thunderclap and winter storm to be sent by the gods, he was somewhat of a skeptic. Despite his cynicism, Arminius could not forget the brutal ceremony he'd witnessed in the same grove as a boy, nor the wild weather that had so aided his warriors during the ambush 5 years before. His plans then had been meticulous, the Romans outnumbered, and his allies thirsty for Roman blood. Success had seemed probable, yet even the elements had come to their aid to ensure it. The manner in which he had found the last Roman eagle had also been uncanny. His horse had been panicked by a corpse-feeding raven, and had thrown Arminius, landing him arse first in the bloody mire. Soon after, he'd discovered the golden eagle wrapped in the folds of a dead Roman's cloak, with the raven's disdainful croaks filling his ears, denoting its amusement at unhorsing him perhaps, or even a message from Donar. Arminius had really felt as if the thunder god thought well of his actions. 5 long years had passed without a similar sign. The Romans had not traversed the river they called the Rhenus much during that time, but that would change. Arminius had plenty of spies in the settlements outside the camps that dotted the western bank, and he'd heard the rumour on so many occasions that there had to be some truth to it. Come the spring, the tribes would have to be rallied for a second time, their chieftains persuaded to follow his lead once more. Arminius's standing among his people remained high. He could do it without a seal of divine approval, he decided, but Donar's backing would make his task far easier. "Give me a sign, Great One," he asked, "sometime soon." The settlement was visible now, straight ahead through the thick-leaved beech and hornbeam trees. High-pitched cries and laughter from playing children mixed with the lower tones of cattle being herded to new grazing. The thud of a farmer's axe splitting logs came from his left, the chatter of women working their vegetable patches from his right. He would start to meet people any moment. It was important he looked like a leader. Arminius palmed his gritty eyes, wiped the worst specks of mud from his trousers, and summoned what remained of his energy reserves. He was a large-framed man, in the prime of life, striking-looking rather than handsome, with a mane of black hair and a bushy beard of the same colour. His chin was square, his eyes grey and intense, the kind that made most men look away. Befitting his status as chieftain of the Cherusci tribe, Arminius's dark red tunic and patterned trousers had been woven from the finest wool, as had his tasselled green cloak. The long cavalry sword, a spada to the Romans, that hung from his gilt-edged baldric, was a work of art in its own right. Forged from the finest steel that money could buy, with a handle of rosewood and an ivory pommel, it was Arminius's pride and joy. Many Romans it had slain, and would do many more when the time came, he thought. Emerging from the trees, as he had so many times over the years, Arminius picked up his pace, striding along as if he'd had the best night's sleep. He was soon noticed, for the trail led only to the sacred grove. Queries rained down from warriors standing at the doors of their longhouses, or talking together in small groups. Had Donar spoken to him? Was the death of Augustus, their emperor, a sign that the Romans' gods were weakening? When were the legions going to attack? Arminius told them with a confident smile that Augustus's demise was a certain gift from their own gods, and that Rome's legions would cross the river, like as not, the following spring. "The new emperor will want to make his mark, to punish us. What better way will he have to extract vengeance for what we did to that fool Varus? But we'll teach him a good lesson, won't we? Give the legions enough of a hiding, and they won't ever come back." The warriors bellowed their approval, allowing Arminius to pass without further questioning, for which he was grateful. His weariness and hangover had shorn him of his usual eloquence. He wanted nothing more than to fall into his bed for a few hours and forget the world. If his wife, Thusnelda, happened to be near, he might even persuade her to join him for a time. There was no quicker and better way to send a man to sleep, he thought, than to empty his seed into a woman. His hopes of lying with Thusnelda rose when he heard her singing in their longhouse, which lay in the middle of the settlement. His pace quickened. Willow-slender, but with womanly curves, she had long, dark-brown hair and gods-crafted features. She had been, still was, he corrected himself, the envy of every Cheruscan warrior. Arminius had desired her from the first moment he'd clapped eyes on her, at a massive tribal gathering some years before. The fact that she was the daughter of Segestes, leader of another Cherusci faction and bitter rival to Arminius, had only made the chase sweeter. By the time that Segestes had found out about their love affair, it was too late. Thusnelda had not cared if her father approved or not. In the light of Segestes' opposition to their marriage, it wasn't surprising that he continued to rebuff Arminius's offers of alliance against the Romans. Entering the Longhouse, Arminius shrugged. If Segestes' refusal was the price for Thusnelda's hand, he had won the better deal. Winning the allegiance of another group of the Cherusci people would have been useful, but there were other tribes who would join him in fighting the invaders, whereas there was only one, Thusnelda. He found her in the cooking area, which lay at the end of the Longhouse, closest to their sleeping area. Her eyes lit up at the sight of him, which made Arminius's groin stir. "You're back," she said, stepping away from the fire and the pot of stew bubbling over it. "You look tired." "Not too tired," he replied, pulling her into an embrace. They kissed, long and hard. Arminius's hands began to roam over her dress, down to her buttocks and up again to her breasts. Thusnelda didn't pull away, and he decided his luck was in. "Come to bed. Your chores can wait." "The slaves will hear," she said, laughing and glancing towards the other end of the building. Two figures, one an old man, the other a stripling girl, were using pitchforks to heave hay from the doorway to its usual place by the animal stalls. "They'll see." "What do we care?" retorted Arminius. "They know enough not to look or to stare." "It's not dark," said Thusnelda, colouring. "I didn't hear you complain the times we've lain together in daytime, in the woods or by the river," challenged Arminius gently. "There was no one about then." "Come." He trailed his fingertips along her jawline and down the side of her neck the way he knew she loved. Her protest, more muted this time, died away before another kiss, and he edged her towards their low bed, which sat against the end wall. Arminius was just about to ease Thusnelda down onto the blanket-covered hay mattress when someone with a purposeful footstep entered the Longhouse. Arminius ignored the sound for as long as he could, but when Thusnelda placed a gentle finger on his lips, he could disregard it no more. He half-turned. Recognizing Malo, his trusted second-in-command, he swallowed his angry comment. "What is it?" "I called at the door, but there was no answer," said Malo by way of apology. At a passing glance he was unremarkable-looking, of medium build, with longish brown hair and a typical tribal beard. He was as solid as a slab of granite, however, and one of the most dangerous warriors in the tribe. The sword at his belt had ended more men's lives than Arminius's weapon. "It's all right." Arminius stepped away from Thusnelda, who brushed down her dress and returned to her pot of stew. Arminius motioned Malo closer. "You wouldn't come in without good reason." "Segestes is coming." Arminius had not expected that. "To our village?" "So it seems. A warrior from the next settlement ran all the way here, so we'd know about it before he arrived. Segestes has an honor guard with him, but no more." The shock on Thusnelda's face told Arminius that she hadn't known either. "What's the old goat playing at?" he demanded. "Who knows?" replied Malo. "Maybe he's just paying me a visit," said Thusnelda. "I am his only daughter." "But to arrive unannounced? There's more to it than that." Arminius eyed Malo. "Gather up 50 men and scout out the land between here and Segestes' position, in case he has anyone hidden in the woods. I want the rest of the warriors ready to fight." Thusnelda frowned. "Is that necessary?" "He cannot be trusted, my love. Your father or no," replied Arminius. "He was the one who tried to warn Varus, remember?" "That was only rumour," said Thusnelda with little conviction. "Maybe so, but it wouldn't have been out of character for him to do so," Arminius retorted. "Rome has few allies more loyal." Thusnelda's sigh was answer enough. While Malo headed off to see his orders carried out, Arminius opted for a wash and a change of clothes. It would not do to be abed when Segestes appeared. Old he might be, yet his mind remained sharp and devious. It was mid-morning before Segestes and his party reached the settlement. Malo's search of the surrounding area had found nothing, and Arminius had had ample time to prepare for the visitors' arrival. 6 piglets had been slaughtered, and were already turning on spits over fires tended by a gaggle of high-spirited youths. Barrels of beer were being set up on trestles in the central meeting area. The tribe's high priest, a white beard and a dark green robe, was there too, attended by his acolytes. 100 of Arminius's best warriors lounged about in their finest war gear, comparing weapons, swapping boastful stories, and wrestling. They were an overt demonstration of his power and protection against treachery rolled into one. Thusnelda was in their longhouse, clad in her finest raiment, and ready for Arminius's summons. He himself played dice with Malo at a table by the door, appearing not to have a care in the world.
"Ah, I win again," said Malo. "That's 2 silver coins you owe me."
Arminius focused on the dice. Malo had just rolled a 5 and a 4.
"I scored 10, no?" Malo snorted. "If you were anyone else, I'd call you a cheat. You got 8.
My mind's not on the game."
"That's clear. I'd best make the most of it, eh?"
Malo handed over the dice.
"Your turn to roll."
Can it be as simple as coming to see his daughter?
Surely not. Perhaps he's coming to offer you his allegiance.
The outlandish idea made them both chuckle, before Malo continued,
"The dog will have something up his sleeve. You'll see his intent before he has time to act it out, though."
"Oh, Malo, life would be a great deal harder without you," said Arminius with real feeling. "Here." He laid a pair of Roman coins on the tabletop. They and their type were the last vestiges of the Empire's influence east of the river, he thought with considerable satisfaction.
"Your winnings. I'll take them back the next time we play, and more."
"In your dreams," said Malo, grinning. They fell to talking about the tribes, which ones would answer Arminius's call to fight the Romans, and which would not. How easy would it be to win over those who lay in between? What number of spears would each tribe send, and would they follow him for the whole campaigning season? It was frustrating how few of the questions they had answers to. Despite the promises of support he'd had from other chieftains, it wasn't uncommon for loyalties to shift. Like it or not, Arminius would have to visit each of his allies before the spring. A new realization sank in as Segestes and his party hove into sight.
"Could the prick be on his way to see Immerses?"
Arminius hissed.
"Perhaps," said Malo, his brows lowering, "if he's heard the news about him."
He must have. It had been a real battle to win the leader of the third Cheruscan faction over. Immerses had not helped to ambush Varus 5 years before, but Arminius had succeeded in doing so not long before the harvest.
"Word of it will have travelled. You know how it is."
"Aye, probably." Malo studied the approaching group, who numbered about 20, warriors all, with Segestes in the middle of them.
"Mayhap you're right. Segestes won't like it that Immerses now stands with us."
"Here he is." Arminius got to his feet.
"Welcome, Segestes, defender of Rome."
Arminius's men rumbled their disapproval of Segestes' alliance. Glowering at this veiled insult, Segestes' warriors parted, allowing him to walk towards Arminius. Segestes' smile stayed in place, but anger glinted in his eyes. Less brawny, more silver-haired, and with fewer teeth than he'd had 5 years before, he still cut an imposing figure, in tunic and trousers of fine-woven wool, and wearing a sword as expensive as that of Arminius. 10 steps from Arminius he stopped. If the nod that followed was perfunctory, his return greeting spoke even louder.
"I greet you, Arminius, oath-breaker."
Arminius raised a hand to quell his men's rage. "In my mind, an oath made to a hated overlord is never binding. A pledge made between equals, that is something to honour." The implication that Segestes and others of his kind were nothing more than Rome's lapdogs was lost on no one. His warriors shifted about, poor at concealing their fury, yet aware that a single false move would seal their doom. Segestes was better at playing the game.
"Many would hold that a vow taken before the gods should be kept, irrespective of whom it is made to. My conscience is clear. I have honoured my oath to Rome these 15 years and more."
"So you have." Arminius's tone was contemptuous, and he made a dismissive gesture. "We could bandy words until the sun falls from the sky, Segestes. Unless I'm a fool, you're not here to win me over.
Nor am I callow enough to try and convert you to my cause. I bid you welcome nonetheless. As father of my wife, you are an esteemed guest. I thank you, Arminius. Segestes inclined his head a fraction more than the first time. How is my daughter? See for yourself. Arminius turned his head. Wife, come forth. As Thusnelda emerged from the longhouse, there was a general intake of breath. The sight of her filled Arminius with pride, and not a little lust. She was lustrous-haired, statuesque, and more beautiful than any woman in the tribe. Her long green dress was of modest cut, yet its figure-hugging shape left nothing to the imagination. Gold winked at her ears and wrists, and a priceless necklace of polished amber graced her throat. The smile she gave Arminius made his heart pound. Her father received a cool dip of her chin. There was respect there, just. You are welcome, father. Daughter! Segestes' eyes were bright with happiness. It is good to see you. And you, father. Thusnelda's tone was warm, but Arminius was relieved also to hear wariness in it. You will stay the night? She asked. A feast is being prepared in your honour. I am flattered. Thank you, said Segestes, unbending a little more. Our journey this morning has been short enough, but I am no longer a young man. Sleeping in unfamiliar beds takes its toll. Our home is your home, said Thusnelda, as custom dictated. It is yours for as long as you wish. You're a good daughter. We must depart tomorrow or the day after, however. Are we your last port of call? Asked Arminius, fishing. Thusnelda's smile disappeared, and Segestes' eyes narrowed. After a long moment he said, No. You will visit Ingiomeris after leaving here? I will. And your purpose? Demanded Arminius, no longer trying to sound friendly. My business with Ingiomeris is my own, replied Segestes, his tone, like that of Arminius, granite hard. You will seek to break the alliance I have made with him? Your words, not mine. Segestes' smile resembled that of a wolf. Why else would you meet with him? Can a man not call on an old friend and fellow chieftain? Don't play games with me. Despite himself, Arminius felt his temper rising. Stop it, ordered Thusnelda. I will brook no arguments. My apologies, dear wife. You will hear no more from me. Arminius put on his most winning smile, the one that persuaded men to place their trust in him. Nor me. Segestes' expression was as genial and false as Arminius's. Come, father. Thusnelda took his arm. Let us walk together. I want to hear the news from home. How is mother? Are my sisters and brothers well? It's as you thought, muttered Malo the instant the two of them were out of earshot. Aye, said Arminius. Why else would the filth want to see Ingiomeris other than to pour weasel words in his ear? There's not much to do about it either, other than kill him, said Malo. Cool as his relationship with Thusnelda is, I'd wager that to do so would see you unwelcome in her bed for a year. Or more, replied Arminius, snorting with black amusement. There is another option, just as effective, and nowhere near as like to turn her against me. What's that? Take the bastard hostage. Prevent him from seeing Ingiomeris, and from returning to his own kind, there to foment further ill will against me. You're suggesting we keep the loudmouth here for good? Malo rolled his eyes. You'll send us all mad. It won't be forever. We can release him when next year's campaigning season is over. Men's heads then will be full of our victories over the Romans. They won't listen to him. And his guards? Malo drew a sly finger across his throat. No, we must not create ill will in the minds of men such as Ingiomeris. He's our ally, but he is still a friend to Segestes. Just get the guards pissed at the feast tonight, so they can be disarmed. Once that's done, we'll explain to Segestes how it's going to be. He can keep 2 warriors as company. The rest we'll send home. Malo gave him an approving look. A fine plan. Segestes won't be feeling so clever this time tomorrow, said Arminius, smiling.
With his father-in-law out of the way, he would be able to concentrate on recruiting tribes to his cause. Come the spring, his gut told him, he would again have 20,000 spears to call on. Germanicus and his legions would not know what had hit them. Chapter 4. Tullus was walking back to his unit's position from a friend's tent, where he had consumed a decent quantity of wine and put the world to rights. A fuzzy good mood encased him. The world always seemed a better place after an evening drinking in agreeable company. Despite the warm glow in his belly, it was impossible not to notice that the legionaries outside their tents seemed quieter than usual. Of an evening, it was the norm for men to sit and stand about, bantering with one another, telling filthy jokes, and talking in loud voices. There was none of that tonight. Tullus was accustomed to men avoiding his centurion's gaze. Now he felt the weight of many stares as he passed each little group. If he turned his head, however, the soldiers were quick to look away, or to study their campfires. Tullus didn't like it one bit, but he would prove nothing by challenging everyone in his path, so he marched on, affecting not to notice the unusual and unwanted attention. The legionary's mood was linked to the disquieting calm that had enveloped the camp as the news of Augustus's passing had spread. He was sure of it. Tullus had experienced something equally disconcerting once before, during the terrible time that had followed the ambush in the forest. The low morale and sad mood then had been because of a shattering defeat, not an emperor's death, but the feeling in the air now was angrier, more dangerous. Tullus worried that it was linked to the continuing rumours of unrest among the legionaries, and prayed with the same breath that it was not. Matters weren't being helped by the inaction of Aulus Caecina Severus, the governor of Germania Inferior. Tullus couldn't work out Caecina's motive for doing nothing. In his book, decisiveness was always better than indecisiveness. Yet Caecina had delivered no impassioned speech praising Augustus's rule and looking forward to Tiberius's steady hand at the empire's helm. In fact, he had made no announcements at all. He hadn't even ordered a parade in honour of the dead emperor, which would have raised spirits and provided cause for drunken celebration. Germanicus might have done something, but he was far away in Gallia Belgica, supervising the collection of tax information. The air of foreboding was added to by the soothsayers who had appeared in the camp, attracted like wolves to a fresh carcass. Patrolling the avenues, they offered their services without challenge, and proclaimed that tumultuous times awaited everyone in the empire. Tullus had heard one startling revelation from a soothsayer in the past, but it had not altered his opinion that the vast majority of them were complete charlatans. The day before, he had personally run off the first one spotted by his sentry's lines, beating the man with his vitis, or vine-stick, until his arm grew tired. He had ordered the sentries to mete out similar treatment to any others they saw. Spotting two figures engaged in quiet conversation by his tent, Tullus wondered if another soothsayer was looking for custom. His pace quickened, and he readied his vitis. "It's the same fool I saw yesterday," he muttered to himself. "I'll tear him a new arsehole." To Tullus's surprise, it was Piso and Vitellius. "What are you up to?" he growled. "Fancy yourself some extra sentry duty?" Piso let out an uneasy laugh. "No, sir." "Clear off, then. I'm tired." Piso shuffled his feet, but he didn't move. Surprised, Tullus was about to raise his voice when Piso whispered, "Can we have a word with you, sir? In private?" The request was unusual in itself, but the pair's nervousness was also odd. "Very well." Tullus glanced left and right, and was pleased that there were no soldiers close by. "Sit." He planted himself on the three-legged stool that had replaced the one he'd lost, with so much else, during the ambush. The two men sat cross-legged in the dirt, on either side of his still glowing fire. "Speak," Tullus ordered. Piso looked at Vitellius, who nodded. Encouraged, Piso began, "I don't know how to say this, sir, other than straight out." He lowered his voice even further. "There's talk of mutiny." Mutiny? Tullus rolled his tongue around a suddenly dry mouth. 3 decades he'd been in the army without witnessing such a thing. This might explain the camp's unhappy atmosphere, he thought. "Tell me everything, from the start." He listened, grim-faced, as Piso spoke of the illegal gathering that he and Vitellius had witnessed. They had just been going to play dice, Piso repeated multiple times. In the end, Tullus told him to stop, that he knew they were both loyal. Why else would they have come to him? When Piso revealed that there had been men from his century there, Tullus held up a hand. It didn't surprise him that much. There were malcontents throughout the army, but it rankled. A lot. Give me their names. After a brief hesitation, Piso obeyed. Only 3? Demanded Tullus, thinking, there are more conscripts and pissed-off veterans than that under my command. Fenestella spoke of 6 to 10. Those were the only ones I saw, sir, on my life. Commanding Piso to finish his story, Tullus stared into the orange-red embers of his fire, wondering what to do. A deeper gloom took him after Piso related how Boniface had directed those present to recruit as many men as possible. Was it already too late to act? Tullus wondered, jabbing a stick at the burning logs until trails of sparks wandered up into the darkening sky. If it wasn't, what was the best action to take? To arrest Boniface and his cronies, as well as the 3 men seen by Piso, would be a start, he decided, and better than nothing. Unless the centurions of each cohort were blind, deaf, and dumb, they would have a fair idea of the troublemakers within their units. A lightning-quick exercise carried out by loyal troops under the cover of darkness could see the ringleaders, or most of them, incarcerated before dawn. The potential mutiny would be nipped in the bud. For that to happen, however, Tullus would need to persuade Septimius, his prick of a senior centurion, of the danger, and, after him, a tribune. If Tullus managed to get that far, he had the mountain-sized problem that was his legate Tubero to contend with. The man had been a pain in the arse since he first appeared, 5 years ago, thought Tullus. It was usual for noblemen to serve as legion tribunes from the age of 20 and upward, but Tubero's father's friendship with the emperor had seen him appointed at the tender age of 17. His subsequent rash behaviour and refusal to listen to Tullus's advice had helped to push one of the German tribes towards rebellion. The headstrong youth had escaped Arminius's ambush thanks only to a veteran who'd chanced upon him, so said a centurion friend of Tullus who knew the soldier concerned. In the year since, Tubero had risen to the rank of legate. It was Tullus's ill fortune that he had been appointed to the 5th Legion. Even if Tullus could get past Tubero, above him, like Jupiter on his throne raised over the other gods, was Caecina. Success seemed so improbable that Tullus wanted to groan out loud. Conscious of Piso and Vitellius's eyes on him, he made no outward show of emotion. You did well to bring this news to me. Keep your ears to the ground. Report anything else you hear to me, double quick. He jerked his head, dismissing them. Rising, Vitellius saluted and made to leave, but Piso lingered. What are you going to do, sir? Tullus's instinct was to bite his head off, but Piso deserved better than that. I need evidence, he said. I believe you, but your word isn't enough to persuade someone like Legate Tubero that the sewer is about to burst. I'm going to do a little eavesdropping between now and the morning. Thanks to you, I know the right place to start. Piso looked as unhappy as Tullus felt about this far-from-certain tactic, but he was powerless to protest. Very good, sir. With your permission. He strode off towards his tent. Tullus went to find Fenestella. He needed someone to confide in. He also needed more wine. A lot of it. Some time before the sun had risen the following morning, Tullus was stealing down the narrow corridor that ran between the back of his men's tents and those of another century. Experience had taught him that this was one of the best places to listen in on soldiers' conversations. This was not something he'd had to do much, but it was useful upon occasion, and necessary in this uncertain time. The trumpets to wake the camp had not yet been blown, but he and Fenestella had already roused the soldiers, so there was chatter to overhear. They were going on a 20-mile march, Tullus had bawled, so they had to be up, breakfasted, and ready to leave within the hour. As he'd expected, most of the talk was complaining about the impending march. Tullus listened, smiling to the bitching about him and Fenestella. Such talk was normal and of no concern. What he didn't like were the comments by men who grumbled that the other centuries in the cohort weren't marching, so why should they? The sentiment wasn't serious enough to warrant intervening, though, so he kept picking his way over the tent ropes, hoping that nothing would come of his spying. Each step that took him nearer to the tent which held the 3 soldiers seen by Piso felt more and more ominous, however.
"Where do you hear that?"
demanded a voice in the 5th tent, the one he'd been aiming for. The tone brought Tullus to a dead halt.
"At the meeting,"
replied a second voice, one Tullus recognized as a conscript of 5 years' standing.
"It's a dangerous thing, gathering without permission,"
said the first voice.
"Maybe it is, but we didn't get caught. What's important is the way that legionary was talking. Most of the men in the 4 legions are going to take part, I'm telling you. We should too, as he said. Any officers who try to stop us could have a good beating, or worse."
"Not Tullus, surely," protested the first voice.
"He's tough, but he's a good centurion."
"If the man's got any sense, he will keep his head down," replied the conscript. "No harm will come to him then."
"Tullus, keep his head down?"
The first soldier made an unhappy noise.
"I won't raise my hand to him, no way." "Nor will I,"
chimed a third man, and a fourth, making Tullus's heart lift.
"You're fools," swore the conscript. "Forget about Tullus. Think about the miserable amount you're paid, and the way you work like slaves."
"I'm with you," said a 5th voice. There was silence from the rest, and Tullus wondered if he should act, or seek out the support of Fenestella. It might even be better to do nothing. There was no time like the present, Tullus decided. He was unarmed, but the soldiers could well be too, and they wouldn't expect him to appear from nowhere. Surprise often made for success in battle. He padded on between the side of the tent and its neighbour. Halfway towards the front, he began to hit his Vetus off the leather-panelled roof.
"Thwack! Thwack! Outside, you maggots!" he roared. "Thwack! Outside! Now!"
He was standing at the tent's front flap as its inhabitants emerged one by one. Tullus was pleased that only 2 met his eye, and just one was armed, the conscript. He and the other man were the pair who had been urging the rest to join them. They hadn't succeeded, though, which meant that Tullus had the advantage.
"Form up!" he shouted. "Here, in front of the tent. Move!"
The 8 legionaries shuffled into a ragged line. The century's other soldiers watched, curious, as Tullus stalked along in front of them, delivering an icy stare to each.
"You've been talking about mutiny, eh?"
He stopped before the conscript with a dagger.
"Eh?"
Down by his side, Tullus held his Vetus at the ready. He was almost positive that he could drive it into the soldier's solar plexus if the fool thought about drawing his blade.
"Talk to me, if you're not to spend the next 6 months cleaning out the latrines."
The man's courage wilted, as a plucked flower does without water.
"It's nothing but talk, sir. Is that right?"
Vetus still ready, Tullus shoved his face into the face of the second soldier who'd spoken, a salt-and-pepper-bearded veteran.
"What's this about beating up centurions, or worse?"
To his credit, this man held his gaze.
"That's just anger talking, sir. Men are unhappy about their conditions. Me, I've served 24 years. I'm almost entitled to my discharge, but there are others in a worse boat."
"If your words are true, there are wrongs that need to be righted," said Tullus with a nod. "But it doesn't entitle you, or any other legionary, to mutiny."
"Mutiny?"
He glared at the veteran. This time the man's eyes dropped away. So did the conscript's.
"If I hear so much as a fucking whisper about this again, you will all be running circuits of the parade ground until you fucking drop. There'll be no discharge or rise in pay because you will have all died of exhaustion. As it is, you 2 will receive 10 lashes of the whip and take care of the century's latrines until we break camp. Every 3 days for the same period, you will also make a 20-mile march under the supervision of Fenestella. Do I make myself clear?"
"Yes, sir," the legionaries mumbled.
"Louder!"
roared Tullus, bringing down his Vetus on the veteran's shoulders, and then those of his companion, 3, 4, 5 times, and another for good measure.
"Yes, sir!"
the 8 soldiers yelled.
"Back to your tent, the lot of you."
Tullus walked away, exposing his back, sure that he had cowed them. His confidence was soured by the knowledge that his victory had been temporary. It sounded as if the men had reasonable grounds for their grievances, and the threat of mutiny remained high. Throughout the camp, the conversation he had just overheard would be taking place, without officers being aware. Bad feelings spread fast, and talk of mutiny would spread even faster. This was the proof he needed, he decided. It was time to take the matter to his superior officer. Chapter 5. After advising Fenestella and his other junior officers of what he'd heard, Tullus went to Septimius. He would have preferred to go over his senior centurion's head, but protocol had to be followed. A cynical individual with a sour face and spiky grey hair, Septimius had a privately held chip on his shoulder towards anyone more high-ranking. Unable to reveal this for obvious reasons, he took particular delight in lording it over Tullus, who had once outranked him by some margin. It was heartening, therefore, when he first took Tullus's concern at face value, and then announced that other centurions had come to him with similar worries. "I've told them to come down hard on their men, as you did," Septimius mimed, using a whip. "There are few things that 10 or 20 lashes won't sort out." Tullus felt his relief slipping away. "Wouldn't it be an idea to go to the senior tribune, sir? Or even the legate?" Septimius fixed him with a stony look. "I am the cohort commander, not you. Understood?" "Yes, sir," said Tullus, swallowing his anger. Septimius jerked his head. "Dismissed." Remembering with bitterness how Varus had refused to heed his warning, Tullus obeyed, but his concerns continued to niggle at him as he made his way back to his tent. Perhaps he should sidestep Septimius anyway. He was weighing up his options when he spied the legate Tubero some distance down the avenue. The mere sight of him, self-assured and posturing, rammed home the truth to Tullus. If his chances of convincing Septimius were slim, they were non-existent when it came to Tubero. On Tullus's current course, he and Tubero would meet within the next 150 paces. Tullus cursed. He didn't have the cushion, the distraction of his soldiers with him, and Tubero had only a few of his staff officers as company. They were riding along, casual as you like, while ordinary soldiers scurried out of their way. He would notice Tullus, in his typical centurion's helmet, at once. A barbed remark of some kind was inevitable. Tullus considered his options. If he ducked down between the tents to either side, Tubero wouldn't even notice that he'd gone. The alternative route would add moments to his journey, no more. The humiliation of it made Tullus seethe, however. Must I spend the rest of my career tiptoeing around, avoiding contact with cocksuckers like Tubero? He wondered. The internal question wasn't yet whole before Tullus had set his jaw and kept walking towards Tubero. 20 steps before he had drawn level with the legate, a sudden impact from the side made Tullus stumble. He staggered to the side, and the broom-wielding legionary who had collided with him fell onto the flat of his back. "What are you doing, fool?" barked Tullus. "Your pardon," said the soldier, picking himself up. His face paled as he realized Tullus's rank. "1,000 apologies, sir. I didn't see you." "That's clear," replied Tullus with a sardonic look. "Sweeping?" Looking even more embarrassed, the legionary raised his broom. "I was walking sideways, brushing, sir, and—" "You didn't see me, I know. Tullus considered disciplining the soldier, a man who looked to have only a few years' service under his belt. He seemed terrified, as well he might, after colliding with a senior officer. It had been a genuine mistake, he decided, and there was no point in adding to the tension in the camp. "Don't let it happen again." The legionary stared. "Sir?" "I said, piss off." "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." The stunned legionary saluted. He took a few steps towards the gap between the tents. "What's going on here?" Tubero demanded. The legionary glanced over his shoulder. Fresh horror filled his eyes, and he spun, coming to immediate attention. "The centurion was telling me off, sir." Curse my pride. I should have avoided this, thought Tullus. He turned to find Tubero 10 paces away. In expensive armour, with blue eyes, blonde curls, and chiselled chin, he was the epitome of a Roman nobleman. The arrogant curl of his full lips, that Tullus despised, was there. So too was the malicious look that came into his eyes each time they met. Tullus wished yet again that Tubero had died in Arminius's ambush, or that he had come across him during the savage battle. There was no doubt in his mind that Tubero had been terrified throughout the entire affair, pissing his underwear, and hiding, like as not, while his soldiers died all around him. If Tullus had possessed such information, Tubero would never have pressed for his demotion the way he had. Yet Tullus hadn't found Tubero during the ambush, nor had he died. Somehow this shit had earned himself a reputation as one of the few heroes of the whole sorry affair, and now he was sticking his nose where it didn't belong. "It's nothing, sir," said Tullis. "I'll be the judge of that." Tullis inhaled, long and slow, trying to stop the red mist from descending. "Well, what was this imbecile doing?" Tubero stabbed a finger at the legionary, who squirmed as if he'd just been struck with a vitis. "He was just sweeping, sir," said Tullis. "Wasn't looking where he was going and walked into me, that's all." "That's all?" Tubero's eyebrows arched, and he glanced at his staff officers, who were swift to adopt shocked expressions. "A common soldier knocks over a centurion, and you say that's all?" "He didn't knock me over, sir," said Tullis, willing Tubero to let the matter drop. Frustration clawed at him. There were far more important issues to deal with, such as the brewing mutiny, which he couldn't even mention. "I saw what happened, centurion, and I say that he did," said Tubero with relish. "What punishment is the idiot to have?" "Whatever I say," thought Tullis, "will not be enough. If I lie and the prick catches me out, I'm the one who will pay." He had had enough shit from Tubero over the years. "I didn't punish him, sir. What he did was unintentional." "Do you hear this?" crowed Tubero. He fixed Tullis with a gimlet stare. "What kind of example is it to let off a legionary after he's done something like this?" "I think it teaches a soldier to respect an officer," thought Tullis, but instead he said through gritted teeth, "I didn't think it mattered, sir." "More and more I can see why it was a good idea to demote you, centurion. Unless you want to end your career in the ranks, I suggest you smarten up your act." "Yes, sir," said Tullis in a monotone, fixing his gaze on the middle distance over Tubero's right shoulder. "He's not under your command?" "No, sir." "Tell the centurion I want him whipped. 20 lashes minimum." With a tug of the reins, Tubero pulled his mount's head around. "See that it's done, centurion," he called, riding off. "I'll find out if you disobey my order." "Fall off your horse and break your stiff neck," thought Tullis. "Yes, sir," he replied. Giving the legionary a sympathetic look, he said, "Who's your centurion?" "Septimius, sir." "I see." Tullis's frustration soared. With most centurions it would have been easy to ask that the legionary's whipping be administered with a light hand. Not so with the disciplinarian Septimius. And it was over something so trifling. Tullis could think of no better way to create ill will, not just in this soldier's heart, but in those of his comrades, than to order the punishment carried out. He was bound to follow Tubero's order, however, for good or bad. This is what causes mutinies, Tullis thought, fighting a rising sense of frustration and impotence. His chances of warning his superiors had now vanished. He would have to see what transpired in the coming hours and days, and pray that Bonyface and his kind failed in their attempt to win over the soldiers of the 4 legions. Tullis's cynicism bubbled up now, fierce and strong. What use was prayer? It hadn't got him far 5 years before, in the cauldron of blood that had been the Saltus Teutoburgiensis. A tiny part of Tullis began to fight back. He had survived the ambush, and so had 15 of his men, a child and a dog. Maybe Fortuna had been listening to him during those savage days of slaughter and mud. It wouldn't hurt to ask for her help again, he decided, muttering a heartfelt request to the goddess. With the legionary delivered to Septimius, Tullis was free to lead his men out on patrol. The open road and monotony of the march made a welcome break from the claustrophobic atmosphere in the camp. Warm sunshine bathed the countryside, lending it a comforting orange glow. The bushes lining the road were heavy with blackberries, and in the fields beyond, the barley and wheat grown by local farmers was ready to harvest. Tullis's apprehension eased as time passed. His men marched 25 miles in roughly 6 hours. Like as not, they resented him for it, yet they were in good enough spirits to sing. Despite their fitness, which came from his continuous training, they were tired. Mutiny would be the last thing on their minds. Once they had unburdened themselves of their kit, had a wash and something to eat, they would be happy to sit by their fires before falling into their blankets. Although Tullis had ridden, he didn't march much these days. He, too, was weary. His lower back ached, and there was a knot between his shoulder blades that needed the attention of someone practiced at massage. His posture was still upright, however, and he continued to make regular checks on the marching column. "You've done well, men,"
he called out several times on his way back to the front of the patrol. "You'll all have a cup of wine this evening." They cheered him then, even the legionaries he had caught out at dawn. They'll do, he decided with a sneaking pride. They won't mutiny. Tullus was able to savour the feeling for perhaps half a mile, until the enormous training ground outside the camp drew near. Rather than being empty, a normal thing at this time of day, it was full, thousands of legionaries stretched as far as the eye could see. His fears resurged with frightening speed. This was no parade. He could see no unit or cohort standards, let alone eagles. There were no neat divisions between cohorts, or indeed legions. What he saw was a mob, and an angry one at that, he thought, as the first shouts reached his ears. "Halt!" Tullus barked. "Up to you! Get up here! You too, Degmar." Fenestella let out a low whistle as he took the scene in. "Vulcan's sweaty arse-crack. They've done it. The mad bastards have risen up." Hearing it spoken out loud made it far worse. Tullus chewed on his cheek and wondered what to do. Degmar, a short, wiry warrior with black hair, looked mystified and somewhat amused. He'd been Tullus's servant come bodyguard since just before Arminius's ambush, and was like his shadow, ever present. "What are your orders?" There are two options, thought Tullus. The first, and easiest, was to march his men straight past the gathering to their tents. He could then send Fenestella, or one of the other officers, to find out what was happening, while he addressed the state of affairs in the camp. His second choice was to lead his soldiers towards the mob and see for himself. To do so would give him an immediate understanding of how serious the situation was, while running the genuine risk of losing control of his troops, if this was a mutiny. He studied his men, who seemed keen to know what was going on. Yet their ranks were steady, and Tullus's heart squeezed. Despite his best efforts, they had become dear to him. For the most part, they were good soldiers, and disciplined. He was almost certain, that they would follow his orders here if things turned to shit. He didn't want to test them, though. The dressing down he'd had to give the 8 soldiers outside their tent was too recent, and the nearby gathering too large and unruly. "We'll return to the camp," he said. Fenestella's eyes narrowed. "Because of this morning?" "In the main, yes." "A wise choice." Fenestella's opinion quashed any doubt that Tullus had had about choosing the more conservative path. He wondered about sending Degmar away for his own safety. When law broke down, men were prone to turn on those who weren't of their kind, but decided that that wasn't yet necessary. "Ready yourselves, brothers," he cried. "Back to camp!" A ripple passed through the ranks. Tullus wasn't sure if it was excitement, fear, or anger at his command, and his guts twisted. Would they disobey him? "Good news, sir. I'm fucking starving," Piso called out. There was a burst of laughter. "Me too, sir," cried Vitellius. "I've got a skin of wine needs finishing as well." In the blink of an eye, the soldiers' mood became jovial once more. The chorus of requests to return to their tents rang out. Tullus waited until it had died down before repeating that they would each have not 1 but 2 cups of wine apiece. The men cheered. Tullus led them off at once, hoping that the thought of free wine would remain uppermost in their minds, rather than a desire to know what was going on. "How many years has our pay been the same?" shouted a voice from the midst of the gathering. 20, answered a voice. "More than that," roared another. 25 at the least," said a third. "There you are," cried the first voice. "How little the Empire thinks of us to treat us so. We guard its frontier and keep the barbarians at bay. We suffer grievous wounds and lay down our lives in its name, and our reward is to be paid a pittance and to serve until we die of old age. Why should we accept such injustice?" The soldiers' reply, a swelling roar of anger, rose high into the sky. Relief filled Tullus, as his men, who were also listening to the exchanges, kept marching. He glanced at the mob. Fists were being waved, and so were swords. Already volatile, the situation was turning dangerous. He had to consult with Caecina, he thought. Something had to be done, or blood would be shed. Chapter 6. Tullus led his men straight to the camp's main entrance. Worryingly, it was unmanned, and from there towards the Principia, the headquarters. The situation had deteriorated faster than he'd thought possible. Not all the soldiers were at the gathering.
Gangs, 30 to 50 men strong, were roaming the avenues, singing and tearing down officers' tents. Some had been set on fire. Most of the legionaries appeared to be drunk, which suggested to Tullus that the quartermaster's stores had already been raided. His troops, disciplined and in formation, attracted nothing more than a barrage of abuse and an occasional stone. Others weren't so lucky, such as the Optio, who was set upon by a group of mutineers walking by his tent. A quick charge by Tullus and his men saw the rebellious legionaries flee, allowing the bruised and battered officer to pick himself up off the ground.
"What in Hades is going on?"
demanded Tullus, as the Optio gabbled his thanks. "It started not long after the morning meal, sir. Some say it began in the 21st, others in the 5th. The officers started getting it first. Insults, catcalls, you can imagine." The Optio wiped a string of bloody snot from his broken nose. "Things got out of hand when some fool of a centurion, begging your pardon, sir, drew his sword. They turned on him like a pack of starving wolves, cut him limb from limb." Tullus absorbed this news with a rising sense of horror and anger. It had been a mistake to go on the patrol. He should have ignored Septimius's orders and gone straight to Caecina. Yet he was unsure if it would have made any difference. Varus hadn't listened to him, nor had Septimius. Would Caecina have been any different? It was too late to find out now, in any case. It was also time for Degmar to go. "Degmar!" he called. The warrior appeared at his side like a ghost.
"I'm here."
"You're to leave the camp." Degmar looked unhappy.
"I am here to protect you."
"It will be safer if you don't stay, at least until things calm down."
"If you order me to, I will obey,"
said Degmar, scowling. "I am ordering you to." Tullus had no time to explain. He hoped that Degmar understood. "Come back in a few days."
"And if you're dead?"
Tullus ignored Fenistella's angry hiss and the Optio's startled reaction. His relationship with Degmar was a curious, deep-feeling one. In ways it was like that of two comrades, and in others like that of benevolent father and rebellious son. It was without question not that of master and servant. After Arminius's ambush, Tullus had used to wonder if Degmar's pregnant wife would lure him home. A chance meeting with Marsi, who were trading on the Roman side of the river not long after their return, had ended his concern. Degmar's wife had died with her baby during a prolonged labour. Tullus had offered to let Degmar go home to see their graves, but he had refused, saying,
"She's gone. I stay with you."
Now Tullus shrugged. "If I'm dead, then you'll be free to go back to your people." Degmar's dark eyes regarded him, unblinking.
"I will try my luck at hunting."
He bent his head a fraction, for him a sign of respect, and loped off towards the camp's entrance. Knowing that Degmar would be outside the fortifications and beyond harm lifted some of the weight from Tullus's shoulders. He eyed the Optio. "I'm heading for the Principia. How do things stand there?" "Caecina is barricaded inside, sir. By all accounts, the legates, the camp prefect, and the tribunes have been placed under arrest in their tents." Tullus pinched the bridge of his nose. Should he attempt to rescue a few of the 5th senior officers first, or was it best to make straight for Caecina and offer him his strength? Stick to the original plan, he decided. Caecina is the regional commander. He will know what to do. The Principia was being defended by the governor's guards and a mixture of legionaries from different centuries, some 300 soldiers in total, when Tullus arrived. Some were digging a ditch and rampart, while the rest stood guard. The sentries' tense expressions and drawn weapons spoke volumes about the prevailing mood in the headquarters. Caecina, the province's governor, was in the large command tent that served in place of the great hall that existed in every permanent camp. Perhaps 10 score centurions were there too. A number bore the marks of beatings. Among them, Tullus saw most of his fellows from the 5th, and Cordus and Victor, but not Septimius. He hoped that Septimius and the other missing centurions, about 40 men, weren't dead. Not all were good officers, but that didn't warrant their being murdered out of hand. "You're Tullus, the survivor of the Saltus Teutoburgiensis?" Caecina was a tall, stoop-shouldered man with a heavy brow and beaked nose, yet his voice was surprisingly high. "I've heard of you." Tullus wasn't sure if that was a good or a bad thing. He came to attention and saluted. "I'm he, sir. I'm now a centurion of the 7th cohort, 5th Legion. I'm told—" and here Caecina glanced at the centurion who'd accompanied Tullus from the entrance.
that your entire century is with you, that they have not rebelled." At once Tullus felt the weight of 200 men's eyes upon him. "That's correct, sir. They're a steady lot." "And you must be a fine leader. Your actions are to be applauded, Centurion," said Caecina in a warm voice. "Few others have brought any legionaries with them." He threw the gathered centurions a hard look. "No one has come in with his whole command." "My soldiers are at your disposal, sir," said Tullus, bowing his head and thinking with genuine pride, "My boys aren't so bad after all." "Several options remain open to us," said Caecina to the room at large. "We can stay here and wait for Germanicus to come, as surely he must when the news reaches him. I can attempt to deal with the mutineers and listen to their demands. Rescue attempts could be made for the legates and tribunes. We could even attack the rebels, although I suspect that would not be wise." No one offered an immediate opinion, which didn't surprise Tullus. Caecina's position as governor was intimidating even to centurions, and the shock of their men's rebellion would still be fresh. "Is there no one who will speak his mind?" asked Caecina with a frown. "It would be best to remain here, sir," said Cordus. "There are too many of the Horsens for us to do anything else." A score of voices rumbled in agreement, and more heads nodded. Caecina looked troubled. "Maybe you're right," he began. "Caecina!" The shout came from outside the Principia. Caecina gave an involuntary start, and, like everyone else present, he stared towards the front of the enclosure. "Show yourself, Caecina! 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 Caecina!" roared 100, 200, innumerable voices. "Don't go out there, sir," cried a centurion. "They'll kill you." Caecina's shoulders went back. "What kind of man would I be not to respond?" He called out several names. "Come with me. You too, Tullus." Stunned to have been chosen, the others were some of the most senior centurions of the 4 legions. Tullus did as he was told. "Caecina! Caecina! Caecina!" Outside the command tent, the noise made by the mob beyond the entrance was deafening, terrifying. Tullus saw Fenistella's questioning glance and shrugged. Maybe his doom was to die here, at the hands of fellow Romans. He hoped not. It wasn't so much his death that concerned him, but that he'd lose any chance of avenging himself on Arminius and recovering his legion's eagle. "Caecina! Caecina! Caecina!" The centurion in charge of the entrance to the Principia gaped at Caecina's order to pull aside the wagon that straggled the opening. "Do as I say," commanded Caecina. "Yes, sir." The centurion rapped out an order. A dozen legionaries placed their shoulders against the back of the wagon and shifted it 5, 10 paces. "That's enough," called the centurion. He saluted Caecina. "Want me to accompany you, sir, with some of my boys?" "My soldiers can come too, sir," volunteered Tullus. "An honour guard will do," said Caecina. "A dozen of your men, Tullus." Tullus cursed inside. It was one thing for him to die at the hands of a baying mob, but he didn't want his soldiers to do so. He'd been given a direct order, however. "Fenistella, pick 11 men and get over here." "Caecina! Caecina! Caecina!" A moment later, Fenistella trotted over. The soldiers he'd picked were veterans, among them Piso and Vitellius. "I'll go first, sir," volunteered Tullus. "Very well." Caecina adjusted his red sash and brushed an imaginary speck of dirt from his burnished cuirass. "The gods be with us." "Caecina! Caecina! Caecina!" "No one should touch his sword, sir, or make any threatening move," Tullus advised Caecina. "I cannot emphasize that enough." "I understand. You're to do as Tullus says," said Caecina to the other senior officers. "Not a fucking twitch of a muscle unless I say so," Tullus commanded his men. "You hear me?" "Aye, sir." His soldiers looked scared, but steady. "Follow me," ordered Tullus. Despite what he'd just said to Caecina, it took all of his self-control not to unsheath his own gladius. There was every chance that the mob might fall on them as they emerged, but to appear with a drawn weapon would only invite that response. A wave of catcalls, derisive whistles, and insults descended as they filed out. It was impossible not to find the waiting horde intimidating. At least 500 legionaries, if not more, had assembled before the entrance. They were armoured, and many carried blades in their hands. More than one of those was bloody. To a man, their faces were hard, expectant, fierce. These were the angriest, most determined of the mutineers, thought Tullus, ordering his soldiers to spread out in a line in front of Caecina and the other officers.
To confront the governor in this manner took courage. Like as not, every troublemaker from the 4 legions was here, and they seemed prepared to shed blood. A bony-faced, sunken-cheeked legionary was in a position of prominence, several steps in front of his fellows. This had to be the man mentioned by Piso. 3 others were with him. Tullus recognized 2, the twins described by Piso and Vitellius. With them was another man, a slight soldier with thinning hair and a bulbous, sausage-like nose. "If things turn to shit," he muttered to the nearest of his legionaries, "we kill those 4 first. Pass it on." It wouldn't save their lives, but it might stall the mutineers long enough to allow Caecina to get back inside the Principia. The noise made by the mob redoubled when they saw Caecina. Bonyface and his companions threw each other triumphant looks. It wasn't surprising, thought Tullus. Ordinary legionaries never spoke to the governor, let alone summoned him forth like a whipped dog from its kennel. This moment turned everything that was normal on its head. Whatever else Caecina was, he wasn't short of backbone. Ignoring Tullus's restraining arm, he stepped forward until there were only a dozen paces between him and the mutineers' leaders. A hush fell. "Here I am," cried Caecina. "What do you wish of me?" "Our demands are simple," said Bonyface. "We want a raise in pay, a decent one, mind. The period of service is to be cut back to its original 16 years, and all soldiers who have served 20 years will be allowed their discharge. That's it." He gave his companions a satisfied nod, and folded his arms. "Although I am governor, I do not have the authority to make such decisions," said Caecina. He tried to continue, but so many insults were being hurled that it was impossible for him to be heard. When the clamour had died down, Bonyface was first to speak. "Is this your final answer?" he demanded, the contempt dripping from his voice. "I'm not trying to be difficult. Understand that I cannot implement such far-reaching changes without the Emperor's authority," said Caecina. Again the legionaries roared their displeasure. "Don't pretend that you're powerless or without influence," Bonyface stabbed a finger towards Caecina. "You fucking senators and equestrians, you're so high and mighty, so superior, you take us for fools, who you can treat no better than slaves. Understand that those days are over. Bring forth the prisoner." 4 legionaries emerged from the throng, dragging a centurion whose arms and legs were bound. The man raised his head, and Tullus took in a dismayed breath. It was Septimius, beaten, dazed-looking, and with 2 black eyes, but Septimius nonetheless. Bonyface drew his sword and stepped to Septimius's side. "Have you anything to say, filth?" he hissed. "Let me go," said Septimius, his eyes fixed on Caecina. "Don't let them kill me, sir, please." Tullus clenched his fists. Prick though Septimius was, he didn't deserve to be treated like this. "How pathetic," said Bonyface with a sneer. "What have you to say, Governor? Will you meet our demands?" Caecina's mouth worked. "I told you, without permission for the Emperor, I cannot. I'll do my best, however, to see that they are given the consideration that they merit." "Hear him!" Bonyface turned to the mob behind him and repeated in a mocking tone. "The consideration they merit! Is that good enough for us?" "No!" Purple-faced, neck veins bulging, and brandishing their swords, the mutineers screamed their disdain. Bonyface and his 3 cronies swaggered to and fro before them, egging the crowd on. Tullus moved to Caecina's side and spoke into his ear. "If we move right now, sir, we might be able to cut down the legionaries holding Septimius and drag him to safety." Caecina's eyes flickered from left to right, over the mob. "We have to do it now, sir," whispered Tullus. "They'll kill us," replied Caecina. Waves of impotent fury battered Tullus's mind. He wasn't sure that they could save Septimius, but they had to try. "Sir—" "Stay your hand," ordered Caecina. "Save me, sir. Save me." Somehow Septimius had wrestled free of his captor's grasp. He took a step forward and tripped, landing on one knee. Half upright, his face twisted with terror, he called out to Caecina, "Help me, I beg of you, sir." Caecina looked away. Despite his best intention, Tullus laid a hand to the hilt of his sword. Whether Bonyface's reaction was because he'd seen Tullus, or because he had already made up his mind, was never clear. With terrible swiftness he strode in behind Septimius. Tullus watched in horror as Bonyface thrust with all his might. The blow was so savage that his sword travelled clean through Septimius's body and emerged crimson-tipped from his chest. Spitted like a roast piglet, Septimius hung there, his eyes wide with agony and shock, and his lips twitching. Bonyface planted a studded sandal in the small of his back and shoved him forward, off the steel. Blood spurted from the wounds front and back as Septimius flopped onto his face, already a corpse.
"Our demands must be met,"
shouted Bonyface, brandishing his bloodied weapon.
"If they're not, the same doom awaits you all. Kill!"
shouted a faceless legionary in the mob. His cry was taken up at once, the way one stone starts a landslide.
"Kill! Kill! Kill!"
Decorum forgotten, Tullus had pushed Caecina halfway towards the entrance to the Principia before the third kill had been uttered.
"Inside, sir, now!"
Caecina didn't protest, and the other senior officers followed Tullus with indecent haste.
"Orderly withdrawal, Fenestella!"
he roared, praying that the mob didn't tear his men apart. To his huge relief, the mutineers did not attack. Fenestella and the rest pounded in, and the wagon was rolled back across the entrance. Laughter and insults rolled in over the earthen rampart, buffeting their ears.
"Cowards! Yellow-livered horsens! Arse-humping Greeks! Come on and fight!"
"Fuck, that was close," said Fenestella. "If you'd moved a moment later, we'd be halfway to Hades."
"Septimius was no good, but he deserved better than that," said Tullus. "You know that Bonyface is one of Septimius's soldiers?"
A ball of icy fury formed in Tullus's stomach.
"One of his own men murdered him." "Aye, I'm fairly sure that the twins and Fatnose are in what was his century as well."
Tullus swore, long and hard. Remember their faces, he thought.
"What do we do now?"
asked Fenestella in an undertone as he eyed Caecina. His tone made clear what he thought of the governor's behaviour. "Caecina was right to hold us back," said Tullus, bringing his own fury under control. Fenestella looked surprised, and Tullus added, "We would have been massacred, and for nothing. We might be yet, if those defences aren't improved." Fenestella hawked and spat.
"It's a terrible thing to watch a man being butchered in front of you, even someone like Septimius."
"It is," growled Tullus, Septimius's terrified face vivid in his mind. Yet another man to avenge, he thought.
"What now?"
"We send messengers to Rome, if that hasn't been done already, and to Germanicus. We finish the ditch and rampart and hold this position. In the middle of the night we can go to the well and raid the stores and take enough water and food to last us a while. Then we wait. That's what we fucking do."
"Germanicus better get here soon."
Fenestella was right, thought Tullus, listening to the mutineers' blood-curdling roars. If Germanicus came too late, he would find nothing but corpses. Chapter 7. 3 days went by in the great summer camp. Piso and his comrades were often on sentry duty, watching the groups of mutineers who surrounded the Principia. To Piso's relief, they made no attempt to attack the position. Much of the time it seemed that the rebellious legionaries' only purpose was to drink every drop of wine they could find. Once it became clear that there was to be no assault, morale within the headquarters rallied a good deal. Because of the mutineers' drunken state, Piso and Vitellius didn't object when Tullus sent them out at night to collect water and steal much-needed supplies. Each day Caecina sent messengers on horseback to find Germanicus. As he said repeatedly, "One might fail to get through, or two, but not all of them. Germanicus will soon hear of our plight." His words did little to reassure Vitellius.
"How will Germanicus bring the mutineers around?"
he asked Piso over and over, "other than by granting their demands, of course, which isn't likely." Piso had no answer, but he'd heard Tullus saying that Germanicus would know what to do, and that was good enough for him. All they had to do was hold out until the general arrived. He was less than impressed, therefore, when Tullus sought him and Vitellius out early on the 4th morning, with orders to go out into the camp to see what they could discover about the mutineers' intentions.
"It won't be that dangerous," Tullus declared. "The stupid bastards have only placed a couple of sentries around the sides and rear. It'll be easy to slip out." "It's not that, sir," said Piso, his fear giving him the courage to answer back. "What do we get recognised?" "Wear a hooded cloak. Avoid the Fifth's tent lines. Go and see what's happening where the other legions are camped. If you do happen to spy anyone you know, just walk the other way. It can't be hard to avoid attention in a camp of 17,000 men." Tullus was right, Piso told himself. "All right, sir. Good lad. You'll be fine." Tullus gripped his shoulder. "I'd come with you, but Caecina has forbidden it. Says he needs me here." "Is anyone else to go, sir?" asked Vitellius. 6 others from the Century. You will operate in pairs, though. You'd attract more attention in larger numbers. It's tunics, belts, swords, and a cloak each, nothing more. I'll be back soon." With an approving nod, Tullus left them to it. Piso and Vitellius exchanged a meaningful glance. "It can't be worse than the forest was," muttered Vitellius. That was small consolation, thought Piso. If they were denounced by a single legionary, they'd be beaten to death in the blink of an eye, as traitors. "Ready?" hissed Piso. They had both just clambered over the rampart and ditch that now ran around the Principia. There was no one in sight, but that would change fast, even at this early hour. Not every mutinous legionary lay abed until midday. "Aye." Piso was already walking north. He wanted to put a good distance between them and the Fifth's lines, which lay near the camp's southern gate. Apart from a handful of former comrades from the 18th, he didn't know a soul in any of the other 3 legions, and was glad of it at this moment. "Hood up, or not?" asked Vitellius, pacing alongside. "Heart says up, head says down," answered Piso. "It's not cold, though, is it?" Vitellius's hand fell to his side. "Aye, I suppose you're right. Makes it a shitload more frightening, though, eh? God's eye." Piso was fighting a continual battle to keep his fingers from straying to his sword hilt. He gave the phallus amulet at his neck a surreptitious rub. "What should we talk about? We can't walk in silence. That might draw attention, too." "That's easy," replied Vitellius, chuckling. "Stories about hunting, drinking, and whores will keep us busy for hours. Longer if you talk about gambling." "You start." "All right." Vitellius launched into the tale of a 3-day drinking spree that he'd been on once, with Afer and 2 others of their old contubernium in the 18th. Piso's heart twinged at the mention of Afer, who had been his first friend when he joined the army. Now his bones mouldered in the forest, like so many thousand others. Afer had died saving Piso's life, and Piso remembered him every day for that. However, Vitellius's tale was riotous, all men falling into latrine trenches and being sick in other men's drinking cups, and its gutter humour helped Piso to stop brooding about the danger they were in, for a time at least. Emerging onto a larger avenue, they aimed towards the northwest corner of the camp. Neat rows of tan-coloured goatskin tents ran off in every direction. Dozens, scores, hundreds of them, each home to a contubernium of legionaries. There was nothing unusual about the tents, the complete opposite, in fact. Their presence and layout was something Piso was accustomed to, but it drove home more than he'd anticipated how alone he and Vitellius were. The men standing about, talking, cooking, and farting inside their tents were all mutineers. Vitellius's voice faded into the background as Piso studied the nearest soldier sidelong, that man there stretching as he came out of his tent, and that one striking flints together to light a fire, and another scratching his stubble and giving them a friendly nod. They were no longer comrades. They were rebels, men who would gut him and Vitellius for staying loyal. They were the enemy. "You hungry?" asked Piso, as the familiar smell of cooking porridge filled his nostrils. Vitellius looked irritated at being interrupted. "I had a bite before we left. Reckon we mightn't get a chance to eat until tonight. You?" "Not even a crumb, worse luck. If the truth be told, I was feeling sick," said Piso. "Funny thing is, I'm fucking starving now." "You're getting used to being out here," whispered Vitellius, giving him an evil smile. "I don't want to hear how hungry you are for the rest of the day, mind. It's your own fault." "Screw you," retorted Piso, giving Vitellius a shove. They both laughed. "Want something to eat?" called a voice. Terror closed Piso's throat. How could they have been so stupid, he wondered,
talking loud enough to be overheard. Casually he turned his head. 15 paces away, a squat barrel of a man in a stained tunic stood over a fire. A ladle dangled from his hand, and at his feet wisps of steam rose from a battered pot perched amid the burning logs. Somehow Peter found his voice.
"What are you cooking?" "Porridge, same as every other horse in the place," came the reply, with a dirty chuckle. "You two have been on sentry duty at the front gate, eh? Your mates will have shoveled down all the porridge at your tent by the time you get back. I know what the bastards are like. My friends," he jerked a dismissive thumb at the tent behind him, "did the same to me 2 nights ago, so you're welcome to share mine." "You're a generous man," said Vitellius, "but you will leave yourself with none. We'll find a morsel somewhere." "We have plenty."
Barrel nudged a nearby sack with the toe of his sandal.
"Yesterday I broke into part of the quartermaster's stores that by some miracle hadn't yet been ransacked. I came away with this and half a ham. You're not having any of the meat, but I can manage a bowl of porridge."
Peter glanced at Vitellius, who gave him a look. Peter wasn't sure if it meant, "Why not?" or "Walking away will look suspicious," but he couldn't prevaricate either, because that too might cause suspicion, so he smiled at Barrel.
"Gratitude, brother. I'm famished. The hours seem to double in length when you're pacing up and down a fucking rampart with only the corpses of centurions in the ditch to look at. Come on over," said Barrel.
He shoved out a meaty hand.
"Gaius. Piso. My friend's called Vitellius."
The situation in the camp was really bad, Piso thought, if there were dead centurions in the defensive ditch beyond the rampart. He wondered how many had been murdered. Gaius gave them both an amiable grin.
"No sign of Germanicus, was there?"
Fresh alarm bathed Piso. He had to pretend that they had been on watch all night.
"No, not a thing." "I didn't think so. The way I've heard it, whoever is on sentry duty has to alert the whole cursed camp when that happens. The leaders want everyone there to greet him."
"That'd be right," agreed Piso, his palms prickling, hoping not to get caught out.
"I'd love to see Germanicus's face when he realizes how many of us there are,"
said Gaius, filling a cracked red Samian bowl and handing it to Vitellius.
4 entire legions, bar the few miserable cocksuckers who remained loyal. "The prick will shit his perfumed undergarment,"
said Vitellius, with a grateful nod for the porridge. Chuckling, Gaius passed a bowl to Piso, whose heart was still pounding at the mention of loyal men.
"Got your own spoon?"
"Aye." Piso fumbled in his purse, grateful that he hadn't removed his spoon before leaving the Principia. He blew on the steaming oats and took a mouthful.
"It's good." "There's no need to lie," said Gaius with a snort. "The shit tastes the same as always. Plain, but filling."
"It's more than we had a moment ago, and we're grateful," said Piso. Gaius looked pleased.
"You going for a kip after this?"
"Might as well, eh?" replied Vitellius. "It's not as if any cursed centurion or Optio will stop us."
"It's like being in Elysium, not to have fucking trumpets wake me before sparrows fart every morning," said Gaius, chuckling.
His face grew serious.
"What did you do to your centurion?" "Gave him a good hiding," lied Piso. "I'd say we cracked most of his ribs before we'd finished."
Gaius stared at him, and Piso felt his pulse flutter. "And yours?" he asked.
"He's dead. Happened on the first day."
"Gods above," thought Piso. He was glad when Vitellius stepped in. "A bad one, was he?"
"One of the worst. The type who'd beat a man because one of his belt buckles wasn't shiny, you know. The funny thing is, the fool could have got away. We hadn't decided to kill him when it all started. I don't think he really believed us when we told him that we were taking control of the camp and that he should clear off. He laughed in our faces. Well, that riled us, but when he reached for his vine stick, well—"
Gaius's eyes went out of focus for a moment. Then he spat into the fire, making it hiss.
"When we were done, he had more holes in him than a wine strainer. Good fucking riddance to him, that's what I say."
"He's no loss," said Piso, surprised to mean what he said. Life under such a centurion would be miserable beyond belief. Tullus wasn't just a good leader, he decided. The man was fair, too.
"There were a few centurions like that in our legion," growled Vitellius. "They got short shrift. They say that at least 20 centurions have been killed, and 1 tribune. You heard that?" asked Gaius.
"Aye," Piso answered, adding for authenticity,
The figure varies a little depending on who you're talking to. And on how much wine the fucker has had, interjected Vitellius with a wink. Some would have it that there isn't an officer left alive for 20 miles, apart from those who made it into the Principia.
They all laughed.
Did you hear about the centurion from the Rapax? Asked Gaius. There have been so many stories, said Piso. Which one are you talking about? The sewer rat who used to put lead in his men's kit before a march so that their yokes weighed half as much again as normal. Men talk about him, said Vitellius with a realistic scowl. A nasty piece of work. Not any more, revealed Gaius in triumph. He went for a swim in the Renus on the first day, after his soldiers had tied a lead weight to each of his feet. It turned out that the bastard was a strong swimmer. He managed to stay afloat for an age. In the end, his men used him as target practice for their javelins. That's a bad way to die, said Piso without thinking. Sounds as if he deserved it, though, Vitellius put in. He did. Him and the others.
Piso was quick to mutter his agreement, but he wondered if he'd seen a flicker of distrust in Gaius's eyes. He swallowed a last spoonful of porridge and said in a regretful tone, I don't know about you, Tellius, but I need my bed. Gratitude once again, Gaius. Accepting their bowls with a nod, Gaius looked Piso up and down.
What legion are you in?
The 20th, lied Piso, not knowing which legion was best to say.
Which cohort?
The casual question fell with the speed and lethality of an incoming sling bullet. Gaius knew men in one cohort or another, Piso decided, perhaps several. He was trying to catch them out. If Piso named a cohort in which Gaius had friends, he and Vitellius would be denounced before the scrapings of porridge in their bowls had gone cold.
The 10th,
he answered, his tongue rasping off the dry roof of his mouth. Gaius's calculating expression eased into one of dissatisfaction.
I've got mates in the 3rd and 4th.
I might know them to see, but not to talk to, said Piso. You know how it is.
Aye,
said Gaius sourly. He cast a look at his tent.
Marcus, didn't you say once that you knew some men in the 10th cohort of the 20th? 1 or 2, came the reply.
Piso wanted to rage at the heavens. Why me? Why now? He cast a quick look at Vitellius. What should we do? He mouthed. If they ran, Gaius and his comrades would be on them like a pack of hounds on a lame hare. By staying, they ran the risk of being exposed as frauds, which would result in the same thing. They were caught between Hannibal and his army and the deep blue sea, as Piso's grandfather had been fond of saying. Screwed, in other words, he thought with supreme bitterness.
Get out of here, called Gaius. Oh, I'm having a nap, came the irritated reply. It won't take a moment, said Gaius, smiling at Piso, who was reminded of the jagged-edged teeth he'd seen once in the mouth of a shark hauled up in a fisherman's net. All right, grumbled Marcus. You're bound to know Marcus's friends, said Gaius, putting down the bowls.
Piso nodded in what he hoped was an enthusiastic manner. I'm not fool enough to stand here and die, he decided. Vitellius's stiff-legged posture, like a male dog facing up to another, seemed to say the same thing. Cut down Gaius, and they could be 30 paces away before Marcus emerged, or any of Gaius's other tent-mates reacted. Duck down that avenue, and they stood a decent chance of losing themselves among the tent lines, from where they could trace a path back to the Principia. The option was fraught with risk. Failure to kill Gaius would result in a sword fight here, against overwhelming odds. The guy ropes holding up the tents were difficult to wend past at a walk, never mind a sprint. One trip, and either he or Vitellius would have a snapped ankle, the prelude to a far nastier fate. The legionaries they'd meet during their flight, of which there would be many, might obstruct their path or even attack them. Scaling the rampart of the Principia would render them as helpless as babes. Hannibal or the sea, Piso wondered, pulse hammering, mouth bone dry. The sea or Hannibal?
Stop him!
Every head turned towards the cry, which had originated further up the avenue. The distinctive sound of hobnails pounding off the earth came next.
Halt that officer! He's making for the Principia!
Like every man within earshot, Gaius's attention had moved, in his case away from Piso and Vitellius. Piso was about to suggest, sotto voce, that they make a run for it, but the sight of scores of legionaries charging towards them put paid to that idea. If Gaius denounced them, as he would, half the mob could easily split away from their prey, a lone officer, to pursue him and Vitellius. They had to remain where they were, and as Vitellius tugged out his sword, Piso realized with horror that he had to copy the move. Not to do so would reveal his loyalty more truly than a wrong answer to any of Gaius's probing questions.
"With me, brothers!"
roared Gaius, moving to the middle of the avenue.
"We can't let the cocksucker escape!"
Piso took up a position to Gaius's right, which brought him closer to the tent lines opposite. Vitellius did likewise. Gaius's comrades, with Marcus among them, presumably, soon joined them, swords and shields in hand. So too did a dozen other legionaries from their unit. It took no time to form a solid line across the avenue. Piso's palms grew sweaty as he saw that the officer, a centurion from the look of his falloret and other decorations, was aimed straight for him. Was he going to have to murder a man to save his own skin? Piso didn't know if he could, but the bloodlust-filled faces swarming behind the terrified centurion were a strong persuader. In 20 paces he would have to decide. 18.
"Come on, you maggot!"
shouted Gaius, neck veins bulging.
"There's no way through for you here."
16. Bile stung the back of Piso's throat. He swallowed it down, gripped his sword until his fist hurt. 14.
"Got him!"
screamed one of the centurion's pursuers.
"He murdered the sentry outside his tent!"
An animal roar went up from Gaius and the rest. Vitellius's voice joined in, and Piso was ashamed to hear his own, too. The centurion was so close now that he could make out the scars left on the man's cheeks by the pox, the sweat beading his brow, and even the colour of his eyes, slate-grey. 8 steps, and Piso tensed. He would stab the centurion if he had to. The man's death was certain. Why add his own, and possibly that of Vitellius, to the ugly mixture? The centurion had conquered his fear, or at least made peace with it. Slowing his pace, he dropped a shoulder towards Piso and readied his right arm, which held a bloody gladius. Crushing panic suffused Piso's every pore. Chances were he was going to die in the next few heartbeats. Like the centurion, he had no shield, which made sliding a blade into him that much easier.
"Die, you filth!"
bawled Gaius, darting forward. Too late. The centurion's gaze moved from Piso. Too slow, he tried to twist and face the new threat. His eyes widened with shock, then fear, then pain, as Gaius's sword rammed deep into his groin. A cracked wail left his lips, and there was a thump as, carried forward by their momentum, the two men collided chest to chest. Gaius delivered a savage headbutt, and blood spurted from the centurion's smashed nose. Gaius gripped the centurion's shoulder with his left hand, steadying him so that he could drive his blade even deeper.
"How'd you like that, you mongrel?"
The answer was a low, awful moan, the sound of a man in mortal agony. It had the same effect as a trussed-up criminal revealed in the arena to a pride of starving lions. Legionaries drove in from every side, their sword-points searching for a home in the centurion's flesh. 8, 10, 12 wounds blossomed on his neck, arms, and legs. Struck rigid, Piso watched in horror.
"Let's go!"
Vitellius's breath was hot in his ear. Like a drunk, waking, sore-headed in an alley, Piso came back to life. He stared at Vitellius.
"Hey, they'll kill us next! Come on!"
Vitellius took his right wrist in a grip of iron. With shame scourging every part of him, Piso turned and ran. Chapter 8. Fortune had favoured Piso and Vitellius, thought Tullus when they reported to him that evening. Fortune and the bloodlust that had swept over Gaius and the rest. No one had pursued them into the tent lines. After 100 paces and 3 sharp turns, left, right, left, which had taken them out of the line of sight of the avenue, Piso explained how he'd thought to slow to a walk. "Everyone looks at the man who is running," he told Tullus, "but the man who walks draws no more than passing attention." So it had proved. Emboldened by their success, and intimidated by the reception Tullus would have given them if they returned early, the pair had continued with their mission. Because Gaius's friend Marcus had acquaintances in the 20th Legion, they had visited the 1st's tent lines. All had gone well there, and the pair had spent the morning watching a set of wrestling matches organised by the bored legionaries. A large crowd had gathered to watch the contests, and food and wine sellers had come in from outside the camp. It had been perfect ground for wandering about and eavesdropping on conversations. For the most part, Tullus brooded, what they'd heard was bad. It seemed that Gaius's information had been accurate. Almost every soldier in the 4 legions, the 1st, the 5th, the 20th, and the 21st, had rebelled. Perhaps 50 legionaries appeared to be in charge. Their number included Bonyface, Fatnose, and the twins. More than a score of centurions had been murdered. More senior officers were being held captive in their tents, with the obvious exception of the tribune, who had been slain. There was talk of violence beyond the camp's walls. Some civilians had been killed, and women raped. There were even rumours of attacking the nearest town, Ara Ubiorum. About the only cheering news was the fact that, as far as Piso and Vitellius could tell, none of Caecina's messengers had been apprehended. That meant, thought Tullus, that Germanicus would know by now what had happened. He would arrive soon. What would happen then was anyone's guess. The mutineers weren't going to lie down and present their throats like submissive dogs. Too much blood had been shed for that. How many more lives would be lost? Tullus continued to send out his men each day, with Caecina's blessing. On the 5th day, Piso returned earlier than normal, bearing the news that Germanicus had been seen nearing the camp. A delighted Tullus took him straight to Caecina, who was incarcerated in his office with the Primi Pili, the most senior centurions of the 4 legions. Caecina's delight at Piso's news didn't last. "Imagine if the mutineers fall upon him," he declared. "The governor must not enter the camp until it is safe. Word must be sent to him at once." "I'll go, sir," offered Tullus. "I can pass myself off as a veteran." Caecina studied Tullus for a moment. "The mutineers have a point about men serving for too long, eh?" His frankness made the Primi Pili give each other surprised looks, but Tullus nodded. It wasn't unusual for a centurion to be almost 50 years old, but ordinary legionaries who joined the army at 18 or 19 were eligible for discharge at 43 or 4. Poor record-keeping and insufficient numbers of recruits meant that this deadline was often overlooked by the more unscrupulous centurions. No wonder men had grievances, thought Tullus, and shame on Caecina for not doing something about it before. "With your permission, sir, I will take my optio and 20 men." "Do as you see fit. Just make sure that you reach the governor outside the camp. He will have an escort, but because he'll be riding like a demon, it's bound to be small. Things could easily go wrong, and I don't want to be held accountable for the death of the Emperor's heir, as well as the cursed mutiny." Tullus winced inwardly. If Germanicus was slain, and he was also blamed, the death penalty would beckon. His dead soldiers would never be avenged, and he would lose any chance of recovering the 18th's eagle. He threw back his shoulders. "I'll see the governor into your presence, sir. I swear it. On my life." Wandering the camp, out of uniform, pretending that he was an ordinary legionary, was a bizarre experience for Tullus. His secret visit to Rome with Fenestella had been one of the only times that he'd acted in such a way. That had taken some getting used to, but it had not been as risk-laden. Here, among so many soldiers, Tullus expected to be recognized as an officer at every turn. To this end, he had pulled the hood of his cloak up and walked along with his head down, letting Piso and the others guide his path. They all wore swords under their cloaks, but none were in armour. So few of the mutinous soldiers were in full kit that to do so would have drawn immediate attention to themselves. Tullus was able to gain an impression of the situation as they made their way towards the camp's northernmost gate, the entrance at which Germanicus would arrive. At first glance things appeared normal enough. The legionaries' tents were still in position. So too were some of the unit standards, yet there were gaps in the tent lines that shouldn't have been present. Tullus saw that most of the centurions' large tents had been torn down. A closer look revealed that they had been slashed to pieces or burned. Near more than one tent, telltale bloodstains bore witness to darker deeds. Rubbish lay underfoot everywhere. Discarded amphorae of wine, broken plates, rinds of cheese, and a sandal with a broken strap. There were items that had to have been pilfered from officers' quarters and then discarded. An iron-bound chest lying on its side, a half-unrolled fine carpet, a massive cast-iron stand with hooks for 24 oil lamps. The stink of urine, and worse, was proof that reaching the latrines had not been a priority for many. If the camp looked vaguely normal from a distance, its inhabitants did not. The mutinous legionaries lounged about before their tents, or roamed the avenues in large, unruly groups. A significant number were drunk. Crowds of them were heading in the same direction as Tullus and his men, and from their conversations it seemed that they too wanted to see Germanicus, and lay before him their demands. No one gave Tullus's party a second glance, and they soon reached the northern gate, where a queue had formed to exit the camp. Word was spreading that everyone was to assemble on the parade ground as soon as possible, so that Germanicus would appreciate their overwhelming numbers. Tullus had Piso scale the ladder that led up to one of the entrance's watchtowers. He was back within the space of 30 heartbeats.
"A party of riders is approaching, sir. They're perhaps a mile away."
"That's got to be Germanicus," said Tullus, his heart beating faster. Instinct told him that the governor might tackle the problem head-on, and Tullus wondered if he could reach him before the parade ground. Whether Germanicus, renowned for his determination, would heed Tullus's advice was another thing altogether. Furthermore, to do so would reveal themselves to the mutineers.
"We'll head to the speaking platform," he said to Piso and the rest. "Fast as we can. Avoid meeting anyone's eye."
Men with purpose always moved quicker than those without, and the effect was exaggerated when wine had been consumed. Tullus's party slipped between and around the rowdy mutineers, breaking into smaller groups when needed, coming at last to the low platform from which officers addressed troops on parade. The only people to protest their passage were a number of aggressive, pissed soldiers who were easy to bypass. Tullus kept his men away from the front, because Bonyface was close to the dais, with Fatnose and the twins. The legionaries around them were sober, and seemed to be spoiling for trouble. Time dragged as they waited for Germanicus to arrive. Tullus kept his head down and spoke little, but he kept his ears pricked. It was heartening to hear that the mutineers' strong feelings about their grievances were mitigated by a clear devotion to Germanicus, and notable that, despite their mutiny, the ringleaders hadn't positioned themselves on the platform.
"He'll give us what we want,"
opined a beefy-jawed legionary to Tullus's right.
"Aye,"
said his companion, whose face was as narrow as the other's was wide.
"Germanicus is a fair man and a fine general. Everyone knows that." "He will offer us what is ours," snarled Fatnose, who had heard the comment. "Else he'll get what's coming to him."
"There's no need for that," said Beefy Chops, but a sizable number of legionaries seemed to agree with Fatnose. Tullus gave Fenestella, who was a few paces to his left, a meaningful glance. "This could be bad," he mouthed. "I'm ready," Fenestella mouthed back. "So are the men." Tullus inclined his head and dropped a discreet hand to his sword, making sure the hilt was sitting just so. There wasn't much else to do but pray. Tullus wasn't one for asking favours of the gods, but at dangerous times like this it helped him to feel a little better. "Fortuna," he asked, "great goddess, keep these soldiers calm and my men safe. Let Germanicus say his piece, and go in peace."
"He's coming!"
shouted a voice from the direction of the road north. A ripple of excitement passed over the gathering. Men twisted and stretched to get a view of the newcomer, Tullus among them. The first indication of Germanicus's arrival was a thinning of the crowd. It was noteworthy that they didn't form up in even ranks, or offer an honour guard. Imposing, tall, Germanicus strode into sight. He was bare-headed and stern-faced. His armour gleamed like sunlight. A collective "Ah!" went up. 3 companions followed in his wake, 2 cavalrymen and a staff officer. "He's got balls of steel to come here, and with such a small escort," thought Tullus, his admiration for the man growing. What was far from clear was whether Germanicus's move had been wise. The situation oozed with danger. Tullus hoped that the governor's famed courage and oratory skills would be enough to keep him alive. If things went wrong, Tullus's men would not be enough.
"Where are your standards, soldiers of Rome?"
cried Germanicus, his height setting him a handspan and more over every man present. He clambered onto the platform, which made him as tall as a giant. His companions stayed at the base.
"I want to see them, so I may recognize your units as I speak with you," said Germanicus. "We can hear you well enough without standards,"
retorted Bonyface, his voice throbbing with anger. Germanicus made no acknowledgment.
"Raise your standards," he shouted. "You are proud of your units, are you not?" "We are," answered a score or more of voices. "Ignore him," ordered Bonyface. "If you're proud, show me your standards," urged Germanicus.
Bonyface and his fellows glared as first one, then two, then a dozen century and cohort standards were lifted up from men's sides. Before long they were everywhere, and Germanicus nodded in satisfaction.
"It is good, knowing to whom one speaks," he said, pitching his voice to carry. "You all know me. I am Germanicus, imperial governor of the province of Germania and Tres Galliae, and heir to the emperor, Tiberius, praise his name. I am also your commander."
The rumblings of discontent and comments about Germanicus's pedigree that followed were muted, pleasing Tullus and angering Bonyface and his cronies in equal measure.
"I stand before you this day to speak of many things," said Germanicus. "First among those must be Augustus, our blessed father, who is no more."
He smiled a little as a few shouts acclaiming the dead emperor went up.
"From humble origins he forged an empire that is the envy of all. For the last half-century, his legions, you, brave soldiers, have won countless victories and conquered vast territories in his name. Of recent years you have followed his heir Tiberius to glory in Germania and in Illyricum. Your courage, your sacrifices, your blood achieved these glories. This province, no, the empire, is at peace today because of you."
Heads shook in agreement. Men muttered, "Aye," but there was none of the usual cheering that would meet such lavish praise.
"I wrote here in haste when the news of this disturbance reached me," said Germanicus, pacing about on the platform. "Rome relies on you. You are the force that guards its northern borders. What has happened to your discipline, your obedience? Where are your officers?"
Tullus was prepared for the total uproar that descended, but Germanicus was not. He seemed shocked by the host of legionaries who stripped off their tunics to reveal their scars and the marks left by punishment whippings. Encouraged by Bonyface, Fatnose, and the twins, they pressed forward, raining down a litany of complaints.
"Our centurion beat us black and blue every day. Look, here, this was made by a red-hot poker. That was the penalty for not digging a latrine trench deep enough. My centurion took bribes to let men off sentry duty and the like. If we couldn't pay, he'd have us whipped. These are grievous accusations, and they will be investigated," said Germanicus, regaining his composure. "I cannot believe, however, that every centurion was guilty of such crimes. That's why we only slew the worst of them," cried Bonyface, and many of the legionaries cheered. A deluge of grievances followed, about the back-breaking jobs that the legionaries were supposed to do, ditch-digging, transporting fodder and timber, cutting down trees, the construction of latrines and ovens. These had to be done, complained the soldiers, even when there was no real need. The centurions used the hard labour just to stop their men being idle, and if they didn't obey, the most fearful punishments were administered. "All this," roared Bonyface, "and we receive a pittance for it. That's if we are even paid. Over the last few years our money's come late, sometimes by months, and that's not mentioning the men who should have received their discharge." "Look here at this soldier, Germanicus," shouted the first twin. "He hasn't got a tooth left in his head. 35 years he's been a legionary, and he's not alone." "Are he and his fellows to die in their armour?" chimed in the second twin. Fresh cheering erupted, and the toothless soldier beamed at his moment of notoriety. "These issues must also be addressed," Germanicus declared in an even tone. "I give you my word that every one of them will be recorded and looked into. What say you to that?" Some in the crowd appeared pleased, but more did not. "Promises mean little," Tullus heard Bonyface say. "We want our objections answered now." "Seize the purple, Germanicus," yelled the first twin. "Take it from that fat fool Tiberius. Tiberius is an old man with cabbage for brains. It is you who should be emperor, Germanicus. March on Rome! We'll help you!" cried the second twin. Tullus stared at Germanicus, who seemed disgusted, but that didn't stop the legionaries' acclaim. "Germanicus!" they yelled over and over. Germanicus jumped down from the platform, but some of the mutinous soldiers moved to block his passage. Germanicus's guards reached for their swords, but he barked in order for them to stay their hands. The air prickled with tension. "Gather the men," Tullus ordered Fenestella. "Follow me."
He shoved forward through the throng, using his elbows and shoulders. The confusion was such. Legionaries were shouting for Germanicus, against him, that they should raid the nearest town or march on Rome, that within 20 heartbeats Tullus could almost touch Germanicus. There he halted, however. 2 mutineers stood in Germanicus's path, drawn swords in their hands. If Tullus made a wrong move, the emperor's heir might be slain. Germanicus's escort of 3 were at his back, powerless thanks to the press on either side.
"You're going back on that platform, sir,"
growled one of the mutineers.
"Accept the honour that's being shown you."
"I will do no such thing. I'd rather take my own life than be disloyal to the emperor." With a grand gesture, Germanicus drew his own blade. This isn't the place to be theatrical, thought Tullus, even as a pair of soldiers grabbed Germanicus's right arm and held it tight.
"Callucidius is my name, sir,"
said another man, shoving his face into Germanicus's.
"I think you'll find this a little sharper than your toy."
To loud applause he proffered a standard-issue gladius, its wooden handle shiny with use, and its steel blade well oiled.
"You're welcome to use it."
"I will choose the time of my death, legionary, not you," snarled Germanicus. Cowed by Germanicus's contempt, Callucidius lowered his weapon. Bonyface was harder to dominate.
"Don't be fickle, Governor. If you're so loyal, kill yourself," he jibed. "Go on." "Do it!" roared 100 voices. "You'll be no loss," added Fatnose. "The more patricians who go into the mud, the better."
Tullus was watching the men around him, like a hanging hawk focuses on a mouse far below. He had noted their expressions changing throughout the unfolding drama, from impatient to awed, uncertain to angry to fearful and back again. Now he saw the bloodlust creeping in. It would take but a word from Bonyface or his cronies to have the mob descend on Germanicus in a flurry of fists and blades. He was moving at once.
"Fenestella, after me."
2, 3, 6 steps, and he was in beside the soldiers who were holding Germanicus. Despite the press, Tullus was able to draw his sword underarm. Pushing its tip against the nearest man's lower back, he hissed,
"Release the governor. Don't protest, or I'll split your right kidney in 2. "You heard him," said Fenestella, using his blade to encourage the other soldier.
The shocked legionaries did as they were told. As those in the immediate vicinity struggled to realize what had happened, Tullus was speaking in Germanicus's ear, motioning to his escort, and retreating away from Bonyface, Fatnose, and the twins. Pre-warned by Fenestella, Tullus's 20 men formed a narrow, V-shaped wedge in front of Tullus and his valuable companion. Germanicus's escort of 3 were quick to take their places in the formation. The party was 20 paces away before Bonyface and the rest began to hurl abuse after them, and 50 before the lead mutineers were calling on Germanicus to be apprehended. At this point, Tullus slipped his hooded cloak over a protesting Germanicus and pulled the cowl low over the governor's face.
"I'm sorry, sir, but you'll have to bear with me," he muttered.
"Move!" he barked at his soldiers. They were 200 paces from the platform, and the gathering was thinning before Bonyface had organized enough men to pursue them. Loud cries trailed over the crowd's heads.
"Catch him! With Germanicus as prisoner, our demands will be met!"
The legionaries further away weren't listening, were too pissed, or had no interest in apprehending Germanicus. There were curious stares aplenty, but few even remarked at the group's passage. Nonetheless, Tullus did not let Germanicus lower his hood until they had reached the Principia.
"By all the gods,"
said Germanicus, recognizing Tullus.
"It's you."
"Yes, sir," said Tullus, concerned at once that there be no mention of their meeting in Rome. Despite Germanicus's leniency, the fewer people who knew about it, the better.
"I'm sorry for manhandling you back there."
"No apology is necessary, Centurion." Germanicus dipped his chin. "It was fortunate indeed that I acted as I did when we last met." Tullus breathed a sigh of relief at the way their encounter had been mentioned, and Germanicus continued, "I appear to owe you and your men my life, perhaps. If not that, my freedom."
"I was just doing my job, sir."
"You risked much, and when things seemed as if they might get out of hand, you acted with real initiative. Take the praise, Centurion."
"Thank you, sir," said Tullus.
"It's good to know that I have men like you behind me. Things are likely to get worse here before they get better."
"Blood will flow, sir?"
It was dispiriting to hear his worries given voice by another.
"I'm sure of it, Centurion. Even when the mutineers have been brought to heel, some of their leaders will have to die. The best way to remove canker is with the first cut of the knife, my father used to say."
Germanicus's eyes now looked like 2 chips of flint. "If you don't do that, the rot soon spreads." "As you say, sir," agreed Tullus. Inside, he was horrified by the idea of killing his fellow soldiers. What choice had he, though, other than to obey? Chapter 9. While Germanicus closeted himself in the largest tent with Caecina and the senior centurions, news reached Tullus of Tubero's arrival while he had been outside the camp. It threw him into a foul humour. Tubero had escaped through the back of his tent, it seemed. Disguised as an ordinary legionary, he had made his way unhindered to the headquarters. "Somehow the maggot always comes up as a winner," Tullus grumbled to Fenestella. "You never spoke a truer word," observed Fenestella, spitting. "One law for them and one for us, eh?" Fenestella grinned. They both spoke the same lines every time. "As it has always been, and always will be." "I heard it was bad out there," said a voice. Tullus found Senior Centurion Cordus standing 10 paces away, his pudgy face pale and strained. "I don't need this now," Tullus thought, remembering their angry exchange in the net and trident. "Bad enough. They're saying that you rescued the governor." "Aye." Tullus rolled his eyes at Fenestella and waited for the sarcastic response. "You went into the midst of thousands of unhappy legionaries, men who have murdered centurions, and somehow extricated Germanicus," said Cordus. "That was well done." Tullus gave Cordus a startled glance. What in hell's name was he playing at? "It would have been a terrible thing if the governor had been killed," Cordus went on. "We're all in your debt." "Anyone would have done the same," demurred Tullus. "Except they wouldn't." With a friendly nod, Cordus walked away. "Prick," muttered Fenestella. "I'd trust him as much as a sewer rat. What was he up to?" "No idea," replied Tullus. "Maybe he's changed his mind about me." Fenestella made a pfft noise of contempt. "I need wine," said Tullus. Cordus's comment had driven home the magnitude of the danger that they had been in. "See if you can scrounge some from the quartermaster. Enough for the men who came with us, too." The words "blood from a stone" spring to mind. "Tell him it's for the man who saved the governor," said Tullus with a wink. He pulled an aureus from his purse and handed it over. "That should move his fingers towards his keys. I want a decent vintage, mind, and lots of it." Fenestella winked back. "I'll drive a hard bargain." Tullus busied himself for a time by congratulating the 20 legionaries who had come with him and Fenestella. They were good boys, he told them. He was proud of what they had done, and so was Germanicus. "It's quite a thing to have saved the life of the Emperor's heir," Tullus said. "You'll only get one chance to do that in this lifetime." They gave him the fierce, relieved grins of those who have survived the storm of iron and steel. There had been no combat, but the risk of dying had been as high as it was in the fiercest battle, and every one of them knew it. "All centurions, gather round!" Flanked by Germanicus and Tubero, Caecina stood in the doorway of the main command tent. Tullus made his way over, and was pleased by the recognition he received from other centurions. Nods, muttered congratulations, even a few claps on the back. It was heartening that some of the acknowledgments came from men who had shunned him before. Perhaps the stain on his character, for having survived Arminius's ambush, wasn't impossible to wash away. Not everyone was pleased for him. Victor, Cordus's ox-like henchman, was among those who said not a word. He glowered as Tullus was allowed to take a place at the front. "We are honoured by the presence among us of Germanicus Julius Caesar, our governor," announced Caecina. The centurions were well schooled, and, relieved that their supreme commander had arrived, a loud cheer went up. "I give you the imperial governor," said Caecina, half bowing to Germanicus and stepping back. More cheering erupted. Tall, imposing, Germanicus stood forward and raised his hands for calm. "The time for celebration is not here yet, I'm afraid. Having seen the gravity of the situation with my own eyes," and he gave Tullus a nod of appreciation, "the only way to placate the legionaries is to agree to their demands, in principle at least. I can see that you like that as little as I do, but there are few options open to me. I propose sending a letter to the mutineers' leaders." Germanicus threw a look at Tubero, who all but preened himself. Legate Tubero came up with the idea, a letter purporting to have Tiberius's authority. It will grant discharge to legionaries who have served for 20 years and longer. Soldiers with 16 or more years of service will receive a conditional discharge. Their only obligation will be to fight, if there is need, in the 4 years following their release from the legions. Their official donative will be doubled. Legionaries' pay will also be increased by half. Tullus saw his own disbelief mirrored in almost every centurion's face. The mutineers weren't stupid, he thought. Tiberius was known for his steady, cautious nature. He wasn't the type to offer such generous terms, without any fight whatsoever. Was anyone prepared to say so, though? Germanicus was an observant man. He sensed their unhappiness. "What is it? Speak up," he ordered, his gaze roaming from face to face. They settled on Tullus. "Well?" Tullus took a deep breath. "They won't fall for it, sir. I have no idea how the Emperor thinks, the gods bless him forever, but I doubt that he would capitulate to such demands in the first instance. The mutineers will think the same." Tullus could hear no voices agreeing with him, and his guts churned. Germanicus's lips tightened, but he uttered no rebuke. Beside him, Caecina was scowling, and Tubero's cheeks were marked by red pinpricks of fury. Germanicus eyed the centurions again. "Are any of you of the same opinion?" "I am, sir." Surprising Tullus yet again, it was Cordus who had spoken. "They'll be expecting to haggle over their demands, not just have them agreed to straight away." There were some rumbles of agreement, but few centurions would meet Germanicus's eyes. It wasn't surprising, thought Tullus, hoping that he hadn't done the wrong thing. Only fools disagreed with high-ranking officials, let alone the Emperor's heir. "Can you offer me any other immediate choices?" asked Germanicus. A resounding silence followed, broken only by the drunken shouts of legionaries outside the Principia. "We could sit and wait," thought Tullus. "Send for the legions upriver, in Germania Superior. The local auxiliaries could even be used to put down the rebellion." He had had enough, however, of speaking up, of offering himself as the sacrificial sheep. While Germanicus held Tullus in some regard, Tubero still had it in for him, and was more than capable of turning Caecina, and perhaps even Germanicus himself, against him. Tullus had spent too long in the wilderness to risk losing the regard of his new-found, powerful benefactor, so he stitched his lip. "In that case we shall proceed with the letter," declared Germanicus. "May the gods ensure that it puts an end to this business." The divine help that Germanicus had wished for did not materialize. Some hours after the letter had been delivered to the mutineers' leaders under a flag of truce, a vast crowd of legionaries assembled outside the Principia. Many were drunk, and all were irate. Shouting that Germanicus should come forth, he did, with Tullus and his full century's protection, they destroyed his letter, calling it a forgery. Their demands were repeated, and this time the legionaries threatened they were to be looked at with the respect they deserve. In other words, Boniface shouted, a settlement had better be forthcoming within a day, or Germanicus could expect to have the Principia burned down around his noble ears. "With him inside," the twins added, to a swelling roar of approval. The furious mutineers didn't wait for a reply. Their intimidating threats hung in the air as they marched off. "Curse them to Hades! Their insolence is unforgivable," snarled Germanicus. He glanced at Tullus, who was quick to keep his expression blank. There could be no "I-told-you-so" attitude with someone so high-ranking. "You were right," admitted Germanicus after a long moment. "They're no fools." "As you say, sir," replied Tullus in a neutral tone. "We'll make them pay in the end." "Indeed, but other matters are more pressing," muttered Germanicus. "What to do now?" Tullus wasn't sure if the question was rhetorical, and discretion was the more prudent choice. He said nothing. "I could promise them an increase in pay, to be given on their return to barracks," said Germanicus. He shot a look at Tullus. "Would that work?" Caught by Germanicus's penetrating stare, Tullus had to answer. Hating the fact that he was a poor liar, he answered, "Men like to feel coin in their hands, sir, not listen to the promise of it days into the future." "I am the imperial governor," said Germanicus, his jaw hardening. "I'll not roll over to them, do you hear?" "I understand, sir," said Tullus, thinking, "You have to give them something tangible." or more blood will be spilled. "Take me inside," ordered Germanicus. "I must reflect on the best course of action." "Sir." Tullus led the way, hoping that inspiration of a better kind would strike Germanicus before the mutineers' patience ran out. Tullus's hopes were in vain. Whether through pride or inability to come up with a better option, Germanicus went ahead with his suggestion to the soldiers that an increase in pay would be paid when they marched back to their camps. Tullus was ordered to deliver the offer to the mutineers the following morning. He wasn't surprised when Bonyface and his fellows rejected it out of hand. Red-faced with fury, Bonyface whipped his followers into a frenzy. Insults and then stones were thrown. In a calm voice, Tullus had his men close up and draw their swords. A standoff developed, with both sides nervous and ready to fight, but neither quite prepared to begin the bloodletting. Tullus wanted to pull his soldiers back into the safety of the headquarters, but he had to get an answer for Germanicus first. "Will you accept the terms?" he called out. Bonyface stalked from the protection of his fellows, closing to within a dozen paces of Tullus's men's shields. "Tell your governor," he hissed, uncaring of the sword tips pointing at his heart, "that he had best come up with an offer that we actually believe. He's got until sunset." "Or what?" demanded Tullus in a bullish tone. "Or I lead 4 legions against the Principia," Bonyface retorted. "See how long you can hold out then." Germanicus was incandescent with rage when Tullus relayed the mutineers' response. "The dog said what?" Germanicus's bellow was as loud as a centurion's best parade roar. Tullus repeated what he'd been told, and, difficult though it was, continued to meet Germanicus's gaze. "You have until sunset to give them your answer." "Until sunset? I, the imperial governor, have to reply to that rabble? I, the emperor's nephew, have to bandy words with scum who aren't fit to polish my boots?" Germanicus emitted a short, high-pitched laugh of disbelief. His eyes, sparkling with anger, moved from Tullus to the other officers present. Most, Tubero included, were quick to drop their gaze. "It's a terrible state of affairs, sir," ventured Caecina. "Jupiter on high, it's insufferable!" shouted Germanicus, pacing up and down. "Intolerable!" No one dared answer him. If only they had until the following morning, thought Tullus. Under the cover of darkness, he could have led a select group of men to assassinate Bonyface and the other ringleaders. While dangerous, the mission wouldn't have been impossible. In daylight, however, it would border on suicidal. Valuing his soldiers' lives more than anything, Tullus decided not to say a word. Germanicus was no fool. He had to realize that his back was to the wall. "What can we do?" demanded Germanicus, his eyes still roving around the tent. There was a sudden interest in belt buckles and the toes of men's boots. Uneasy coughs vied with throats that were being cleared. Tullus's pride wouldn't let him bend his head, and he cursed inwardly as Germanicus honed in on him. "Do we lead an attack on the ringleaders, and cut off all the Hydra's heads?" Close up, Germanicus's great height was even more pronounced. He glared down at Tullus. "I will if you order me to, sir," said Tullus in a monotone. Germanicus scowled. "You don't think it's a good idea?" "We're too few, sir. Even if we made it to wherever the ringleaders are, they would tear us apart. Like as not, the mob would then turn on the headquarters." Tullus wasn't sure about the last part, but he was not going to offer his men up as sacrificial sheep on the altar of Germanicus's pride. Germanicus considered his words, and then let out a long breath. "In darkness we might have succeeded, but not during daylight." "That would be my thought, sir," said Tullus, hiding his relief. Germanicus stalked off, coming to a halt before Tubero. "It's rare for you to be silent, Legate. What have you to offer?" Tubero puffed out his chest. "I'd be happy to lead an attack on the ringleaders, sir, but, as you say, it would be too dangerous." Germanicus made a little sound of derision and walked on. "Anyone else?" Tullus's frustration rose as no one said anything for several moments. Why should it be down to him to speak? Officers far more senior than he were present. Nephew of the Emperor or no, Imperial Governor or no, Germanicus had to be told. In the end, Caecina had the balls. "The way I see it, sir, we only have one option." Germanicus whirled around, his face taut with emotion. "What is that?"
"The mutineers must be paid their money, sir," said Caecina. "In my opinion, that is the only thing they'll accept."
"The only thing? The only thing?"
Germanicus's face was purple with rage. The veins stood out on his neck. "Yes, sir," said Caecina, looking nervous. Germanicus raised his bunched fists to the heavens, and a drawn-out "ah" of anger and frustration left his lips. Everyone watched. No one dared speak.
"If we are all slain, the mutiny will continue."
Germanicus's tone was flat.
"Restoring order is imperative, even if it means giving in to the mutineers."
Heads nodded. Voices muttered, "Yes, sir," and "Agreed, sir." Tullus gave silent thanks to the gods.
"I doubt that I have enough funds to pay every soldier in 4 legions what he's owed,"
said Germanicus with a bitter laugh. His eyes moved to Caecina and on to the legates present. "I shall have to ask for a loan." Tullus watched sidelong as the senior officers fell over themselves to offer their assistance. Germanicus won't forget this, he thought. For an imperial governor and a royal family member to have to beg financial aid of his subordinates was a humiliation of the first order. "Good," said Germanicus, a slight inclination of his head, the only sign of gratitude. "From the sounds of it, we shall have enough coin to pacify the rapacious dogs." His gaze stopped on Tullus. "Will the legions return to their bases now?"
"I'd wager so, sir."
"That's all we need, for now." There was a short pause, and then Germanicus added, in an icy voice, "Justice can be served later." Chapter 10.
"Gods, how I hate this shithole!"
Segeste's voice carried, as it was meant to, some distance from the longhouse he'd been confined to since his arrival.
"Do not take Arminius, the flea-ridden mongrel!"
Arminius, standing on the grass close by, laughed. So did Malo and the score of his warriors who were there, stretching their muscles. It was their habit each morning to exercise and train with their spears and swords, not something most men did, but they were the cream of Arminius's followers.
"Do you want me to shut him up?" called one of the men standing watch by Segeste's door. "Leave him be. I like hearing his complaints," Arminius replied, causing more amusement. "They're a constant reminder that I did the right thing. If I'd let him go to Immerses, we would have had 4,000 fewer spears to call on in the spring."
"I'm sick of the sound of him." Thusnelda came bustling from the direction of the woods, a basket of fresh-picked mushrooms balanced on her hip. "You can hear his voice half a mile away."
"How can you say such things about your father?"
asked Arminius with mock seriousness. He dodged away from the clout she swung at him. "I respect my father, but I cannot abide him whinging from dawn till dusk. Couldn't you keep him further away?" Arminius had been keen from the outset to have Segestes close to hand, the better to monitor the guards he'd set upon his prisoner. Despite his jokes, several days of Segestes' unrelenting, high-volume complaints meant that he too was growing weary of his prisoner.
"I suppose we could put him in one of the houses near the edge of the settlement."
"Just for you," he said, trying to slip an arm around Thusnelda's waist. She dodged away from him with surprising agility. "Get off! Don't expect to lay a hand on me until it's done." Arminius scowled after her, as Malo chortled. The others were amused too, but they hid it a little better. Arminius pretended not to hear any of them, allowing himself to be the butt of an occasional joke, thereby proving he was as human as the next man, was no bad thing. "How about a plate of fried mushrooms instead?" he called out. "Move him first," came the sharp retort. A moment later the door of their longhouse slammed. Fresh laughter erupted from Malo and his men, and Arminius said, "You heard the woman. I'm going to starve and suffer from a constant erection if we don't move Segestes."
"Best get it done soon, then," declared Malo. "I can see the bulge in your trousers from here."
As his men's mirth increased further, Arminius let himself chuckle. "We'll move them after we've trained." They had been exercising for some time, running circuits of the settlements, lifting great sections of tree trunk, sparring with swords, when Arminius's attention was drawn to the path that led westward towards the Renus. Small boys and girls, and the pups that followed them, were dancing about what had to be a party of visitors. How was it, he wondered, that children were always drawn to the newcomer? It was beneath his station to go and see who had arrived. There was no need, anyway, for people tended to converge on the open central area where he and his warriors were gathered. Nonetheless, Arminius's attention strayed from the task at hand, allowing Melo to land a couple of painful blows on him with the flat of his blade. "Enough!" Arminius cried. "Take your eye off an enemy and he'll have you," warned Melo with a leer. "Piss off," retorted Arminius, grimacing back. "I can take you any time." Wiping his brow with the arm of his tunic, he waited for the party to reach them. Instead of sheathing his sword, he let it dangle by his side, innocent enough, given the training men around him, but also a veiled threat if needs be. 50 paces off, Arminius recognized an unruly mop of blonde hair that could only belong to one man he knew. Cupping a hand to his mouth, he yelled, "Segimundus!" A hand was raised in acknowledgment, and Arminius grinned. "I haven't seen him in years. Maybe since the ambush, even. A little odd that he appears so soon after we've imprisoned his father, don't you think?" muttered Melo. "Don't be so suspicious," chided Arminius. "Segimundus stands with us. Rallying the tribes would have been much harder without his support. Remember, too, what he did to Varus." Arminius wasn't sure if that last detail was true. No one had seen who had mutilated the Roman general's body, but rumour then and since had Segimundus as the perpetrator. "Blood runs thicker than water," rumbled Melo with a frown. "Yet my brother Flavus and I cannot abide each other. I'd save your life before his 1,000 times," retorted Arminius, challenge in his tone. "And Segimundus was with us in the forest when Segestes was nowhere to be seen, wasn't he?" "Aye. Well then, set aside your distrust. He'll want to visit his father, I wager, but I'm the person he's come to speak with." Sliding his sword into the scabbard, Arminius took a few steps towards the approaching party. "Welcome, Segimundus. It has been too long. The years pass swiftly, do they not?" Segimundus, an imposing figure in a priest's dark green hooded robe, dismounted and came to meet Arminius, arms outstretched. They embraced. "It's good to see you," said Arminius, pulling back to stare at Segimundus. "And you? Are those grey hairs I see in your beard?" Arminius gave his chin a rueful stroke. "There are a few, perhaps. You've got the same, I see." "None of us can stop the march of time." Segimundus made a solemn face. "They add to my authority, don't you think?" "As if you ever needed that. Men always listen to a priest." "Not so. It takes more than a green robe, or for that matter a chieftainship, to win men's hearts and minds. You know that as well as I do." "Aye, perhaps." Arminius smiled. "The timing of your visit couldn't be better. I will need your help again in the coming months. I thought it would be useful for us to take counsel together. Is it true what they say, that Germanicus is going to wage a new campaign against us? It's all that the legionaries talk about in the taverns and whorehouses of Vetera. 8 legions and a similar number of auxiliaries he'll lead over the river, or so they say. What's heartening is that there's been a mutiny in 2 of the camps in recent days. Germanicus will have sorted it out before the spring, but he might not be able to rely on some of his soldiers, and that will help us." Segimundus's expression remained dark. "Even if some of his troops are untrustworthy, he'll have upwards of 50,000 soldiers." "I know," said Arminius with a grim nod. "If they are not to lay waste to the entire land, every tribe between here and the river will be needed for the fight. Will you help?" "Of course. Anything to keep Rome's hobnailed boot from our necks." Arminius noticed for the first time the lines of weariness streaking Segimundus's face. "Forgive me. You must be weary from your journey. Come, you will lodge with me in Thusnelda. Melo will see to accommodation for your followers." "Gratitude." Segimundus's eyes cast about the settlement before returning to Arminius. "Word reached me that my father is also here." Arminius remembered Melo's suspicions, but could spy no trace of guile in Segimundus's face. "That is true. He came a few days since, pretending he had come to see Thusnelda. In fact, his purpose was to visit Ingiomerus, and to turn him against me. I'd heard that Ingiomerus had joined your cause. Fine work on your part. What makes you so certain that my father planned to bring him back into Rome's fold?" "He told me as much," Arminius replied with a snort. "As you know, Ingiomerus is a tricky customer. It's taken years for him to shift allegiances. I'm not about to let my hard work be undone by your father. Segestes has been my captive since, but every comfort has been provided for him, never fear." A faint line marked Segimundus's brow. "How long do you plan to hold him prisoner?" "Until the end of next year's campaigning season." "By which time his counsel to Immerses will be useless."
"Aye."
Arminius searched Segimundus's face again for an indication of his feelings, but could detect nothing that indicated his visitor was angry with him. After a long moment, Segimundus said, "What you've done is for the best." Despite himself, Arminius's breath came out long and slow. "I'm glad you see it that way." "How else could I take it?" Segimundus's grip on his arm was solid. He added, "You won't hold it against me if I visit him?" "Please, you don't have to ask. Spend as long with your father as you wish," said Arminius with an expansive gesture. It might keep the old dog quiet for a time, he thought, which would be a God-sent blessing for everyone. Segimundus's visit to his father was brief, pleasing Arminius. He turned out to be a pleasant house-guest as well, charming Thusnelda with his compliments by day, and content by night to listen to and comment on Arminius's plans. The warriors also took to Segimundus, relishing the unusual company of a priest who wrestled and drank. On the second night, Arminius took Segimundus to the sacred grove. Barley beer and blankets kept the worst of the chill away during the long, unnerving hours of darkness. Arminius saw nothing, and dreamed less during the fitful periods of sleep that came to him. Creaking branches, wind rustling the last leaves on the trees, the hooting of an owl, mice skittering about in the undergrowth, these, and Segimundus's pacing, were the only sounds he heard, and could not be assigned to Donar. Hugely frustrated by the time dawn had come, Arminius had given up hope that a sign would be revealed to them. Red-eyed, belly rumbling, and muscles stiff from inaction, he motioned to Segimundus that they should go. Segimundus shook his head. No. Arminius was about to ask why, but Segimundus motioned for him to remain silent. Croak! The hair on the back of Arminius's neck prickled. Only one bird made that sound. Croak! Croak! He turned his head to see not one, but two ravens alighting in the largest of the oak trees that ringed the sacred space. The birds were common enough in the area, but he had never seen one in this place. When first one and then the other raven flew down to the rough-hewn stone altars that sat in the centre of the circle, Arminius thought his heart would stop. The birds began tapping to and fro on the stone with their powerful beaks. Of course, thought Arminius. The sacrifices practised here meant that there would be congealed blood, and perhaps more, on the altars, appealing food. Nevertheless, it felt God-sent for the ravens to arrive when he and Segimundus were present. It seemed that Segimundus had drawn the same conclusion, for his lips were moving in fervent prayer. Arminius squeezed his eyes shut and did the same. "Great Donar, I thank you for this sign of your favour. I will have a fine ram killed here in your honour before the sun sets. In return, I ask for your help in uniting the tribes. If the Romans are to be defeated once and for all, they must follow me to battle. Let my words, and those of Segimundus, fall on the chieftain's ears as spring rain on young barley, and, when the time comes, let us reap Roman legionaries, as we did for you in the forest." Croak! Croak! Startled, Arminius looked up. The nearest raven had cocked its head to the side. A red string of ichor trailed from its beak onto the altar. One beady black eye regarded him, as if to say, "This is my price." With a flick of its neck, the blood clot was thrown up in the air. It flashed crimson red for a heartbeat, before disappearing down the raven's throat. Crack! The satisfied note in the bird's voice was distinct. Crack! Crack! Its partner replied in kind from the other altar. Donar did regard his mission as worthy, thought Arminius. Surely he could take that meaning from what had just transpired. He glanced at Segimundus, whose eyes were still closed, whose lips yet moved in reverential prayer. Eager that he should be seen in the same light by the god, Arminius bent his head and did likewise. He remained in this humble position for some time, even when his knees began to ache and his lower back to complain. He did not stir. The dull flap of wing beats signalled the raven's departure. "They have gone," said Segimundus a moment later. Arminius studied the priest's face. "Were they sent by Donar?"
Aye. Conviction throbbed in Segimundus's voice.
And the meaning of their presence?
I cannot yet be certain.
They must have been a good omen.
Perhaps I will have to think on it.
To show his disappointment would appear weak. Although he wanted to shake Segimundus and demand an immediate interpretation, Arminius did nothing more than nod solemnly.
I understand. It's time to return. I would rest, and afterwards visit my father.
Of course. Irritated as well now, Arminius made a show of collecting up the vessels that had contained their beer and folding his blanket. In his eyes, Dona had shown approval for his plans, and so, during their silent walk back to the settlement, Segimundus's refusal to comment niggled away at him like an itch that cannot be scratched. Did the priest have another motive? Chapter 11. Germanicus did not deign to show his face as the money was presented by Tullus and his men to the cheering mutineers. Fighting broke out the instant the mule-drawn wagon had left Tullus's control. Legionaries scrambled aboard, seizing money bags or slitting them with their daggers. Showers of denarii and sestertii rained down on the frenzied crowd as men hurled handfuls of them at their fellows. Tullus looked on in disgust.
"They're a disgrace to the uniform," he muttered to Fenestella. "If they'd been paid what was due, this whole situation mightn't have happened," said Fenestella.
It was an uncomfortable truth, thought Tullus, but rebelling against their commanders, not to mention murdering centurions, went too far against the grain. Military discipline had to be maintained, or the world would descend into bloody chaos. Retribution would also have to be taken for what had happened. Tullus wasn't looking forward to that. The day after the legionaries had been paid, Germanicus ordered the 5th and 21st back to Vetera. Boniface and the rest agreed, bringing the mutiny to an end, and in theory allowing normal life to resume. It didn't for Tullus. The brutal and unexpected events had tainted his love of the legions, for so many years his main reason for existence. He wasn't alone. The mutiny had had a profound impact on everyone. The abiding sense of order, a reassuring and solid part of army life, had been destroyed. Its absence was palpable everywhere, from the surly looks cast at officers by the legionaries to the units lacking centurions and the waste that still littered the avenues. The rubbish could be cleaned up and the camp abandoned, but it would take far more than that to restore the sense of trust that had been lost between officers and men. Tullus wasn't sure if it could be done at all. To his relief, Degmar had returned from over the river to lurk in one of the rough boarding-house tents outside the camp. His reappearance was an enormous relief to Tullus. Degmar brought with him a rumour, heard from an itinerant trader, that one of the 3 eagles taken during Arminius's ambush had been given to the Marsi tribe, his people. This intrigued Tullus, and he resolved to tell Caecina or even Germanicus about it when the opportunity arose. During the 60-plus mile journey to Vetera, which took place with little of the usual singing and banter among the legionaries, Tullus had plenty of time to brood. There was no doubt that most of the slain officers had been unpopular taskmasters. A number had been corrupt. A few had perhaps deserved to die for what they had done, but no more, and not at the hands of common soldiers. So many men had been complicit in the killings that it would have been impossible to punish them all, but if life were to return to normal, action had to be taken against some. That meant the ringleaders, men such as Boniface, Fatnose, and the twins. Germanicus had been right, Tullus concluded. Mouldy apples had to be removed from the barrel before the decay spread. That way the other fruit would last for months. The rotten items in this case were men, not fruit, but the harsh principle was the same. Boniface and his cronies would have to die. Life, as Tullus said to Fenestella, was often like that. Brutal. Back in Vetera, it was even more apparent that the canker's excision needed to be sooner rather than later. The men of Tullus's century, whom he bound to him with a mixture of regular training and supplies of wine, remained solid. Things were different in the other centuries in his cohort, however. Boniface and his cronies continued to foment unrest. Other mutineers did the same in other cohorts in the 5th, and among the ranks of the 21st. The discontent and ill discipline could have been overlooked in a few units, perhaps, but spread over 2 entire legions, they were a huge cause for concern. The dawn trumpets, which were supposed to send every man tumbling from his blankets, were ignored. Routine tasks, such as the felling of trees and transporting of firewood, were not completed, or took twice as long as normal. Instead of patrolling the camp's battlements as they were supposed to, sentries stayed in the watchtowers, dozing, according to some. Junior officers were disobeyed. Even centurions found it hard to see their orders followed through. Tullus didn't like to admit it, but he wasn't in full control of his new command, the cohort previously led by Septimius. This didn't weaken Tullus's determination to establish control, though. Restoring him to his former rank was a mark of considerable favour from Germanicus, and such chances didn't often come a man's way. Rumours abounded of uprisings by legions elsewhere in the empire, of legates murdered in their beds, and of Germanicus's auxiliaries being sent to Vetera, their mission to exact vengeance upon the mutinous legionaries. Gossip gleaned from the traders in the settlement outside the camp spoke of unrest among the German tribes on the far side of the river. Even the gods seemed to be unhappy. Winds and heavy rain flattened the last of the summer's crops before they could be harvested, and, on a local farm, a grotesque pair of calves, joined at the chest, were cut out of the mother that had died trying to birth them. Under normal circumstances, such apparent divine intervention would have cowed the soldiers, most of whom were as superstitious as the ordinary man in the street. Now, though, it fueled their resentment. The final proof that action had to be taken, as if Tullus needed evidence of that, came when news arrived from Ara Ubiorum, the camp that was still home to the 1st and 20th legions, who had mutinied alongside the 5th and 21st. Tullus was at the quartermaster's office, demanding equipment needed by his unit, when word reached him. One of the quartermaster's staff, a veteran with fewer teeth in his lower jaw than a newborn lamb, came barging through the door.
"Jupiter's cock, have you heard the news?"
He took in Tullus's presence and looked discomfited. A hasty salute followed.
"Sorry, sir, I didn't see you there."
No matter. Tullus was pleased. The soldier had shown him the respect that he was due, which was more than could currently be said of many others. He indicated the quartermaster and the rest of his staff. "We all want to know what's happened. Speak."
"A ship's just come downriver from Ara Ubiorum, sir. Things have gone to hell there over the last 10 days and more. Germanicus was away, placating the legions of Germania Superior, when a senatorial embassy arrived from Rome. By the time Germanicus had returned, the soldiers had panicked. They assumed that the embassy was there to order the deaths of their leaders, so they stormed the Principia and seized their legion's eagles. Germanicus's wife and baby son were taken captive for a time."
"Stupid fools," thought Tullus, closing his eyes.
"Were they harmed?" "No, sir, thank the gods," replied Toothless. "The soldiers love Agrippina and Little Boots too much to do them any injury. When they were released, Germanicus sent them away for their own safety to Augusta Treverorum, with auxiliaries as an escort. It seems that the legionaries were shocked to the core that he should entrust his family to the care of non-citizens, loyal though they are. When Germanicus addressed the troops the next day, and harangued them about their duty to Rome, they capitulated at once. The mutiny's ringleaders were rounded up and handed over to the legion's legates."
"They were executed, I assume?" asked Tullus, dreading how many would have to die here in Vetera. A shadow passed over Toothless's face.
"About 100, they say, sir. It seems the prisoners were forced up onto the platforms in front of their entire legion. A tribune called out to the troops, asking if each man was guilty or not. If the answer was yes, he was pushed off the platform into their midst, to be slain by his comrades."
The savage scene was easy to picture. Tullus could almost hear the men's pleas for mercy, and the animal roars of their fellows as they called for blood.
"Is the same to happen here?" he demanded. "Did the messenger say?"
Hobs clacked off the floor as Toothless shuffled his feet.
"I don't know, sir."
"I do," thought Tullus, with a sinking feeling. Germanicus wouldn't punish 2 of the once mutinous legions while letting the other 2 off. Ordering the quartermaster to deliver his supplies by the next day or face his wrath, he took his leave. It was time to speak with the cohort's other officers and his men. The news was spreading faster than a fire started in a hay barn. Everywhere Tullus could see, knots of legionaries were talking in lowered voices. Men were moving between barrack blocks, calling out to their comrades. Resentful looks from soldiers had become common of recent times, but it concerned Tullus to note more than a dozen during the short walk to his quarters. He even heard one insult, "Cocksucking centurion," but by the time he'd wheeled, the culprit had vanished inside his barracks. Tullus considered storming in to find him, but judged it wasn't worth the risk. There was no way of knowing if he would succeed in apprehending the right man, and his intervention might aggravate the situation. He didn't want to be the one who relit the fire of mutiny, which was an outcome that felt all too possible. Tullus could sense more ill will in the faces that stared at him from the barrack block's tiny windows, and in the insolent way that legionaries moved out of his path or saluted just a moment too late. Trouble was brewing. Violence was inevitable. Whether the blood that flowed would be that of officers or ordinary soldiers, or both, Tullus had no idea. It was clear, however, that the thorny issue of dealing with those who had mutinied could no longer be avoided. Somehow, 10 days dragged by in this uneasy fashion. Each morning, Caecina called together the senior officers under his command, including the centurions and standard-bearers, and ordered them to report. Everyone, including Tullus, had the same thing to say. An odd status quo had developed in the camp, whereby the officers of the 5th and 21st did not demand much of their men. In return, it seemed, the legionaries' behaviour did not worsen further. The uncomfortable situation was akin, Tullus decided, to having an unpredictable large dog living in the house. Things were fine while the dog didn't feel threatened, but when it did, it was liable to bite. Living with it meant walking around on tiptoes, always looking over one's shoulder. In his mind there was but one way to deal with such an animal, and that wasn't by talking in a sweet voice and patting the brute on the head. Caecina was prepared to let the uneasy state of affairs continue, however. Without authority from Germanicus, he said, he had no mandate to take action, drastic or no. "I have sent messengers asking for guidance," he told his officers. "Until word comes back from the governor, we will do nothing." There were grumbling comments about being murdered in their beds, but Caecina's word was law, so the centurions kept their heads down and prayed to whatever gods they held dear. Tullus didn't pray. He worked on the soldiers of his new century, Septimius's former one, keeping them busy with training manoeuvres and long marches. When they complained that other men in the cohort weren't having to do the same, Tullus said that that was because he was turning them into the best soldiers in the whole cursed legion. Using a mixture of flattery, fresh meat, and wine, Tullus jollied them along the way an experienced salesman softens up a potential customer. It worked, just, but he knew that his men wouldn't listen to him forever. All he could do about those in the cohort who had been prominent in the mutiny was to order Fenestella, Piso, Vitellius, and more than a dozen others to keep an eye on them. Keen to keep the soldiers who'd been in the 18th with him, Tullus had managed to have them moved from his former century to his new one. It was an exhausting, stressful existence. Every few days Tullus allowed himself an outlet for his tensions, heading into the settlement late at night, after his soldiers had retired. His destination was the Oxen Plough, his favourite watering hole, and where Artio, the girl he'd rescued during Arminius's ambush, lived. With no possibility of looking after her himself, Tullus had entrusted Artio to the care of the tavern's owner, Sirona, a feisty Gaulish woman with a heart of gold. Tullus had no children, and over the previous 5 years Artio had become as dear to him as a daughter. It was apt that she'd been called after a goddess whose favourite animal was a bear, he often thought, because she was fond of sweet things, in particular honey. She was more spirited than was perhaps wise for a girl, something he was secretly proud of. Her temper was ferocious, too. Gods help the man who weds her, Sirona was fond of saying. Under normal circumstances, Tullus visited Artio often when he was off duty, but of course it hadn't been possible during the uncertain time since his return from the summer camp. A peek into her bedroom, a tiny chamber over the inn, was the best he could manage each time he visited late. 11 nights after the arrival of the news from Ara Ubiorum of the mutineers' executions, he was doing just this. Artio was fast asleep, her long brown hair trailing behind her on the pillow, her dog Cyclax dozing on the floor by the bed. Tullus studied her for a time, his heart swelling. Where does time go? He thought, feeling old. She was a tiny little thing when I found her. He glanced at Sirona, who had crept up with him, and whispered, "She's growing fast." "Cherish the time when she's young," replied Sirona, with a wistful look in her eyes. "One moment they're babes, and the next they're adults." It was hard to believe that Sirona had 3 full-grown sons, Tullus reflected, admiring her still comely features and generous curves. He had made several advances to her over the years, each of which she had rebuffed. "I've been made a widow once," she had said every time, her smile taking the sting from her words. "I'm not about to be won to the army as well." Tullus was distracted at this point by a head butting against his leg and a tail swooshing the air. Grinning, he reached down to pat Skylax, who had padded out of her room. "Good boy." When he'd saved Artio during the ambush, he had also rescued a mongrel pup, whom she had named Skylax. Girl and dog had been constant companions ever since. At that moment, Artio's eyes opened. She took in Tullus's shape at her door and hurled herself from her blankets into his arms. "Tullus!" she squealed. Tullus gave her a fierce hug, then set her back on her feet and gave her a mock, stern look. "It's well past your bedtime." "You shouldn't stand outside my room gossiping with Sirona, then," came the tart reply. "True enough. We might as well have a talk now that you're awake," said Tullus, ignoring Sirona's disapproving look. "You have to get back into bed, though." He perched on a stool, drinking in her chatter of new sandals, the wild birds that Skylax had caught, and what she had got up to with her friends. After the camp's toxic atmosphere, this was a breath of fresh air. At length, however, Artio began to yawn. Kissing her farewell and promising to return soon, he gave Skylax a final pat and left them both to sleep. Placing his feet with care so that his hobs didn't clash off the floorboards, Tullus made his way to the head of the precipitous stairs that led back to the inn. The noise of the tavern's customers, which he'd been aware of in the background, returned to the fore. He was halfway down the staircase when the front door opened and shut with a bang. "Tullus, are you here?" Despite the clamour, he recognized Fenistella's voice. Sudden dread gripped Tullus. Had the troops mutinied again? He hurried down into the main room, catching Fenistella's eye with a casual wave of his arm. Plenty of the patrons were ordinary legionaries. Whatever the reason for Fenistella's arrival, there was no point in drawing attention. Fenistella reached his side in 10 paces. "It's good you're here." "Where else would I be?" replied Tullus, adding, for the sake of those who were nearby, "Need some wine?" "No, thanks." Fenistella leaned in close and muttered, "Caecina has called a meeting. Every centurion, every optio, tesserarius, and signifer in the 2 legions is to meet him at the Principia." "In the morning?" "Now." If Fenistella's face hadn't been so grim, Tullus would have thought he was joking. He wondered if it had been wise to come out in his tunic, with only a dagger for protection. "At this time of night?" Fenistella placed his lips against Tullus's ear. "A messenger arrived from Germanicus not an hour ago." Despite the 2 cups of wine he'd had, Tullus suddenly felt stone-cold sober. Tullus was well used to wandering the straight, wide avenues of the camp in the dark, using a torch to guide his way. He wasn't accustomed to creeping along them in the pitch black, trying not to be heard by a soul. However, Caecina's orders had been unequivocal. His officers were to arrive at the Principia without being seen. As he and Fenistella neared their destination, they had several false alarms and laid hands to their daggers. To their relief, those they encountered were other officers making their way to the meeting. Apart from the sentries at the camp gates, who had assumed Tullus and Fenistella were returning from a night out, the ordinary soldiers appeared to be asleep. At the Principia's entrance, members of Caecina's bodyguard demanded their names, ranks, and units. A second officer had to vouch for each man before he was admitted. This additional security measure was something that Tullus had never encountered before. "Whatever Caecina says is going to be bad," he said to Fenistella. After the blackness outside, the light in the headquarters' main hall was dazzling. Hundreds of oil lamps, on stands, hanging from chains, placed in the wall niches, lit up the room almost as bright as day. Light glittered off the eagles and standards of the 2 legions which had been carried from the shrine and placed against the back wall. Caecina had engineered this because the emblems would stir his officers' emotions, thought Tullus, his heart swelling at the memory of his last visit here, some months before Arminius's ambush. The standards represented the courage, pride, and status of each unit, each cohort, each legion. Men would do almost anything to keep them safe. Losing an arm or a leg, even dying, was preferable to seeing one's standard taken by the enemy. Gods, but Tullus knew that. He lived with the shame of it every day. Eyeing the Fifth's eagle, he tried to relish the small amount of pride he took from serving in its legion. Hundreds of men were already present, and more were entering with each moment. Each legion contained 60 centuries, every one of which had a centurion, optio, tesserarius, and signifer. When the musicians were also taken into account, Tullus saw them gathering too, there would be more than 500 soldiers present. He spied Cordus and Victor and their cronies, most of whom acknowledged him. Victor didn't, of course. Caecina emerged from the shrine with his legates and tribunes, and as they moved to stand by the eagles, silence fell. Despite the hour, the governor and his companions wore the full regalia of their office. Winks and flashes of light bounced off Caecina's armour, which had been burnished to a mirror-like sheen. He looked magnificent, from head to toe the important man he was, and radiating the authority to issue the harshest of orders.
"Is everyone here?" Caecina's voice carried across the hall to the entrance, where a dozen of his bodyguards stood. Receiving a nod, he ordered the doors shut. His eyes raked the gathering. "In these sad and uncertain times, you are the only soldiers I can trust, in all of the 5th and 21st. I have called you together to advise you of Germanicus's letter, which arrived not long since. He will be travelling here soon with a strong escort." Men began to exchange relieved looks, but Caecina's expression grew sombre. "There's more. Before his arrival, Germanicus expects me to have executed anyone disloyal. Else he will do it himself."
"I knew it,"
said Tullus to Fenestella. Part of him was relieved. Getting the brutal deed out of the way would restore order and allow life to continue. Part of him felt like the worst sort of criminal, however, left with no alternative but to murder a comrade.
"Two grim choices lie before me, and you," Caecina announced. "We can complete the task, or wait until Germanicus comes to do it for us. I don't have to tell you which is the better option. We deal with this tomorrow. By deal with, I mean we kill the foremost mutineers." His words sank in for 3, 6, 10 uneasy heartbeats. Tullus cleared his throat. "Who is to die, sir?" Men stepped aside, both to see who he was, and to allow Caecina a view of him. It felt uncomfortable, and Tullus thought, "We're all in this together, you dogs." "A pertinent question, Tullus," said Caecina. "The simple answer is that each of you, from senior centurion down to musician, has to decide on the guiltiest soldiers in your unit. Talk about it now, come to an agreement, and compile a list. Some centuries will have more disloyal men than others. That cannot be helped. What's vital is that we cut every dead branch from the tree with one pass of our blades."
"Our blades," thought Tullus, bitterness pouring through him. "You won't be bloodying your noble hands. Oh no, that's for us, poor fools."
"When is it to be done, sir?" asked Cordus.
"At midday, while the men are preparing their meal. You will have time beforehand to instruct those of your soldiers who are to aid you in this."
Caecina's smile was brittle, cold.
"Questions?"
There were none.
"When I return in 1 hour, you will have your lists ready," ordered Caecina. "There are writing tablets and styluses by the entrance."
The air of foreboding, of doom, sank over the assembly as the senior officers made their way to one of the offices at the side of the hall. Men were avoiding each other's eyes, but Tullus and Fenestella shared a bleak look.
"I never thought I'd see a moment like this," Fenestella said, muttering an oath that would whiten a man's hair. "This ain't what I signed up for."
"Nor I. But the situation's like an abscess that won't come to a head. Besides, Caecina's given us the order," retorted Tullus, feeling angry, sad, and resentful. "I can tell you the first 4 names to write down.
Bonyface, Fat Nose, and the twins."
Fenestella swore again.
"I'll get the tablet and stylus," he said, and joined the queue.
Tullus had a sour, unpleasant taste in his mouth. He and Fenestella were about to draw up a list of men they intended to murder. How had it come to this? Chapter 12. The third watch had sounded by the time Caecina's emergency meeting was over, urging the officers to ready the best of their soldiers and to fall on those who'd been selected when the signal came. Caecina had dismissed them. "The gods are with us," he'd called as the hall's doors were opened. "Right always prevails." Caecina's talk was hot air, thought Tullus, as he tossed and turned in his bed. None of the men in his old century had been chosen, a small thing to be thankful for, but 38 names had been handed to him by the centurions of his cohort. Naturally, Bonyface and his associates featured high on the lists. There weren't as many men mentioned as some of the other units, perhaps. Tullus had heard figures of 50 and even 60 soldiers per cohort being bandied about, but that didn't mean what faced them the next day wasn't horrific. He had taken it upon himself to rid his century, Septimius's former one, of its condemned men. He didn't sleep a wink. If the night had been hard to endure, the day was no better. Red-eyed, weary, Tullus had decided on the unorthodox method of leading the soldiers of his old century, including Piso and the ones he'd moved into his new unit. The men who'd served under Septimius couldn't be relied on to do exactly as he ordered. Tullus had to bring his trusted legionaries in on Caecina's plan, override their shocked reactions, and tell them that this was what had to happen. Upwards of 10 seemed so reluctant that Tullus decided to leave them out of it, or at least to keep them away from the actual killing. Then he had to get through the hours until midday. Tullus had no appetite. If he'd eaten, the food would have come straight back up again. Many of his old soldiers seemed to feel the same way. Tullus ordered them to their usual routine duties, a training session on the parade ground with their new centurion and Optio. He spent an hour walking the cohort's barrack blocks, scrutinizing the legionaries, as was his habit, and chatting in private with the officers. They reported that every loyal man had been told of Caecina's plan. As with Tullus's soldiers, most had accepted their gruesome task. Some seemed nervous, to Tullus's eye at least, but the men who'd mutinied didn't appear to have noticed. Whether they would in the time before the trumpets sounded Caecina's signal, the charge, was a risk they would all have to live with. Tullus didn't check on any of the rest of the 5ths, cohorts, or the 21sts. He had his job, and the centurions of the other units had theirs. It was a shitty enough detail without worrying about men and things beyond his control. Once he'd satisfied himself that his co-conspirators were ready, he went to join his old century. Time on the training ground helped. There was nothing like the dull monotony of marching to and fro, forming battle lines and engaging in simulated combat to make the hours go by. Tullus usually supervised these tasks, but this morning he took part. He wanted not to have to think. Sweating, feeling his muscles work, having to bellow orders at the same time, kept his mind from the bloody job at hand. Up and down, over and back, marching as he had in his youth. It was good to realize that he was still fit enough to keep up with his men. "I'm not done yet," Tullus realized with pride. He became so engrossed that it was somewhat of a surprise when Fenestella came from the barracks to find him. "It's nearly midday." Tullus glanced at the sun, which had emerged from behind a bank of cloud. Fenestella was right. "We'd best get back." He ordered his soldiers to halt. Their perspiring, expectant faces regarded him as he stalked down the column. "This is it, you maggots. Things have been bad since the mutiny, haven't they?" There was a rumble of agreement. "I don't like what we've been ordered to do any more than you do, but it has to be done. Let's get it over with." No one replied. Tullus didn't really expect them to, but there were no protests either. His men stood there, looking tense, but ready. He wanted more than that. "Are you with me?" he cried. "Aye, sir," Piso called out. "Me too," said Vitellius. 10 voices joined in, then a few more. In the end, Tullus wasn't sure that all of his men had answered, but most had. This wasn't the time to make them shout back, as they did before a battle. They'd followed him through the mutiny. They were here, combat ready, and prepared to follow his orders. That was enough. "Form up, usual files. Follow me and wait for my command. I'll tell you which men are to die.
Go in fast and sure. God's willing the dogs won't know it's going to happen until they're already dead."
The march back to the camp, usually a reason for good humour, was made in complete silence. Their iron hobnails crunched off the gravelled surface of the road. Leather straps creaked. Metal glanced off metal. Voices, both human and animal, carried to them from over the ramparts. Men called out to comrades, officers issued orders, and mules protested, as they always did. Tullus listened, his mouth dry with tension, but could discern only normal, everyday sounds. Under the arches of the main entrance, and into the main camp, they went. Tullus headed straight for his cohort's barracks. The avenues weren't busy, but there were still plenty of legionaries about. The general indiscipline meant that no one had been able to come up with a plan to ensure that all the men, let alone those designated to die, would be in their quarters when the signal rang out. Most would, because midday was a traditional time to eat, but others might not. "If any of the Horsens aren't there, we'll just hunt them down," thought Tullus, trying not to think about how the mutineers could band together if they realized their intended fate. At the barracks belonging to Septimius's old unit, Tullus's new one, Fenestella readied half the soldiers to move towards the other end of the long building. Tullus's design was to wait with the rest by the nearest entrance, close by the centurion's quarters. The narrow corridor between his unit's barracks and the next was a natural space for men to gather in good weather, and today was the same. Indifferent glances met their arrival, but that would soon change if they didn't disperse as normal. Troops didn't ever linger about outside their barracks in full armour. Tullus felt his heart beat 20, then 30 nervous beats. His soldiers shifted from foot to foot. Fenestella's gaze bored into the side of his face. Two men nearby stopped their game of dice to glance at the assembled legionaries. Both frowned. "Screw it all. We look far too obvious," thought Tullus. His mouth opened, ready to order his men into their quarters, but the resounding call of numerous trumpets silenced him. Over and over they sounded, not one of the usual daily summons, but the charge, something never heard except on the training ground or battlefield. Confusion registered on the faces of the legionaries outside the barracks. Confusion, and then fear.
"Spread out to fill the gap! Draw swords! Shields at the ready!" shouted Tullus.
He heard Fenestella leading his half of the century around the adjacent building, saw Septimius's old signifer appear in the doorway of his quarters. He came trotting over, and then the Tesserarius appeared at the far end of the barracks, clearly waiting for Fenestella. All conversation ceased in the corridor. Dice and bone playing pieces lay untouched. Men stopped wrestling, laid down the greasy rags with which they'd been polishing their kit.
"What's going on?"
cried a soldier, backing away from Tullus. Tullus ignored him, and gave the signifer a terse nod. They had spoken the previous night, and at dawn.
9 names on your list, eh?"
"That's right, sir." The signifer's face was pale, but set. 4 of them aren't here." Tullus knew who they were. He wanted to scream. "And the other 5?
3 are behind me, sir. The brawny one, and the red-haired man he's been grappling with, and the soldier who's leaning against the barracks, swigging from a jug. The others are in their rooms down the other end of the building. They're in bed, I think. Fenestella can take care of those 2. We'll tackle the 3 out here. You deal with the fool who's drinking." Tullus turned his head. 8 men, follow me. 8 to go with the signifer. The rest of you, make sure no one leaves. No one. Follow?"
Tullus made a beeline for the big legionary and his red-headed companion. Piso, Vitellius, and 6 others dogged his heels. Soldiers melted away before them, their questions and demands dying on their lips. They were 20 steps away when their quarry realized what was happening. The pair, who were unarmed, made a run for the door to their quarters, where their weapons lay. Tullus had chased down fleeing men countless times before, on battlefields when the enemy had broken. It was an easy way to kill, and the red-haired legionary fell before he'd reached the door. In the same time, Piso and Vitellius had slain the brawny one. Standing over the bodies of their victims, the 3 gave each other bleak looks. Tullus struggled for something to say, then gave up. Nothing could make this better. The signifer had done his job too. A scarlet trail was smeared down the barrack wall, the bloody track left by his chosen legionary as he slid to the ground. Soon after, Fenestella emerged from the barracks, his blade stained. He gave Tullus a grim nod.
The other 4 are the bony-faced prick, the one with the fat nose, and the twins, I take it?" Tullus demanded of the Optio.
"Yes, sir. They're as thick as thieves."
"Where are they?"
"The gods only know, sir,"
said the signifer with an apologetic look. "They've been spending time with some of the troublemakers in the 8th cohort, I know, but they could be anywhere in the camp." "What in Hades' name have you done? Who gave the orders for this?" As the remainder of the legionaries realized that they weren't to be attacked, the questions and accusations came raining down.
"Murderers!"
Tullus wheeled with blazing eyes, and the soldiers quietened.
"These men were central to the recent mutiny. They were traitors!" he cried,
stabbing his blade towards each of the corpses.
"You know it, I know it, Caecina knows it, and so does Germanicus. Understand that with their deaths, the unrest ends. Remain loyal, and there will be no further retribution."
He prayed that the last part was true. Some of the legionaries met his eye, but most would not. Their dampened mood and slumped shoulders told Tullus that these ones at least would pose no further problem.
"Into your quarters," he ordered.
"Stay put until things quieten down. Penistella, gather the men." To the signifer he said grimly,
"We'd best start our search."
Nothing could have prepared Tullus for the carnage that met them in the rest of the camp. It was clear at once that not every mission to hunt down the leading mutineers had gone according to plan. Tullus was used to battlefields, habituated to bodies and bloodshed. Terrible as the screams of wounded men were, he was accustomed to blocking them out. Never before, however, had he seen and heard these things inside the walls of a camp. Corpses lay everywhere, on the avenues, in between the barrack buildings, across thresholds. Blood spatters marked the spots where men had died or been wounded. Crimson smears and scuff marks traced the path taken by the injured as they tried to get away from their assailants or drag themselves into a quiet spot to die. The wounded, calling for help, competed with those men who were crying for their friends or their mothers. Freed somehow from their stable, a trio of riderless horses cantered past, their hooves clattering off the paving stones. Soldiers ran hither and thither, in ones and twos and in larger groups. They were unarmed, part dressed in armour and fully equipped for battle. Some were being pursued, others appeared to be fleeing in blind panic. Yet more were being directed by officers, but to what purpose it was hard to tell. No one seemed to know what was going on. The unmistakable smell of burning wood reached Tullus's nostrils. Searching for its source, he saw threads of smoke rising from the area of the Principia. Had some fool actually set fire to the headquarters, he wondered. He warred with himself for a moment before deciding to stick to his plan. There were enough soldiers on hand to bring the conflagration under control, but if Boniface and the rest weren't tracked down, they might escape. How they would find the 4 legionaries in the mayhem, Tullus wasn't sure, but he couldn't forget the glee with which Boniface had executed Septimius. The whoreson needed to pay for his actions, and if Tullus could be the one who dispensed justice, so much the better. They didn't find their quarry at the 8th cohort's barracks, where the situation was also under control. Numerous bodies lay outside the buildings, and there were plenty of wounded too. A weary-looking centurion told Tullus how the mutineers had armed themselves and fought back. A small group had broken through the men's lines.
"My boys had slain most of those on the list. They weren't up to chasing the rest," he said, unable to hold Tullus's eyes.
With little chance of finding Boniface, who could have been anywhere in the vast camp, Tullus decided to head for the Principia to help extinguish the fire. An abrupt change to his plans was forced upon him as he entered the Via Praetoria. He glanced towards the main gate, some 100 paces away. There a desperate fight was taking place. Men strived against each other, weapons rang, shrieks of pain and war cries combined in a familiar cadence. The sentries were trying to prevent a mob of soldiers from leaving the camp, Tullus decided, and losing.
"To the gate!" he roared. "They're killing our brothers at the gate!"
By the time they made it to the entrance, only 2 of the sentries were left. They went down just as Tullus and his men struck their attackers from behind. Some of the mutinous legionaries heard them coming and turned, but the rest were concentrating on getting out of the camp. Tullus's legionaries hit them with a great crash, thumping their shield bosses into men's backs, using their swords with short, efficient thrusts, trampling the fallen. Enraged by the innocent sentries' fate, they needed no encouragement to kill. Tullus's temper was up, too.
He met the shield thrust at him by a swarthy-faced legionary with a savage thwack from the iron boss of his own. The shock of the impact rippled through wood and metal into his arm, and Tullus struggled to keep the shield high, but his opponent, surprised by the move, had fared worse. His top shield rim had bashed backwards into his face, smashing a couple of teeth. He was still moaning and dribbling blood through split lips when Tullus's blade sank deep into his throat. Tullus closed his eyes as his sword slid free. Crimson droplets showered the top of his shield and his cheeks, and then the legionary had dropped out of sight. Just like that, Tullus was in the mutineers' midst. "With me!" he roared. Tullus sensed someone shoving in behind him, but he was too busy stabbing, barging, and creating panic to see who it was. One of the twins died beneath his blade, and another legionary he recognized. Tullus wounded 2 more men, and then he found himself on the far side of the melee. He twisted his head to left and right, searching for Bonyface. There was no sign of him or Fatnose, and Tullus spat an oath. The hammer of hobnails on the road dragged his attention back to the road out of the camp. 2 armed figures were sprinting away from the fight. Tullus knew that one of them was Bonyface. Like as not, the other was Fatnose, or the second twin. "Fenestella! Piso! Grab a Pelum!" Sheathing his bloodied sword, he lifted a discarded javelin from the detritus on the ground and ran after the fleeing pair. Tullus didn't trust his legs to catch them, but he had an outside chance with a javelin if he could just close the distance, already some 70 paces. Within 24 fevered heartbeats, he was being outpaced by his quarry. It was now or never. Tullus came to a screaming halt, steadied himself by planting his left leg in front, and cocked back his right arm. With one eye closed, he took aim, heaved his arm back a little further, and threw. Up, up, up went the javelin. His prayers that it found a target rose alongside. "I don't have the range any more," thought Tullus. "Curse it all." But, to his astonishment, the javelin struck one of the legionaries in the lower leg as it plummeted to earth. Mortal wound it was not, but that didn't matter. With an agonized cry, the man collapsed. His comrade threw a look over his shoulder, and Tullus recognized Fatnose. He prayed that he had hit Bonyface. Some words passed between the two, but Fatnose didn't slow down, nor even stop. "What kind of cock-sucking coward leaves a friend to die?" wondered Tullus. Metal scraped off stone as someone ran past him and skidded to a halt some 20 paces distant. With a heave and a grunt, Piso lobbed his javelin up in a steep arc. Fenestella appeared next, running further down the road before he too released his pilum. Piso's effort was so Herculean that his shaft smacked into the ground in front of Fatnose, who let out a terrified squeal. He jinked to the side, put off his pace by the shock, and then Fenestella's javelin came down like a bolt of lightning and skewered him between the shoulder blades. Fatnose went down in a sprawl of limbs. "You might have missed, Piso, but that throw was worthy of an Olympian athlete," said Tullus. "You only succeeded by chance, Fenestella." Fenestella jutted out his beard, his habit when annoyed. "Who's to say that I didn't take Piso's effort into account? Ha! It was well cast, though." Tullus stared at the gate with relief. The fighting there was all but done. "Follow me," he ordered. He, Fenestella, and Piso tramped after the wounded legionary, who had managed to pull the javelin from his flesh and was hobbling as fast as he could towards the settlement. Spatters of blood marked his trail, and his face was desperate as he looked back. To Tullus's delight, it was Bonyface. They caught up in no time, Tullus outpacing him to block his path, while Fenestella and Piso stood at his back. Bonyface threw down his sword with a clang and raised his hands. "I surrender. Don't kill me, please, sir." His voice was taut with fear. Tullus felt a deep loathing for the man. His actions had wiped out any justification for his grievances. "You murdered Septimius in cold blood, filth, yet you expect mercy for yourself." Bonyface quailed before Tullus's rage. "I'm sorry, sir. Septimius was a good man. He deserved better." "You're wrong there. Septimius was a prick of the first order." Bonyface blinked in surprise. "But you're also right. He deserved better. Most men do, because being slain in cold blood is a shitty way to die." With a smooth motion, Tullus unsheathed his sword and placed its tip under Bonyface's chin. "I—" began Bonyface, and stopped as Tullus's blade slid through skin, muscle, blood vessels, cartilage, parting all with ease. Bonyface's spinal column brought it to a shuddering halt. Tullus stared into Bonyface's wide, horrified eyes, listened to the odd, choking sound issuing from his bloody lips. With other enemies he might have felt some regret, but not with this one. He was glad the man was suffering. If it hadn't been for men like him, Septimius and so many others, mutineers included, would still be alive. "Die, you scum!" Tullus let Bonyface hang on the sharp steel until the life left him, and then he kicked the corpse off onto the ground. "The second twin?" he demanded. "Has anyone seen him?" "He's dead, sir," said Fenestella. "I saw him fall." Tullus's anger drained away as fast as the blood pouring from Bonyface's gaping throat. A pathetic figure now, he lay at Tullus's feet like an outsized children's puppet. Yet he wasn't a plaything, thought Tullus, regret sweeping in. Bonyface had been a man who had lost his way, and paid the ultimate price for his mistake. "On another day, on a battlefield, he might have saved my life," he muttered, "and I killed him." "You did what you had to," said Fenestella. Tullus gave him a bleak look. "Gods, but it had better end here. Today. If it doesn't," he thought, "we will all become monsters." Chapter 13. Dusk was falling as Arminius traced his way along one of the myriad of paths that led from the woods back towards the settlement. A bow hung from one shoulder, a hide quiver from the other, and he carried a broad-bladed hunting spear. He stamped the worst of the mud from his ankle boots as he walked, making the pair of rabbits hanging from his belt twitch as if still alive. They weren't much to show for a day spent freezing his balls off, he thought, tugging the hood of his cloak tighter around his numb ears. It wasn't as if he'd brought his catch down with his arrows, either. They had been in 2 of the snares he had set several days before. The rabbits weren't the only creatures hiding from his bow. Arminius had had few sightings of other local wildlife, deer, boar, and game birds all day. Footprints, yes. Fresh voided dung, yes. Traces of their passage and plants that had been eaten, or ground dug up, yes. But clapping eyes on the quarry? Hardly ever. Twice he'd come close to creeping up on something large, a boar maybe, only to have it flee before he drew near enough to knock a shaft. A red deer on a ridge had been silhouetted against the sky, but it had heard or smelled him as soon as he'd started to try and work his way towards it, and vanished. Shooting birds with arrows was difficult even for a practised archer, and Arminius was no better than competent. No less than 7 of his arrows had hissed off into the canopy without result before he'd given up trying. His lack of success didn't mean that Dona, or Tamphana, the goddess of the trees, were angry with him, Arminius reasoned. He had 2 rabbits, did he not? And hunting was one of the hardest skills for a man to acquire. During his youth, when he might have learned it, he had been in Rome, a boy hostage sent by his father to learn the empire's ways. After that he joined the legions to learn the art of war. "I'm a master of that," he thought with cold satisfaction, "and I have a way with men. When I speak, they listen." The notion of winning new allies made him think of his recent visit to the Angrivarii tribe, which had gone well. They would send their warriors to join with his in the late spring, so too would the ever-reliable Marsi. It had been likely from the outset that these 2 tribes, both haters of Rome, would ally themselves to him again, but it warmed Arminius's heart to have heard their chieftains' sworn promises before the first snow had fallen. If the mild weather returned before winter, he would range westward, to the Bructeri, and south to the Chatti. Among these peoples, too, he hoped to find more allies. With luck, Segimundus would already have laid the groundwork for him. And yet, the memory of the 2 ravens in the sacred grove still shone bright in his mind, as did Segimundus's inability, refusal, to interpret the meaning of their appearance. The most Arminius had been able to glean from him was a dissatisfying, "Ravens are Dona's messengers, they go hither and thither doing his bidding. Often it is impossible to discern the god's purpose for their presence." Was it coincidence that Segimundus's replies to Arminius's questions had grown even more ambiguous after his last visit to his father, or that Segestes, who had been so angry about his detention, should have become for no apparent reason the model prisoner? The only word for Segestes' recent behaviour was smug, thought Arminius, ducking under a spindly length of bramble that hung over the track. An unseen, jutting piece of dead wood made him stumble a moment later. Pain radiated from his left chin, unbalancing him. A sharp cry leaving his lips, Arminius toppled forward over the log, dropping his spear and trying not to land face first in the mud. Shoo! The unmistakable sound of an arrow shot over his head. His desire to get up vanished as he pressed himself flat to the cold ground. He heard no questioning cry, no apologetic shout from a hunter who had released in error. The continuing silence revealed that the shaft had been meant for him. If he hadn't tripped, it might well have done its work. His mind raced. Who in Dona's name was trying to kill him, and so close to the settlement? Low voices off to his left, the direction from which the arrow had come, told him that his assailant wasn't alone. Were there 2 men, 3, more? Fresh sweat beaded Arminius's brow. Melo and the rest of his warriors, hundreds strong, could have been in Rome for all the good they were to him now. If he stood, the archer would loose again, so too would his companions, if they were similarly armed. By the time Arminius had restrung his own bow, he'd have at least 1 shaft in him, and his attackers would have closed in. They would have spears, too. Voices conferred. Twigs crackled. Footsteps drew nearer. "I'm not leaving this life cowering in the mud like a spineless worm," thought Arminius with rising fury. Go out fighting, and he had some chance of being welcomed into the warrior's paradise. Quick as he could, he slipped off his bow and quiver and unslung the rabbits from his belt. They would hinder use of his spear. Praying that his enemies weren't on top of him, he gripped his spear shaft and threw himself up onto his knees. A quick glance to his left, to his right, and behind revealed 6 approaching figures, none of whom he recognized. They were more than 20 paces away, and Arminius's stomach clenched. Unless this was some kind of dreadful mistake, someone really wanted him dead. Shoo! An arrow ripped through his tunic, opening a shallow, stinging cut in his left side, and sped off into the undergrowth. Arminius ducked down out of reflex, but 2 heartbeats later he had to risk another look at his attackers. A second man was armed with a bow, but the rest appeared to be wielding spears. If he ran for the settlement, the archers could take him down with ease, and the same would happen if he charged the spearmen. Mind made up, Arminius sprinted towards the bowman who just shot at him. With bared teeth and levelled weapon, he screamed a mad, desperate war cry. A shaft from the second archer winged past, embedding itself in the gnarled trunk of an old beech, but the first bowman flinched before Arminius's wild dash, his nerve making him fumble with his next arrow. Arminius had closed to within 10 paces before he had managed to knock it, and to 6 by the time he had pulled the string to halfway. With no option but to release, he let the string go with a pathetic-sounding twang. Arminius ducked, and the arrow flew over his head. Using his momentum, he drove his spear deep into the archer's belly. The man's oomph of shock was followed by a prolonged shriek of pain. Arminius jerked to a halt and ripped his blade free. Ignoring the archer, who sank whimpering to the mud, he cast about for the others. The spearmen were running forward, and the second bowman was about to loose. Spear discarded, Arminius wrenched his victim up by his shoulders, protecting himself from further arrows. A meaty thump and a fresh howl of agony from his captive signalled the arrival of another arrow. He had acted in the nick of time. Flinging the doubly wounded warrior towards the spearman, he turned and fled. He had a good pair of legs, and therefore a decent chance of outstripping his attackers, yet his skin crawled with every pounding step. Unless the archer was a hopeless shot, he also had every likelihood of taking an arrow in the back before reaching the tree line. 20 paces hurtled by. The man had to be ready to release again, thought Arminius, terror gnawing his belly. He made a sudden jink to the right and hurdled a fallen tree. Immense satisfaction filled him as an arrow flew off to his left. Another 30-something paces, and still the archer had not loosed again, although loud curses and hammering footsteps told Arminius that the spearmen were on his trail yet. The thick undergrowth and profusion of fallen wood made the risk of tripping too great to look back. 10 more steps, and he began to wonder if he'd run beyond the archer's effective range. If he could reach the edge of the trees and there bellow for help, any warriors within earshot would come running. His pursuers might be put off. He might survive. Thump! A ball of blinding agony, such as Arminius had never felt, burst from the back of his right thigh. He stumbled, hearing at the same time a triumphant cry from behind.
Hissing with discomfort and balancing on his left foot, he looked down. The barbed head of an arrow was jutting clear of the front of his right trouser leg, and a quick feel behind revealed its shaft protruding from his thigh. There was no time to snap it off, still less pull it out. If he even tried, the pain would make him faint. A hobble was all he could manage. Walking was out of the question. Arminius glanced back, and his hopes plummeted. The spearmen were less than 50 paces away, and the archer was but a little further off. All 5 were running straight at him. His only weapon now was a short-bladed dagger, useless against men with spears and a bow. He tugged it free nonetheless, and hopped around to face his enemies. What a pointless way to die, he thought with supreme bitterness. After all that he'd done, after the crushing defeat he had inflicted on Rome, he would end his life like a wounded deer, powerless to stop those who had hunted him down. Foliage rustled behind him. Guts lurching, Arminius tried to turn to face the attacker who had somehow got between him and the village. Before he fell, he had a brief impression of a slight figure leaning forward into the arch of a full-drawn bow, and then an arrow flew past him, coming to rest a heartbeat later in the throat of the lead spearman, who dropped without a sound. Hum! Hum! The tone was reedy, surely made by a child, but there was no mistaking the baratus, the war chant used by most tribes. A second voice took it up, somewhere close to the first, and through the dizzying waves of agony that enveloped him, Arminius heard 2 more arrows scudding overhead. A third volley resulted in another casualty. All the while, Arminius's saviours kept up the baratus, interspersing their chant with aspersions on his attacker's parentage and relationship to swine, rats, and other animals. "Let us at him," a man demanded. "This ain't your quarrel." "How is it not?" The boy was standing over Arminius. "He's my chieftain, and you're trying to kill him. Clear after whatever shithole you call home before we put a shaft in you, as we did with your friends." Despite the boy's bravado, there was a tremor in his voice. Stars flashed across Arminius's vision, and nausea clawed the back of his throat, but a desperate sense of urgency helped him to half sit up. His rescuers were 2 boys, one tousle-headed, the other short and stocky, both close to manhood and brandishing full-drawn bows. They were ranged against 4 warriors, one of whom was wounded in the arm. Worse luck, one of the uninjured was the archer, who had a shaft ready to loose. Seeing Arminius, he swept his bow round and down. The barbed iron head of his arrow pointed straight at Arminius's face, and he thought, "I'm done." Thunk! The archer was punched backward by a shaft that took him through the chest. "Here!" With a kick of his foot, the boy who'd shot pushed a hunting spear towards Arminius. Using it as a crutch, he struggled to his feet, trying to ignore the stabbing blades of pain from his thigh and the sticky feeling of blood pouring down the inside of his leg. Upright, he was able to balance on his good foot and hold the spear ready to use. There were 3 spearmen left, but one was hurt. Their hesitation when the boy who'd killed the archer was knocking a fresh arrow had been fatal, and they knew it. Now they faced a pair of ready bows, and Arminius's spear. They glanced at one another, uncertain. "Come on, you filth," snarled Arminius. "At least one of you is going to die, if not all of you." His insult might have spurred the trio into action, but the sound of men approaching from the village put paid to any notion of finishing what they'd come to do. With a few choice curses, the warriors turned and ran. Shoo! The second boy loosed and missed. "Let the cowards go," said Arminius, slurring his words. His world spun, and his eyes could no longer focus. He would have fallen if the first boy hadn't gripped his left arm and steadied him. Arminius's head seemed too large and heavy for his shoulders, but he managed to look at his rescuer, whom he dimly recognized as the grandson of Tudrus, one of his father's most trusted men. "My thanks." After that, he was falling down a bottomless, pitch-black well. The first face Arminius saw when his eyes opened was Thusnelda's. Red-eyed, cheeks drawn, it was clear that she'd been crying. Her gaze was fixed over him, towards someone on his other side. He was flat on his back. Above him he recognized the roof of his longhouse. Thusnelda let out a happy gasp and caressed his face. "You've woken up." Arminius ran his tongue around a dry mouth. "It appears so," he said wryly. "A drink, please." After a mouthful of water, he asked, "How long was I unconscious?" "Perhaps an hour." She mopped his forehead with a damp cloth.
long enough for the priest to remove the arrow. Hazy memories of an agony even worse than when the shaft struck floated around Arminius's mind. His right hand roamed down, finding heavy bandaging on his thigh. A throbbing pain radiated from the area, not as sharp than before, but no less uncomfortable.
Did it come out easily?
Easy enough, said Malo. Arminius rolled his head and grinned at his second-in-command, who was sitting on the other side of the bed.
Where were you when I needed you?
Malo made a guilty face.
I came the instant I heard the racket.
Did you catch any of them? Malo shook his head, and Arminius added, Who were they?
Have you any idea? They were Cherusci, like us, I know that much.
Malo's eyes glittered.
Who else could they have been but Segestes' men?
Killing me wouldn't free Segestes, said Arminius, confused.
Maybe they were here to try and rescue him, but the dogs chanced upon you while scouting out the village. Seeing who you were, a hothead loosed an arrow. The rest had to follow suit.
Malo's reasoning made sense, thought Arminius, feeling a swelling anger. He heaved himself upright, clenching his jaw against the stabbing needles this elicited from his thigh. Thusnelda laid a restraining hand on his chest. You have to stay abed.
I must talk to your father, Arminius snapped. Did you know about his men?
Hurt filled her eyes, and her hand dropped away. He felt an instant remorse.
I shouldn't have said that.
No, you shouldn't. She rose and stepped away from the bed. Do as you wish. Start the bleeding again. I don't care. Arminius watched her go.
Maybe you'd best stay here and rest. Segestes can wait, advised Malo. Help me stand, ordered Arminius. Nothing's going to stop me giving the old bastard a going-over. He chuckled. I should say, watching while you give him a going-over.
The discomfort from his wound was so great that he had to ask Malo for help before they'd reached the door. Even with his arm around Malo's broad shoulders, it took 3 times as long as normal to hobble to the longhouse where Segestes was being held. The 8 warriors on guard leapt up, their faces concerned. He made a shushing gesture.
I've had worse wounds from sharpening a sword,
he added, low enough for Segestes not to hear. The warriors responded with unconvinced looks.
Any news?
asked Arminius.
Not a thing, replied the first warrior. He's eaten and had his walk. Like as not he's having a nap. That's what he tends to do much of the time.
We'll wake him up, declared Arminius with an evil smile. Fetch a bucket of water. One man hurried off, and he eased down onto the low bench used by the sentries and closed his eyes. He would rest out here, so he didn't look like complete shit before Segestes. His strength had rallied somewhat by the time the warrior returned with a slopping wooden pail. The locking bar was lifted from its hooks with gentle hands and placed on the ground. A few creaks were unavoidable when the door was opened, but there was no cry of alarm. One of the sentries eased within, soon returning with the news that Segestes was still asleep. His 2 men were awake, however.
They'll keep quiet if they know what's good for them,
muttered Arminius. Tie them up as soon as we're inside. Silence them if needs be. In they went, on tiptoe, all 10 of them. Segestes' followers looked startled, and one asked what in Dona's name they wanted, but Arminius's warriors had swarmed forward and overpowered the pair, and gagged them before too much noise had been made. It gave Arminius huge satisfaction that Segestes' slumber continued through the scuffle. He lay on his straw-filled mattress, a blanket half covering him. Loud snores echoed from his open mouth, and a trickle of saliva ran from one corner of his lips. They drew near enough to stand right over him. The man with the bucket stood ready. Arminius paused, taking deep breaths to control the waves of pain radiating from his thigh. Thinking of the warriors who'd ambushed him helped. Ready at last, he nodded. The contents of the pail landed on Segestes with a mighty splash. He jerked up, roaring with fright and shock. Arminius's warriors hooted with amusement, but he kept his expression stony hard. Spluttering, wiping his face, Segestes focused at last on Arminius.
"What was that for, you bastard?"
"I was going to ask you the same thing," retorted Arminius, jabbing a thumb at his bandaged thigh. Segestes looked down and back up again, confused.
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"I was attacked,"
Not long since, just outside the village, 6 warriors, all Cherusci.
Something flickered in Segeste's eyes, and Arminius cried,
"Ha! They were your men. Were they here to liberate you? Was that it? You're raving. The wound has given you a fever." "Not yet, it hasn't."
Arminius gave the largest of his warriors a nod. The man lunged forward and grabbed the front of Segeste's tunic, heaving him to the floor. Segestes let out a cry of pain and tried to move backwards on his hands. A mighty kick to his belly drove the air from his lungs, however, and he collapsed onto his side, sobbing for breath. Arminius motioned the warrior to stand back. He waited until Segestes had managed to sit up.
"Did you ask Segamundus to send a party of men to rescue you?" "Aye. I knew it," cried Melo. "I wouldn't have cared if they'd slain you, but they'd no orders to do so," said Segestes.
Segestes seemed to be telling the truth, but Arminius was still furious. If Segamundus's followers hadn't been in the forest, he would not have been attacked.
"Bring his followers over here." "These men have done nothing," Segestes croaked as the pair were dragged forward. "They would slay me given half a chance, just as the others tried to do," snapped Arminius. He glanced at Melo. "Kill them."
For several heartbeats, Segestes' shouted objections mingled with the gagged men's muffled protests. Then blood gouted from one warrior's throat, reducing the noise by some degree. His corpse flopped down, slack-limbed. Melo moved on to his next victim without pause, slitting his throat with expert precision. Fresh torrents of blood spattered, darkening patches of the earthen floor. When the second body had been heaped on top of the first, right in front of Segestes, Arminius hobbled forward to glare down at the old man. Fire flashed in Segestes' eyes, and Arminius felt a tiny thrill of fear. Confrontation was the best tactic, he decided.
"Go on, try. Wounded or not, I'll take you."
Segestes sagged, like a wineskin pricked with a blade.
"Do what you must. May Thusnelda never give you a child, let alone a son."
If Arminius had had a weapon in his hands at that moment, he would have slain Segestes, so great was his rage. In, out, he breathed several times, until he was calm again. He reached for the support of Melo's arm.
"Beat the shit out of him. Nice and slow. Break a few bones, but don't kill him, or leave him so hurt he'll die."
Arminius spoke in a voice quiet enough for Segestes not to hear. The attack in the forest had been unplanned, Arminius decided, and Thusnelda would never forgive him if he had her father murdered. He could live with the disapproval she'd shower him with because of the beating, however. Had he not a grievous wound, caused by Segestes' men?
"Don't I take you, Arminius?" shouted
Segestes. Arminius didn't reply, or stay to watch the old man's punishment. His strength was waning fast. From the comfort of his bed, he could consider what to do about Segamundus. Enemies within could be as dangerous as those without. Chapter 14. Tullus watched as Germanicus arrived at Vetera 2 days later. Straight-backed, cold-faced, he rode in at the head of a mixed force of more than 2,000 auxiliaries. His use of non-Roman soldiery, an intentional move, was a stinging rebuke to Caecina and every legionary in the camp. It was a relief, however, that they weren't needed. The day of slaughter that had begun with the trumpet's call had brought the unrest to a gruesome close. Almost 600 soldiers had been slain between the two legions. The majority were mutineers, but more than 50 loyal men had also died in the bitter fighting. These were grievous losses, a sorrowful Germanicus declared on his tour of the battered camp, in which the signs of destruction and death were still widespread.
"This has been damage rather than remedy," he chided Caecina,
and then cast a reproving look at the other senior officers present.
"It should have been carried out in a more controlled manner."
Flushing, Caecina muttered an apology. The others, Tubero among them, took great interest in their belt-buckles or sword-hilts. Tullus wanted to say to Germanicus that it was his orders which had brought about the carnage, but he held his tongue. In truth, there was nothing to say that the killings, a necessary evil, would have gone more smoothly if an alternative method had been used.
At least the matter has been dealt with, said Germanicus, echoing Tullus's thoughts.
He led the way up one of the sets of stairs that provided access to the walkway that ran along the battlements. Everyone clattered up behind him. Tullus leaned against the top of the wall and looked east, as Germanicus was doing. It was a familiar view. Beyond the deep defensive ditch, a gentle, grass-covered slope led down the hill upon which Vetera was built. At its bottom lay an irregular pattern of farmers' fields. Small houses and barns were dotted here and there, but what caught the eye most was the wide silver band of the river Rhenus. Once the far side had been familiar tramping grounds, but since the massacre in the forest, Roman troops seldom crossed the river. Tullus had last done so more than 12 months before, and that had only been a probing patrol that stopped a few miles from the bridge. Some soldiers were content with this, although many others felt the need to reassert the Empire's dominance, even men like Cordus and Victor. To campaign on the far bank was a burning desire for Tullus. The following spring, and Germanicus's proposed campaign couldn't come soon enough.
"The weather is fine for the time of year, is it not?" asked Germanicus, looking up at the clear sky.
"It is a deal milder than normal, sir, yes," replied Caecina.
"I'm unused to the change in seasons in these parts. Have you seen conditions like this before?"
"On occasion, sir. There is no way of knowing if it will continue," Caecina added, as if he and Germanicus had already discussed something.
"Yet it has been settled for, what, a month now?"
Germanicus addressed not just Caecina, but the gathering at large.
"That would be right, sir,"
replied Caecina, with similar answers echoing from others present. Germanicus paced to and fro, which emphasized how much taller he was than everyone else. He tapped a fingernail against his teeth.
"The mutiny and its aftermath must be put behind us, and a winter spent in barracks will not achieve that. If anything, it will do the opposite."
This was true, thought Tullus. With fewer duties during the cold months, the legionaries would have time to brood and gossip. He pricked up his ears.
"I propose a swift raid over the river," said Germanicus, his keen eyes roving from officer to officer. "Cross, march hard, find a nearby hostile tribe, and attack. There's nothing like a common enemy to bring men together. The Marsi are one of the closest, are they not?"
"Yes, sir," said Caecina. "You would lead men from the mutinous legions, I assume?"
"You're a mind-reader, Caecina. Not every soldier of the 4 legions, but most. 10,000–12,000 legionaries, plus a similar number of auxiliaries, should be sufficient."
Tullus's spirits soared with Germanicus's words. The Marsi had been an integral part of Arminius's forces. They deserved to be punished, and this was not his only reason to feel excited. "Sir," he asked.
"Speak, Tullus,"
ordered Germanicus with an expansive gesture.
"I have a servant who is Marsi, sir. He's heard a rumour of recent days that one of the 3 lost eagles is with his tribe."
Germanicus's eyes lit up.
"Is that so?"
"Yes, sir. He wasn't sure which legion it had come from, though."
"No matter," cried Germanicus, glancing from face to face. "Let us hope the story is true, and that we recover the eagle even as we wipe out the Marsi."
Tullus's conscience began to twinge. The penalty paid by Degmar's people was always going to be severe, but he hadn't anticipated the entire tribe being sentenced to death. Part of him didn't care, but he couldn't help picturing Degmar's parents and sisters, whom the warrior had sometimes mentioned, being butchered. Innocents died all the time, Tullus told himself. It's not as if his family are friends to Rome. Tubero had read his mind.
"Keep your dog of a servant on a tight leash. Better still, silence him," he said with a nasty smile. "The last thing we need is for the Marsi to be warned of our approach."
The gaze of every man present bore down on Tullus. He felt that of Germanicus the most. "There's no need for concern, sir. My servant is faithful. If it hadn't been for him, we would not have made it to Elisa."
"You will take responsibility for his actions?" demanded Tubero.
"I will, sir," replied Tullus. "I'll have him watched." It seemed as if Tubero might press Tullus further, but Germanicus raised a hand.
"The centurion's word is sufficient."
Tubero subsided, while Tullus raged inside. He had just placed his reputation, perhaps his life, on the line when he wasn't sure if Degmar would remain true, in particular if the lives of his family were at stake.
The best solution, Tullus concluded, was to do as he'd promised, and prevent Degmar acting until it was too late.
"When do we leave, sir?" he asked Germanicus.
"The legions from Ara Ubiorum will be here in 3 to 4 days. The combined force can leave the day after that."
Once the assault on the Marsi was over, Tullus decided, Degmar could be released from his oath. What man would wish to serve another who had helped to massacre his people? Tullus summoned Degmar the moment he got back to his barracks. His rooms weren't the ones he'd lived in while serving in the 18th. A move had been inevitable after his demotion, but he had salvaged many of the fixtures and fittings, and his personal possessions. In the dark months after the ambush, he had been surprised how these old, familiar objects had made his life easier to bear. The effect had been most noticeable in his bedroom, a more private chamber than the rest of his quarters, which were so often filled with visitors of one kind or another. There were woolen rugs that he'd bought in the local market, a wooden stand he used to hold his armour, its arms worn shiny from the rubbing of mail, a waist-high stone shrine decorated with a few tiny figures, among them those of his father and grandfather, standing in the opposite corner to his bed, the threadbare military blankets that he preferred more than any fine bed cover, a pair of simple stools that faced each other across a low table, upon which sat a jug, 2 cups, and a set of ivory gaming pieces. Moving from this to the sparsely decorated room that doubled as both living room and office, Tullus paced about, trying to come up with the best way of breaking the news to Degmar. He was still struggling for an answer when there was a sharp rap at the door, and the Marsi warrior entered. Tullus smiled. Even Fenestella would have called out his name before presuming to come in, but not proud Degmar. He never called Tullus Sir, either. While other Romans found this behaviour impertinent, Tullus didn't. The relationship between German chieftains and their followers was more equal than the Roman equivalent. Degmar deferred to him out of respect, not because of his rank.
"You wanted me?"
"Yes." Tullus searched Degmar's face for signs that he was aware of their mission, and was relieved to see none.
"Do you need your sandals cleaned, or your armour polished?"
"No." Degmar's eyes cast around the room.
"Where's your sword? You said something about it needing an edge."
"It's not that either. I have to talk to you, to tell you something." Degmar's dark eyes came to rest on Tullus's face.
"That sounds serious."
"It is." Tullus tried again to think how the blow might be eased, and failed. "Germanicus has ordered an immediate expedition over the Rhenus. 25,000 men. Half of them are to come from the 5th and 21st, and the legions at Ara Ubiorum, and the rest will be auxiliaries. It's an exercise to give the men a common purpose after the mutiny." If Degmar was surprised, he concealed it well.
"Am I to accompany you?"
"Yes, but that's not why you're here. Curset, there's only one way to say this. Germanicus has ordered us to attack the Marsi settlements." Alarm flared in Degmar's eyes.
"Which ones?"
"Those that are nearest."
"And the people are to be enslaved, or to—"
Degmar's voice died away. Tullus shook his head. "I'm sorry." There was silence as Degmar stared at the floor, his jaw working.
"I have to go," he said at length. "They must be warned."
"You know I can't let you do that." Degmar took a step towards him.
"Why should my parents and my sisters die? They have done nothing to Rome."
"I know," said Tullus, torn between his desire for revenge and his sympathy for Degmar.
"And the women folk and children? The old? What have they done?"
Degmar's voice throbbed with anger. "The Marsi rose against Rome. The warriors took part in Arminius's ambush."
"Of course they did," spat Degmar. "Why wouldn't they? You and your kind were the invaders, the ones who didn't belong east of the Rhenus, not us. Among the tribes, we live our lives as free men, not as the subjects of some fucking emperor. What does that word mean, anyway? Subjugation, the Roman boot on our necks, laws, tax, not much else as far as I can see."
Tullus had long known of Degmar's antipathy towards Romans and Rome, and chosen to ignore it. The warrior served him, not his senior officers or the emperor.
Hearing his feelings laid out in such a plain manner was still shocking, but Tullus couldn't help thinking that his response to such a threat might have been similar.
"Rome is what it is," he began. "This for Rome."
Degmar made an obscene gesture, and for a moment it seemed as if he might strike Tullus or flee the room. Then his shoulders slumped.
"Am I to be held captive until after the raid?"
"Can you give me your word that you will not run?"
"Why should I?" demanded Degmar, rage still simmering in his eyes. "Everyone I love who remains living is soon to die, thanks to Germanicus." He spat the last word.
Degmar's anguish brought Tullus to an instant and unexpected decision. "I am bound to follow the governor's orders. You know that. The Marsi settlements will be destroyed, and thousands of people will die. That's not to say that a few individuals might not escape." Degmar threw him a look, loaded with suspicion.
"I don't understand."
"Your loyalty these past years places a responsibility on me." Even though they were alone, Tullus lowered his voice. "I will help you smuggle your family to safety before the attack. Once it's done, you can stay with them." There was wonder in Degmar's eyes now, and a trace of disbelief. "Why do this for me? I would never have reached Aliso after the ambush, nor would my men."
"Bah! I was your guide, nothing more."
"No," said Tullus. "I've told you before. You didn't have to try and find us after the slaughter began, but you did. You then saved my life, all of our lives. That was more than enough to repay my freeing you from the Usipetes."
"Leading you along some forest paths for a few days is nothing.
The only way I can erase that debt is by saving your life in combat," refuted Degmar with the same stubbornness that emerged each time the issue came up. "Look on my helping you with this as recompense for your services as a guide, then," said Tullus with a smile. "As for your obligation to save me in battle, well, you will have to set that aside when we part company. I will not have it any other way. If you're caught, if someone like Tubero found out—" Degmar began. "We had best ensure that no one realizes what we're up to, eh?" Despite his tone, Tullus was far from confident. To locate Degmar's family while the legions massed nearby, to keep them from telling their friends or neighbors, and then spirit them to safety without being spotted by either side, verged on the impossible and the insane. He was still going to try, though. For Degmar. Chapter 15. Piso was at the bar of the Ox and Plough, which had become his second home since the recent bloodbath in which the mutineers had been killed. The place was jammed with legionaries and officers, and a smattering of civilians. All the tables were occupied, and the standing customers were pressed together like the unfortunates in the bowels of a slave ship. A trio of musicians in one corner made valiant but vain attempts to be heard over the drunken singing and shouted conversations. The innkeeper, Sirona, patrolled the length of the bar, smiling, serving wine and food, and keeping an eye on her patrons.
"More wine,"
said Piso, banging his cup on the counter.
"More wine!"
Vitellius gave him a sour look. He was being more abstemious than Piso, as usual. It was no surprise, therefore, when he grabbed Piso's arm before it struck the wooden top again.
"Haven't you had enough?" "No," snapped Piso. "I fucking haven't."
Vitellius glanced at Sirona, who was approaching with a sour face and a fresh jug.
"Water it down, will you?"
"I have," came the tart reply. 5-1.
"Excellent,"
said Vitellius, slapping down coins worth twice the wine's normal price. "Keep the change."
5-1,
slurred Piso. This was degrees more dilution than legionaries, than he liked. Sirona's expression had turned thunderous, however. Drunk or not, Piso realized that further objection would result in the wine being poured over his head. He swallowed his pride and said no more. Sirona placed the jug in front of Vitellius, not Piso, and swept the coins into her hand. "This is your last drink. You're both pissed. You," here she gave Piso an unfriendly look, "in particular." Stung, Piso began to protest, but a sharp jab of Vitellius's elbow made him turn on his friend instead.
"What was that for?"
Vitellius ignored him.
As you say, Sirona, we'll go after this. Won't we, Piso? I suppose,
Piso muttered darkly. Pursing her lips, Sirona stalked off.
What's wrong with you?
Demanded Vitellius. Do you want to end up barred?
She wouldn't dare, said Piso with a sneer.
Why ever not? She's more than enough customers, and her sons are fucking enormous. If she tells them you're not welcome, you won't get in again. Vitellius indicated the two strapping men by the door, both of whom had clubs. When Piso made a pfft of contempt, he added, She's friendly with Tullus too, you fool. This is Artia's home, remember? One word from Sirona to Tullus, and you'll find yourself with punishment duty as well as being barred from here.
All right, grumbled Piso.
Wine slopped onto the bar top as he filled their cups with an unsteady hand. He toasted Vitellius and downed the lot in one gulp. The warm feeling as it hit his stomach was pleasant, but it couldn't erase Piso's graphic memories of how close he'd come to stabbing the fleeing centurion, still less how he had helped Tullus to kill some of the mutineers. The frank terror in their faces, the disbelief that their comrades could turn on them, was as fresh in his mind, and as jarringly painful, as if it had just happened. He hung his head, stared down at the sawdust-covered floor, and wondered about vomiting. After a moment, his stomach settled.
I thought nothing could be worse than the fucking forest.
Vitellius looked more sympathetic. I felt the same way, but those men had to die. Left alone, they'd have been a weeping sore on the Legion's side, always painful, always causing trouble. I know that. You know that. Everyone knows it.
But to make us the executioners...
That was pure genius on Germanicus's part, don't you see? If he'd sent in auxiliaries, every legionary on the frontier would distrust Allied troops for the rest of his life, and rightly so. Making us complicit means that we have to forget the whole sick affair. Moving on, leaving it in the past, is our only option. Vitellius's explanation made sense, thought Piso, but it didn't diminish his shame, which he often saw mirrored in Vitellius's eyes, as well as those of their comrades. He refilled their cups again, emptying the jug.
How long will that take, eh? To forget it?
I don't know. Vitellius's voice was weary. But it will happen. Think of it as you would a broken heart. In the end, it heals. Time is all that's needed. Piso had never had a broken heart, but he didn't want to admit that, so he grunted in agreement and finished the dregs of his wine. He planted his cup on the counter with a thump.
If we're no longer going to get served, let's find somewhere else. I don't want to go back to barracks.
Vitellius sighed. You can't go on drowning your sorrows like this. It's only a matter of time before Tullus or Fenestella catches you.
I can't sleep if I don't drink.
Piso heard his whining tone, and hated himself for it. You'll have to find another way, then, replied Vitellius with a scowl. I don't want to go to Hades because you were too hungover to protect me. The accusation stung. In battle, every legionary was supposed to defend the man to his left. Piso guarded Vitellius, just as another of their tent mates did for him, and so on.
That would never happen.
A cripple with a crutch would have bested you for the last few mornings, replied Vitellius with a knowing look. Piso's cheeks reddened. Vitellius was right. If they'd been forced to fight in recent days, he would have struggled to keep himself alive beyond the first clash with the enemy, never mind protect Vitellius. Pride smarting now, he cried,
Gods above, leave me alone.
Why should I? Vitellius's eyes were understanding but hard. You're my friend, my comrade. It's my job to look after you, wherever we are, which means you should climb on the wagon for a while. Piso absorbed this with the ponderousness of the blind drunk. At length he nodded. Being responsible for the death of a friend like Vitellius would be worse, far worse than his current troubles, and so the nightmares that plagued him every night would have to be faced in the company of someone other than Bacchus, who, if truth be told, had not done a good job of preventing them anyway.
Very well, I'll do it.
That's the spirit. Vitellius threw a brotherly arm around his shoulders. Let's head home, eh? Watched by a sour-faced Sirona, they weaved their way between the packed tables to the door. They were half a dozen steps away when it burst open, framing a legionary on the threshold. Spying his comrades, a party of soldiers in the middle of the room, he roared,
"We're heading over the Renus, brothers!"
Conversations ground to a halt. Men stared. A little abashed, the legionary repeated his words. An expectant silence fell. Inspired by the opportunity hitherto denied them, the musicians struck up a merry tune, but they were soon cowed by a barrage of abuse.
"Tell us all,"
Piso demanded of the new arrival.
"What news do you bring?"
"The clement weather is too good an opportunity to miss, Germanicus says. We are to attack the enemy at once." Surprised reactions erupted throughout the room. It was unheard of to wage war after the harvest. "Most units from the four—" Here the soldier hesitated, unwilling to say the word rebellious, eventually opting for "local legions are to take part, as well as a similar number of auxiliaries. We march out when the troops from Ara Ubiorum get here, in 3 to 4 days."
"Kill that German filth! Kill!"
Piso didn't see who began the cry, which was taken up with the fervour of men who need a cause to support. In the blink of an eye, every customer in the place was chanting,
"Kill! Kill! Kill!"
The sound followed them outside. It was still audible at the end of the alleyway, and for some distance along the Vicars's main street. Similar sounds echoed from other drinking holes. A gang of soldiers staggering along in front of them were singing, "Germanicus! Germanicus!" Piso felt his foul humour slipping away with each step. After a time, he said,
"You feel it?"
Vitellius cast him a questioning look.
"I don't know how to say it, but the air, it feels lighter."
Vitellius glanced up and down the street. All the legionaries within sight were cheering or belting out endless repetitions of
"Germanicus! Kill!" and "Revenge for Varus!"
Some were even praying out loud, thanking the gods for sending Germanicus to be their leader.
"Aye,"
said Vitellius, a smile sneaking onto his face. "I see what you mean."
"A common enemy is exactly what we need,"
said Piso, thumping his friend on the back. Life had just regained some of its purpose. Chapter 16. 10 days had passed since Germanicus's announcement, and night had fallen over the temporary camp that housed his vast force 30 miles east of the Renus. Tullus was in his tent, Degmar and Fenestella by his side. Facing him were Piso, Vitellius, and 2 other old soldiers of his from the 18th, Saxa and Metilius. Both Piso and Vitellius had expectant looks on their faces. Saxa and Metilius seemed more bemused. Since their move from Tullus's command, they had seen him and their other former comrades on but a few occasions. Army life didn't lend itself to reunions. Saxa was a bear of a man with shaggy brown hair. Metilius's slight build, dimpled cheeks, and cheerful expression gave the impression that he would be a poor fighter. In fact, the truth was quite the opposite. Tullus's promotion and newfound regard among his fellow officers had allowed him of recent days to secure the transfer of Saxa and Metilius into his own century once more. He hoped that the bond they had shared in the 18th was still strong, because what he was about to ask them ran contrary to everything they stood for. Fenestella, who knew already, was in, and Tullus had little doubt that Piso and Vitellius would volunteer, but the other 2 were still an unknown quantity. "You must be wondering why I asked you here," he said to the legionaries. All 4 nodded their heads in agreement. "I will tell you, but you must swear never to speak of this meeting, except to one another. I mean it. If you won't make such a pledge, leave now." The legionaries exchanged perplexed looks, but none protested. It took a few moments to make their oaths. Feeling a little less worried, Tullus began, "You remember Degmar?" This was more aimed at Saxa and Metilius. Piso and Vitellius saw him every day.
"Aye, sir,"
replied Saxa, giving Degmar a civil nod.
"He's the one who's got us to Aliso."
"Correct. If it hadn't been for Degmar, our bones would be strewn across the forest floor, like those of so many former comrades." "Marcy, aren't you?" Metilius directed this at Degmar.
"I am,"
came the proud reply.
"That'd be part of the reason we're here, sir, I'd wager," said Metilius with a knowing look.
"I'd forgotten how shrewd you are, Metilius," said Tullus, chuckling. "We all know what's going to happen tomorrow." Degmar's face twitched, and Tullus felt grateful that he had ordered 2 men to guard the warrior since they had left Vetera. Their target, a cluster of Marsi villages scattered over a 5-mile radius on the other side of an expanse of forest, lay within easy striking distance. Caecina's scouts, 2 cohorts of light-armed auxiliaries, had been sent into the woods at sunset, their task to find a path through. The entire force would mobilize at dawn and make straight for the settlements. No quarter was to be given, not to man, woman, or child. When the slaughter was over, fire and sword was to be taken to the entire area. If possible, Germanicus had ordered, the entire Marsi tribe was to be slain. "Our debt to Degmar can never be repaid in full," said Tullus. "Tonight, however, I will redress the balance somewhat. The 3 of us," and he indicated the Marsi warrior and Fenestella, "are going to find Degmar's family. We'll help them to escape and return to our allotted positions before dawn." The 4 legionaries' expressions varied from incredulous to aghast. Piso was first to regain control.
"How will you get out of camp, sir?"
Tullus winked. "You can't always trust the auxiliaries," I told one of the tribunes. "He gave me permission to check the lie of the land." His eyes moved from face to face. "For once, I cannot order you to follow me. I ask instead that you remember what Degmar did for each of us 5 years ago, and make your decision based on that."
"Degmar has helped me since, too, sir. I'll come," said Piso at once, giving the warrior a friendly glance.
"And I," added Vitellius. Tullus gave them both a nod of appreciation before looking at Saxa and Metilius.
"Well?" "Your pardon, sir, but you're mad," exclaimed Saxa.
He paused, making Tullus's heart skip a beat, and then he added,
"I'm not fond of tribal types, not after what happened with Varus, but Degmar saved us, and a debt's a debt. I'll help."
Metilius snorted. "I'm not going to miss the fun, sir. I'll string along too." Just like that. They were all part of it. Tullus couldn't quite believe his luck. His zeal soon cooled. They were 7 men against an entire tribe. 7 men who somehow had to keep their mission secret from their own kind, or face the most severe consequences. In reality, their chances of success were slim to none. It was a cold, bright night, and the Marsi settlements lay directly ahead, to the east of the forest. That didn't mean it was easy to keep a straight line under the tree's shadowy canopy, and Tullus was content to give Degmar the lead. If Tullus had taken it, they would have gone wrong within a few hundred paces. With a Marsi warrior in charge, however, they picked their way past vast patches of brambles, around towering beeches and sessile oaks, and through streams. They travelled in single file, Degmar first, followed by Tullus and the legionaries, with Fenestella taking his customary place at the rear. In the larger glades, moonlight turned their shadows into great black figures, ghosts going about their silent business. On several occasions they encountered groups of auxiliaries, but each time the hissed challenge to identify themselves came, Tullus was at Degmar's shoulder, ready with the password. Although they received a few odd looks, their presence in the forest wasn't challenged. Step by step, quarter mile by quarter mile, they made their way along the narrow paths found by Degmar. Checking the moon's passage across the starlit expanse above was the only way of judging time. By Tullus's reckoning, they had been travelling for perhaps 2 hours when Degmar came to an abrupt halt. Tullus peered into the gloom ahead, but could see nothing.
"What is it?" "The village is near. You had best shed your armour here."
"How will we find it again?" asked Tullus, concern gnawing his guts. If there was pursuit from the settlement, it could be the least of their worries that night, but having to explain why he and his men were without their kit the next morning would also be his undoing. Degmar pointed to a sessile oak a short distance off the track. Halfway up its height gaped a great split in its trunk.
"That was struck by lightning when I was a boy. It's where my friends and I used to meet. I can find it with my eyes closed, in the dark, the fog, or the snow."
Tullus was already directing his men to the base of the tree. "Off with your armour, quiet as you can." There had been no sign of any auxiliaries for some time, but this was one of the riskiest parts of their mission. To be found divesting themselves of their kit by their own kind would rouse the suspicions of an idiot. To his relief, they stripped down to their tunics without interruption. The only equipment left to each man was his belt, sword, and dagger. Degmar took them to a nearby boggy patch, where everyone applied a generous covering of mud to a comrade's arms, legs, and face. That done, they dogged his footsteps once more. He walked a great deal slower now, stopping often to listen and stare into the darkness. A pleasant smell of wood smoke hung in the still air, an indication that they were drawing nearer to the village. Tullus had just made out the outline of a building when Degmar halted again. He whispered into Tullus's ear, "I've guided us to the closest point to my parents' house, but we will have to enter the settlement now. Everyone has a dog. One is sure to bark when it hears us, and that could rouse the rest." "And if the villagers wake?" Tullus was picturing the scores of warriors they would face if the place came to life. The gloom couldn't conceal Degmar's smile. "I have a trick up my sleeve. Games will have been held here yesterday to honor a local goddess, and there was a feast last night. Everyone will have been pissed out of their heads by the time it finished. Donar willing, they're all unconscious. If they do wake, they're more likely to give their dog a kick than to look around." Tullus's tension eased a fraction, and he twisted around to pass the information on to Piso, who was next in line. He gave the order for each man to unsheath his dagger. "Ready," he said to Degmar, who also had a knife in his fist. What an ugly reality that was, thought Tullus. He's prepared to kill his own kind to save his family. Taking a parallel course to the length of the first longhouse, Degmar led off. They had gone halfway when a surprised "ruff" went up. Another followed, and soon the dog was barking fit to burst. A dog in the next house joined in. Degmar froze. So did everyone. Fixing his gaze on the house's door, Tullus waited, dry-mouthed. 10 heartbeats thumped by, then 20. A muffled voice growled something. The dog's barking lessened a little, but continued. Heavy footsteps echoed within. There was a thud and a curse as a person's shin collided with something solid. Another meteor thud was followed at once by a chorus of yelps. Muttering to himself, the dog's owner tramped back to bed, farted loudly, and fell silent. Relieved and amused, Tullus waited until the second dog calmed down before signalling Degmar to continue. They padded onward, their hobs picking up clods of mud in the frequent vegetable patches. The group skirted around 2 more houses without disturbing their inhabitants, animal or human. Degmar revealed to Tullus that the next longhouse belonged to his parents, and the one after that to his older sister. He had just finished speaking when a dog inside his parents' home began to yap. "Wait here," Degmar hissed. "I won't be long." You'd better not be, thought Tullus, his stomach knotting. He ordered Piso and the rest up against the wall, the better not to be seen, and to keep a sharp eye out. He did the same. The darkness didn't stop him from feeling as exposed as a naked bather who walks through the wrong door to find himself on the street outside the bathhouse. His alarm grew at the sight, 50 paces away in an open space, of tables and benches, with figures of sleeping men sprawled everywhere between them. Hoping that Degmar had been right about the amount of drinking that would have gone on, Tullus watched the slumbering men with bated breath. No one stirred, and after a few moments the dog quieted inside the house. It knew Degmar, Tullus presumed, but he didn't let down his guard even a little. Eyes roving from side to side, his dagger ready, Tullus watched the feasting area and the 2 nearby longhouses. He waited, counted his heartbeats so that he knew how long Degmar had been gone. 20 beats went by. Tullus had almost reached 50 when a stifled exclamation came from within. He tensed, but instead of an outcry, muted voices began a conversation. Degmar had found his parents, it seemed. Fresh worry consumed Tullus. What if Degmar's mother or father decided to warn the entire village? A few cries for help would rouse their neighbours, drunk or not. "Be ready to retreat on my order," he hissed to Piso. At 100 heartbeats, Tullus began to wonder whether Degmar had any chance of persuading his parents to leave.
Tullis's men's nerves were jangling too. They were shifting about and jumping at the slightest sound. The longer they stood here, the more chance there was of being seen. Off to Tullis's right, a door banged open. He spun, knife at the ready. A tall figure staggered out from the long house opposite, not the one belonging to Degmar's sister. A loud belch broke the silence, and the figure, a man, weaved a few steps towards Tullis and the rest. Muttering to himself, the way only the drunk can, the man tugged at his garments. A moment later, a stream of urine arched into the air. There was a simultaneous sigh of relief. The man pissed for so long, 60 heartbeats at least, that Tullis wondered if he'd ever stop. In the end, his bladder had been emptied, however, and he shrugged himself back into his trousers. Degmar, unknowing, chose that moment to walk outside, leading several others. Inebriated or not, the man saw them at once. He called out in German. Degmar tensed and hissed something back. His answer wasn't satisfactory, because the man asked another question, and took several steps towards Degmar, who told him, Tullis thought, to piss off. The man ignored this advice, and repeated what he'd said. Degmar flicked his hand in a clear gesture for the man to leave. The only response he got was another, louder demand. Tullis's mind raced. If he did nothing, the man would raise the alarm. That was, if others hadn't been woken already. Or he could kill him, and hope that that didn't set Degmar's parents to screaming. The second option was best, he decided, indicating that Piso should follow him. In 10 steps, Tullis was close enough to see that the man was much younger than he, and more heavy-set. The man was more plastered than a drunkard on the Feast of Bacchus, however, and he did nothing but gape, as Tullis swept towards him like a vengeful spirit. His last words, another question of some kind, were muffled as Tullis's fingers wrapped around his mouth and his throat was sliced open. Trying to avoid the gouts of blood, Piso stabbed him twice in the chest for good measure. Even as they lowered the man's corpse to the ground, Tullis's eyes were sweeping over the house he'd come out of and across the sleeping revellers. There was no sign of anyone else emerging, and no one stirred by the tables and benches. How long could their luck hold? Tullis wondered. He hurried to Degmar, who had 1 man and 2 women with him, his parents and one of his sisters, Tullis presumed.
"He's no loss," revealed Degmar before Tullis had to explain himself. "The prick was forever trying to steal my mother's hens. If he wasn't at that, he was propositioning my youngest sister."
The filthy looks that Degmar's family were giving Tullis showed they didn't feel the same way about what he'd done.
"My father,"
whispered Degmar, pointing at a shorter, older version of himself, who glowered even more and muttered a curse.
"My mother."
A fine-boned woman with long hair met Tullis's glance with icy disdain.
"My youngest sister."
The last of the 3, an attractive woman in a dark cloak, sniffed and turned away.
"I am glad to meet you,"
Tullis said in careful German. "We must hurry from here." Degmar's father spat on the ground. "I would be the same," Tullis said, as Degmar's mouth opened.
"Fetch your other sister."
Degmar sped off, leaving Tullis and his men to guard his resentful family. To everyone's relief, he returned soon after with a man and a woman, both of whom looked surprised, angry, and resentful. A sleeping baby strapped to the woman's chest remained oblivious to its parents' unhappiness. Degmar's father chose this moment to begin arguing with his son. The older sister's husband leapt in too. Degmar's demands for them to be quiet were in vain. Tullis watched with increasing anxiousness. Every heartbeat that thudded by, every angry exclamation, increased the danger they were in. 2 horrifying thoughts soon struck him. Had the argument been staged by Degmar to make fleeing Tullis's only option? Perhaps the Marsi warrior even intended that he and his men should die here. A solid smack rang out, and Tullis's eyes shot to Degmar's father, who was reeling back, clutching his cheek. Degmar bristled before him, his hand raised to strike again.
"We leave now," he hissed. "All of us."
Tullis felt instant remorse for having doubted Degmar. Degmar's father gave a meek nod. His brother-in-law glowered, but did not argue further. Quiet sobs racked his mother. She was being comforted by her younger daughter, while the other one rocked to and fro, caressing her baby as if this were an everyday situation.
"Who's there?"
called a voice from the direction of the feasting area.
"Cursed to all Hades," thought Tullis. signing his men to group together. "None of your business, you sot. Go back to sleep," called Degmar. "Screw you." "Move, now," whispered Degmar, pushing his parents and sisters forward. "To the split oak." "Piso, Vitellius, Saxa, Metilius, go with Degmar. We'll follow when you've got a head start," whispered Tullus. "See you at the tree." With relieved looks, the legionaries did as he ordered. Fenestella stood by Tullus's side, watching the man who'd challenged them. He was some 50 paces away and was rousing his companions, but he was also casting frequent looks in their direction. "There are many places I'd rather be at this moment," muttered Fenestella, "and I'd give a year's pay for my armour." "You'll be able to run faster without it," advised Tullus, eliciting a snort by way of reply. Humour aside, there was a grim reality to Fenestella's words. The warrior who'd confronted them had woken 4 others. They were struggling to their feet, while their comrade kicked at other men to stir them too. Tullus had no illusions about taking on so many enemies. Drunk or not, they would overwhelm him and Fenestella. "Best go," he said, ignoring the sweat slicking down his back. "Otherwise we'll never leave. You first." It was reassuring that there was no immediate pursuit. Tullus moved as fast as he could without losing the trail. He glanced back often, but they reached the safety of the trees, challenged only by a few dogs inside the nearby longhouses. Tullus had taken a dislike to forests since Arminius's ambush, but he was right glad to be in the midst of one now, to have the trunks close around him and the canopy lowering overhead. They found Degmar and his family in an odd standoff with the 4 legionaries. The 2 little groups were glaring at each other over the piles of armour and equipment. Tullus eased into the gap. "We made it," he said. "Well done, all." "I don't trust this lot, sir," said Saxa, his eyes gleaming, "especially the father." "They don't trust you," Degmar retorted. "Truth be told, I don't either." Tullus didn't see who moved first, but more than one hand went to a sword hilt. "Stop it," he ordered. "You lot, get your armour on, double quick, and quieter than you've ever done in your miserable lives. I don't want a sound to be audible more than 50 paces away." To his relief, the legionaries obeyed, and there was an instant drop in tension. Tullus shot a look at Degmar. "You'd best leave." They locked eyes. Emotions flickered back and forth like bolts of lightning between them. Like, dislike, trust, mistrust, friendship, enmity. There was even love, and a trace of hate. "So this is what it has come to," said Tullus, sighing. "I wish that things could have been different." "And I," answered Degmar. "I thought you were going to set the whole village upon us back there." Degmar chuckled. "I was thinking about it." "I did read him correctly," thought Tullus with a thrill of dread. "What stopped you?" "My oath, and the knowledge that even if I'd helped my people to escape, the Romans would still hunt them down." Again Tullus was grateful for Degmar's sense of honour. He wondered if Degmar would warn the village's inhabitants once he and his men had left. If the village was empty at sunrise, and there was no sign of Degmar, Tullus was the one who would be blamed. The crack, as someone stood on a piece of fallen wood somewhere to their left, followed by another and another, were there for a welcome relief. "That'll be some of the auxiliaries," he whispered. "Go, before they catch you." Disappointment flared in Degmar's eyes, and Tullus knew that the Marsi warrior had been intending to alert his people. He wouldn't risk it now, with his family in danger. Whatever he was no fool. "I don't think we will meet again," said Tullus, feeling a rush of sadness. "My thanks for your service." "I'm still in your debt," growled Degmar. "I will find you again one day." "Gods grant that you do so," said Tullus, offering his hand. "In happier times." They shook hard, and then Degmar urged his family away, towards the south. Despite the fact that their mission had succeeded, Tullus felt a deep melancholy. He didn't know which was worse, the loss of a loyal friend, or the fact that, come the dawn, he would have to take part in a massacre. Chapter 17. The rest of Tullus's night passed in a chilly daze of sentry duty, liaising with units of auxiliaries as they appeared, and trying to get a little sleep. By the time tinges of pink and red were visible in the eastern sky, he was tired, hungry, and short-tempered.
His cohorts had found him, however, and the net that was Germanicus's army had been tightened around the village without any indication that the Marsi had realized what was happening. As the sun rose, Tullus convened a meeting of his centurions, repeating Germanicus's command that there were to be no survivors. No one questioned his orders, but he noticed his own distaste, mirrored and quickly concealed in a few faces. It was one thing to act so in a war, thought Tullus, and another to destroy a village that had been feasting the day before. What choice had they, however, but to follow orders? He hardened his heart, remembering the hordes of warriors descending on his soldiers in the forest, the crimson-spattered, spear-decorated bodies decorating the mud, and the piercing screams of the wounded. The Marsi were not a peace-loving people. They were proud and warlike, and had been willing participants in Arminius's uprising. The elderly among them had been young once, and, like as not, they had slain legionaries aplenty then. Their women had birthed the warriors who'd taken part in the ambush. The children would be old enough one day to fight Rome's legions, or to bring new members of the tribe, more enemies, into this world. They all had to die. After a while, his conscience had been silenced. The fate of the Marsi would send the starkest of messages to every German tribe, and in particular to the ones that had been allied to Arminius 5 years before. Defy Rome, and this will be your destiny, thought Tullus. He said the same thing to his men. They were avenging their comrades who had been so foully betrayed and murdered. Blood had to be shed, oceans of it, before the tormented ghosts of the dead could rest in peace. He was glad when the trumpets sounded the advance, glad that their waiting was over, glad, after so long, to be in a position to begin avenging his slaughtered men. His pleasure soured fast as they approached the now familiar Marsi settlement. Degmar had been correct, Tullus thought. Vast amounts of beer must have been consumed the night before, as the only figures visible as they neared the buildings were those of children. They clustered together as the lines of armoured legionaries closed in, crying out in fear, abandoning their play and forgetting their animal charges, sheep, goats, and cattle. Alerted by the commotion, women rushed screaming from their doorways. Late, too late, warriors began to emerge from longhouses, or pick themselves up from where they'd been sleeping, staring in disbelief at the advancing Romans and grabbing whatever weapons were to hand. In twos and threes they charged forward. Voices hoarse from drinking sang the Baratus, but the rendition was thin, reedy. The last time Tullus and his men had heard it, his legionaries had quailed in fear and even wept. Now they laughed, jeered, spat. In unison, the centurions halted their troops. When the charging warriors were 50 paces away, a volley of javelins went up. Against so few enemies its effect was devastating, and corpses and wounded men soon littered the ground. Only a few warriors remained unharmed, but, desperate to defend their families, they ran on, straight into the shield wall. They fell without killing a single legionary. They're dying like men, thought Tullus, but to what purpose? If he had been in their place, with Sirona, say, he would have run. You're getting soft, he told himself. Stop it. The efficiency with which their fellows had been slain snapped the remaining Marsi warriors' courage the way a child breaks a twig in two. Gathering their womenfolk and children, they fled from the advancing Romans. Hoots of derision rose from the legionaries. "Ah, don't go. You won't get far. There's a nice surprise waiting for you on the other side of the village. Hold your lines!" roared Tullus. Like cats with captured mice, his men's instinctive reaction was to chase after their prey. The grim truth was that there was no need to run. "Shields ready. Draw swords. Forward, at the walk." When they reached the first longhouses, their lines had to break up. Parties of legionaries were sent in to search for anyone who hadn't yet run. Tullus and the rest continued on into the settlement, cutting down a warrior here and there. It wasn't long before the first screams reached Tullus's ears. The voice was that of a woman, or perhaps even a girl. His stomach did a nauseating roll, but he didn't intervene. Rape was the norm during brutal situations like this. What was happening in the longhouse behind him was about to be repeated scores of times, all over the settlement. Tullus could no more prevent it than he could stop the tide. Stay focused, he thought. Keep control of your men as best you can. Make sure there are no casualties. Endure. It will end. Despite his resolve, their time in the village seemed to last an eternity. Tullus grew weary of the sight of bodies, the piteous cries of the wounded, and the acrid stench of burning flesh wafting from burning houses. Men and women, children, greybeards and crones, they lay everywhere, on their backs, their fronts, sprawled on their sides, or heaped on top of one another in death's emotionless embrace. Flies swarmed over the pools of clotting blood. Overhead, crows and ravens gathered, black-winged messengers of doom. The animals weren't immune from the savagery either. Dogs were slain out of hand. Hens had their necks wrung or were tossed, squawking, into the blazing houses. Shrieking pigs writhed on the javelins, spitting them through and through. A horse that had been disembowelled walked in ever-decreasing circles, winding tight the sinuous loops of bowels around its lower legs. Laughing soldiers chased sheep around pens, stabbing them so many times that their wool turned crimson before they collapsed. By midday or thereabouts, the slaughter was over. Faces blackened with soot and caked with blood, wild-eyed legionaries sat around, swilling the beer they'd found and arguing over who had killed the most tribesmen, and other uglier things. Tullus issued orders to his officers, and then, calm and methodical, they re-established control over their troops, the way a rider of a bolted horse coaxes it back to his hand. According to a messenger, Germanicus had ordered the army to move on to the next village, which was some 5 miles distant. There was enough daylight left to reach it and put its inhabitants to the sword, the messenger said, before riding on. At last the contubernia and centuries began to reform under the direction of Tullus's officers. He watched in silence, standing with his back towards a longhouse that was a little smaller than most. It was positioned at the edge of the settlement, almost as if the person living in it hadn't really wanted to live close to anyone else. It hadn't been burned down, but the smashed-in door and a couple of nearby dead sheep were evidence that it had been ransacked. Or so Tullus thought. Amidst the uproar of bellowed orders, tramping feet, and the soldiers' resentful comments, he heard a low cry, as a child might make in fear. It was stifled by something, or someone, which drew Tullus's attention at once. He might have done nothing, but other men had heard it too. One of his centurions asked permission to send men into the longhouse. "I'll do it," said Tullus. "Piso! Vitellius!" he shouted. "Over here!" The 2 legionaries were with him in a few strides, their faces as sweat-covered and dirty as anyone's. Vitellius had scratches running down one cheek, as might have been made by a woman's fingernails. Tullus put that image from his mind. "Come with me." Tullus led the way. He stepped inside the longhouse with care, sword ready by his side, shield high enough that anyone hurling a spear would have to hit him in the face. Nothing was thrown, and he paused to let his eyes adjust to the gloom. It was a typical farmer's dwelling, with a packed earth floor. Livestock pens, empty, filled the space to his right, and living quarters, low beds, a stone ring fireplace, blackened pots and pans, the area to his left. Dried herbs and meats dangled from the beams above. Tools and implements, rakes, hammers, a twig broom, a saw, 2 axes, leaned against or hung from the walls to either side. Tullus shifted a few steps further inside, allowing Piso and Vitellius to enter. "Search the pens," he whispered. "Be careful." Ignoring their curious stares, Tullus moved towards the living area, treading light, eyes darting from side to side. There was no sign of life. Every few steps he stopped to listen. The only audible sounds were Piso and Vitellius murmuring, and the creaking of wicker hurdles as they were moved aside. Closer to the fireplace, he could see that it had been used that morning. The embers at its heart were yet glowing. Some kind of broth steamed in a pot that hung from an iron tripod over the fire, and Tullus's belly rumbled. He hadn't eaten in many hours. Whoever had been cooking appeared to have fled. So too did whoever, or whatever, had alerted him. Tullus propped his shield against a wooden pillar and picked up a ladle. Scooping up a measure, he blew on it until it was cool enough to swallow. The broth was delicious, root vegetables with herbs, he thought, bending over the pot for a second time. A tiny sound behind him, a sandal scraping off the floor perhaps, rang an alarm in his head. He wheeled around, ladle in one hand, sword in the other, feeling like a complete fool. To die because his hunger had got the better of him would be a stupid way to go. To his huge relief, he saw no hulking warrior with a ready spear, no woman brandishing a carving knife. He wasn't alone, however. Tullus was sure of that. Laying down the ladle, he moved, cat-soft, towards the beds. There were 6 of them, 3 facing 3, with narrow gaps between the head of one and the foot of the next. Bad places to hide, thought Tullus, spying a shape, covered by an old blanket in one gap, and opposite it a second. Only a simpleton could think they wouldn't be found here. That, or the legionaries who'd been in here, had already been pissed out of their minds. He poked the first shape with the tip of his sword. "Get up," he ordered in German. "Now." With a resentful shrug, the blanket slid to the floor, revealing a freckle-faced girl of about 10 years. Clad in shapeless dress, she was barefoot. Rags or no, she was proud, glaring at Tullus despite the fear in her eyes. She stood, calling out in a soft voice to whoever was hidden opposite her. The toe of a worn shoe was poking from under the second blanket. This had been the person Tullus had heard. "On your feet," he ordered. There was a sigh, such as the old make when their joints hurt, and the covering fell away. An ancient woman, her face lined with deep wrinkles, stared at Tullus with calm resignation. "Kill us, and be done." Tullus extended a hand and helped her up. The crone gasped with pain as she came fully upright. To Tullus's surprise, she chuckled. "At least my hip won't trouble me when I'm dead." It all made sense now, thought Tullus. Only a fool would stay behind in such a poor hiding-place, or a child who wouldn't leave her lame grandmother. "There's no one in the pen, sir," said Piso, arriving with Vitellius. He eyed Tullus's captives. A flicker of distaste passed across his friendly face.